Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Data Natives Unlimited. I'm just here to welcome everyone and say hello as the founder of Data Natives, and of course afterwards pass the whole moderation to Stuart Rogers, who has been doing an amazing job moderating this conference. But first things first, today we're starting with a very important topic for us here at Data Natives. We're starting with a keynote from Mia Shadand, the CEO of Lighthouse 3 and founder at Women in AI Ethics, who's going to talk about one of the key topics that we're dealing with, which is unconscious bias, AI ethics, and diversity. So she's going to talk about the diversity and ethics crisis in AI, from unconscious bias to conscious coding. Enjoy. Thank you.
Stuart Rogers and the Data Natives team for inviting me here today. So over the next 20 minutes, I would like to have a brutally honest conversation with you all on the ethics and diversity crisis in AI. Let's take a closer look at how did we get into this mess and how can we together forge a path towards more ethical and diverse AI. When I landed in Silicon Valley as an immigrant in early 2000s, it was a very different place. eBay was the big dog and Facebook was the new kid on the block. And not many people were paying attention to what Facebook was doing at that time. And maybe in hindsight, we should have. But one thing was common across all the companies that I worked at, this culture of move fast, break things, ask for permission later. It was as if collectively, everyone had decided that we would speed and drive as fast as we could, and we would just pay the fines later. And the advice I got consistently was, chill, Mia, it's not like we're saving lives. And this got to a point in my life where I had just lost my mom, and I started questioning this advice. I asked myself, why aren't we saving babies? Why aren't we saving lives? What could possibly be more important? And that's about the time when I made an exit out of corporate tech and I moved into the world of entrepreneurship. I started my own research firm, and the firm focuses on responsible innovation at scale, which means a lot of it is non-glamorous, sexy, unsexy part of innovation, processes, policies, governance, all the things you do not associate with innovation, and yet it's so critical to make sure that we don't continue to break things. I launched the Women in AI Ethics at a time in my life where I just lost my dad, and having lost both my parents made me question, what kind of legacy do I want to leave for the next generation? What kind of mark do I want to leave on the world? And I launched this initiative to channel some of my grief. And also it was inspired by my frustration with the lack of diversity in tech. So the Women in AI Ethics Initiatives is meant to, our mission is to increase representation, recognition, and empowerment of women who are working so hard to save humanity from the downsides of AI. We are also a fiscally sponsored project of Social Good Fund, which allows us to also expand our work further for other, and we're part of this network of other mission-oriented startups as well. In 2018, I published my first 100 Brilliant Women in AI Ethics list. It was to recognize women who are unknown in this field, not getting the credit that they deserve. Since then, this list has been published and is published every year. We have the next one coming up in December. We also opened up, launched an online directory because there are more than 100 women, right? There are hundreds and even thousands of women working in this space. So we created this directory, which is a free resource for recruiters, conference organizers, for them to hire these amazing women and make sure that they're including their voices into their organizations and into their events. The COVID-19 crisis really hit our community really hard, as it did many others around the globe. We launched a mentoring program to help support our community during this time. And currently we have 150 participants across 25 countries. And kudos to all the women who stepped up to help others in this space so that we continue to nurture this talent pipeline of women working in this space. I firmly believe, and this is the philosophy that that our work follows, is that any technology or system that excludes women or any marginalized groups is unethical. We need to stop looking at diversities over here, ethics is over there, never shall two meet, because that's flawed. We have to start thinking about diversity and ethics as two sides of the same coin. We can't have one without the other. So let's talk a little bit more about the diversity crisis in AI. So what is diversity? Diversity is intersectional. It includes gender, it includes race, orientation, like every dimension that makes each one of us unique. And they're so meaningful. And just like we wouldn't focus on just one dimension, a group full of just white women isn't diverse. Or a group only from elite universities or just from the tech giants also is not diverse. So we want to make sure we include all the voices that represent that dimension of diversity. We found that through experiences of women and also trans women who have been abused and who are being harassed in the tech industry, that tech is not a welcoming place for all. It is designed by white men, by cis white men. It is not designed for women. It's not designed for diversity, and we really need to change that. If you look at the workforce, less than 15% of the AI research staff at tech giants are women. That's a very tiny number. If you look at the diversity numbers, if you look at how many Black women or men in the workforce, less than 5% of the workforce at these tech giants is Black. And we don't even have numbers for how many indigenous or other communities. Only 18% of authors at leading AI conferences and less than 14% of AI authors are women. On the flip side, 80% of professors at leading universities are men. You see a pattern here? So there's overrepresentation of men, underrepresentation of women, especially women of color. White men are also quoted more frequently. They're quoted as experts even when there are women who have written books, have done research, and are much more experienced and have the deeper expertise in the topic. And it's not just about race and gender. There are other communities that are being left out. Disabled community does not, less than 10% of the disabled community have access to AI technologies. More than 50% of the images in popular data sets comes from US and UK, which is a whole, it's created its own little regional bubble. And even if you look at the papers that are published at AI conferences, you'll find that again, at Ivy Leagues, let's not forget of the socioeconomic impact of these elite universities and the role that they play in contributing to some of the inequalities. More students at these Ivy Leagues are from 1% of America's richest families than from the bottom 60%. Imagine the kind of barriers and the walls that is setting up for students who want to work in AI, but they cannot because they are kept out of these universities, which by the way, also have the most funding and also do the most research in AI. So we can draw a direct line between lack of diversity to the AI ethics crisis today. So look at where all it manifests. We see sexist bias that shows up in search algorithms. Dr. Sophia Noble's work on this is phenomenal. Do look her up. Her book is Algorithms of Oppression, which shows how sexist, racist bias from society and existing biases show up even in our most popular search engines. The gender stereotypes keep getting perpetuated in AI systems. So the default AI assistant voices, I'm sure you've noticed, they tend to be women. So it continues whiteness is normalized. So Kanta Dihal and Stephen Cave have done research of how AI is portrayed in the media, and it's typically male, it's typically white. And it sets, we don't even realize it, all of this whiteness and masculinity is being normalized in all these subtle ways. Let's look at our data sets, right? Because that's why we are here. Like we're building AI models. Data is literally the fuel that makes it all happen. So all this racism and sexism is embedded in our historical data sets. And it doesn't matter who's creating these data sets. MIT had to remove its data set because it had racist and misogynist slurs were being used to describe women. They describe Black people. So they had to pull it down. There was another online image database which also had to remove 600,000 pictures because it was used in an art project and we suddenly revealed like how racist the database was. So we are seeing these instances where these data sets are pulled down after these are the racism and sexism which is embedded is discovered, but they've already been used in hundreds, even thousands of AI systems. So we've already opened up the Pandora's box. The genie is out of the bottle, it's out there. So all of these racist, sexist data sets are sitting and fueling are within AI systems, even today. We talk about ethics of how ethics and the biases embedded in a data systems. Let's also talk about the ethics of how we gather this data, right? Do we really know who's using our face? Do we tell said yes? Have you said yes? Duke University terminated one of their projects, which was based on surveillance video footage, because it turns out there was no consent. And it is a little creepy, right? When you go about your day-to-day work and somebody's watching you and somebody's recording you and you have no idea how that data is going to be used. We look at patient data. Who has rights to patient data? As NHS got into controversy recently, even last year, because they keep handing over patient data. Even they're doing the same with COVID data. They're handing over all this data to tech companies, and without any consent from the patients or any explanation of how that information will be used. And do the patients benefit from any of it? No. IBM Watson was criticized because it was giving out unsafe cancer treatment advice to, in their defense, they did say that this was only simulation, it wasn't actual advice. But imagine this, if this system was out there, it was unleashed in healthcare systems, like what kind of advice are we giving, is AI giving to healthcare providers, especially given there's so much racism and sexism algorithms are keeping Black people out of from getting the treatment that they need because they are assessed at having less they're frequently assessed as having lesser need for care, whereas if you're a white patient you get a higher level of care, you get more care than you need. But for Black people it can be a life or death situation. And we have to ask ourselves, like, wait a second, it's like, who is accountable? Like, who is going to be responsible when you, in medical field, when someone dies or someone's not taken care of, their health suffers because of that, or in law enforcement? Artificial intelligence algorithms are being used to recommend sentencing. They recommend what is the predicting recidivism, and they're used for policing where is crime more likely to take place. All of this with racial prejudice built into these systems. So when AI destroys someone's life, not directly, but even indirectly through these recommendations, who's going to hold who accountable? Like, who is responsible for this? So those are the issues that we really need to be grappling with, and we should be actually addressing head on. And you have to ask yourself, with all the talk that happens, right? This is like the ethics fatigue, maybe, because we talk about diversity, we talk about ethics, everybody's talking about it. I've seen PR, press releases, I've seen eloquent speeches. So let's think a little bit, let's take a closer look. Who are these ethics from? Big tech. Big tech has been dominating a lot of the AI research. You've heard about the boards that they're putting up, the investments they're making, ethics this, ethics that. There is funding that's going into more research on regulation, but maybe that's just deployed to avoid regulation, some say. Maybe there's a way for them to control and influence what kind of regulation is going to be put out there, right? What better way than to fund it? Well, the future of humanity seems to be sold to the highest bidder, and it's not just the tech companies. Let's also put blame where it's owed, and right at the elite universities that on one hand are putting out a lot of research on the ethics of AI, but at the same time, they're also taking funds and funding from very questionable sources. Some are notorious pedophiles. Some are folks who sponsor right-wing extremism, and they're propping up these right-wing regimes in different countries, and United States is not the exception. And we are seeing more and more extremism. We are seeing use of AI in not just surveillance, we are seeing this increased militarization of AI. We are seeing AI being deployed against protesters. Imagine, what does that do to your civil rights? We are using that to keep people out at our borders. So we can talk about how AI is neutral and technology doesn't do things. And yes, to an extent that is correct, but we also have to look at how it's being deployed and how the human beings who are deploying it, what are the intentions? How are they using it? There is a school of thought that believes that we have to win the AI war at any cost. Really? At any cost? Eric Schmidt came out and said that US must do whatever it takes to beat China on AI. And there's constant concerns and turmoil around, oh, they're getting ahead of us in AI. But at the same time, this pursuit of AI at any cost may cause us to lose our democratic rights. It may cause, as we've seen what's happening with Facebook and other online platforms, we are in the danger of losing our democracy if this continues. So mass displacement. Let's just put the facts out there. Algorithms are making economic inequality worse. Like, AI will replace jobs. The data proves it, data supports it's not just repetitive jobs. We keep telling ourselves that. It is going to be a lot of white collar jobs as well. But what that means is, and also it doesn't just impact women. So in case you're sitting back and saying this doesn't impact us, it does. It will impact women, it will hurt men even more. But the concern here is that once we lose our economic choices because we no longer have a source of revenue, that means we also have fewer choices as to whom we choose to work with, what technologies we work at, because then you're beholden to a lot of these tech companies which have all the money. So how do we create this road to ethical inclusive AI, right? Because it sounds pretty depressing if you think about it, because here you're thinking, yay for innovation, and I'm pointing out that maybe it's not hunky-dory. So we can do something about it. And it all starts with intentionality and choices. What do I mean by that? If you are a serial killer, I hope you're not, but if you're a psychopath or serial killer, you leave the house in the morning and you say, okay, I'm going to find someone to kill, butcher, mutilate, what have you. But given that we're all normal human beings, rational in most cases, if your intention is to do good and help marginalized communities, help make the world a better place, you have to start with that intention first and make choices that support it. So if you say you're not going to deploy technology that's going to be harmful to marginalized communities, then when you're presented with the choice, you need to say no. You need to walk away. And I granted it is not a choice for everyone. Not everyone has those choices, but starting with the right intention is the step in the right direction. And also when you are given the power and you are able to do, and you have the most powerful technology at your fingertips, just remember, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I'm channeling Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park here. Let's not get so carried away with technology that we don't even pause to think that should we have done it in the first place. We talk about accuracy versus ethics as if it's the same thing, and they are not. Ethical technology, unethical technology, no matter how accurate it is still unethical. So we need to make this distinction. Accuracy is more of a business metric. Ethics is more of a societal metric. It's a human-centric metric. Individual versus group fairness. So every time we talk about bias and prejudice, then the notion of fairness comes up, right? Is it fair to this group versus that group? I recommend that you read up on Cynthia Dwork's work on this and also differential privacy. And when we talk about individual fairness, just remember that what's fair for an individual isn't always fair for the group, and what's fair for the group, like a marginalized group, may not always be fair for an individual. Say, for example, in college admissions, you may belong to a group which is marginalized, but you yourself may be very privileged. So we have to continuously understand the trade-offs because it is complicated. Ethics is not the simple, like, here is the magic silver bullet and check the box, one press release here, one speech there, we are done. There is no perfect ethical system. We have to continuously continue to make those trade-offs. But as long as we start with the right intentions, we know those trade-offs will be thought through and lead us to a better place. And not all consequences are obvious. Even if you start off with the right intentions, you make the right choices, and somewhere along the way, you might find yourself in a place where this is not what I expected. This is not what we were anticipating or expecting. And how can you prevent that? There are ways, and this is where we have a lot of more work to do because we do have this ethical blind spots. So how do you take action and prevent those is first, start with acknowledging your own bias. We are all biased, come on. If you're sitting there thinking that, hey, Mia, I'm not biased, I have no bias, I'm objective. We all have biases. It starts with the type of project we choose to work on, the type of technology we choose to work on, what data we'll include, what data we will not include, who gets left behind, who gets included. It's all based on your framing, it's based on your worldview, and yes, your intrinsic biases. Invest more in diversity, not just a kumbaya feel-good effort, because it will help you avoid those ethical blind spots. If you've never been exposed to a certain community, as a marginalized community, and you don't know what the challenge of indigenous communities are, maybe you should invite those folks and talk to them and learn more about those folks and how it impacts them, rather than just assume, just say, hey, I know it all, because we don't. And bias doesn't appear one fine morning. You get up this bias in your AI model. That's not how it happens. Right from the time you're gathering data, the data sets, whether the way you choose your algorithms and the compiler you use, or the way you decide what features are, as you're doing your features engineering and you're deciding what should be included, what should be excluded, make sure you're checking for bias at every step. A great framework to use is Alshasha Kostanda-Shok, who's beyond brilliant. Go out, buy her book today if you haven't already, and look at 3 principles, right? Who participated in your development process? Who was harmed by what was created, and who benefited, and who continues to benefit? And that will also help you plug those ethical gaps that you have, or any of those issues that you might not have considered. And please, please, please listen to women, listen to Black women, listen to the people of color, because they have already done the work for you. There are books upon books, and there's tons of research out there. You can actually make yourself more informed, better informed, because we are no longer in a world where we didn't know is an acceptable excuse, because there is information, you just have to go find it. And it's not just the experts. We always say experts have done the research, but they're also not a substitute for the actual voices from the communities. We are working with an indigenous community in Colombia who don't even have access to internet. And with the COVID challenges, they have even more they are finding it's very hard to be part of this innovation and the progress that we are making. So make sure you include their voices in the work that you're doing. We are creating a directory of all of these tools to make it easy to go from talk to action. And the way we're doing it is we're looking at all the ethical tools that are available and putting it to an online directory, which will be launched soon. Reach out if you want early access, but it will give you a listing of all the tools, frameworks, technologies out there that you can use, either customized or just off the shelf, to start testing out your models and making sure that you're checking all the boxes and making sure you have full transparency on your models and making sure that you're taking the right steps towards more ethical AI. So one closing note on ethics. We keep talking about ethics, but I have to point out, if it isn't obvious by now, that just because something is legal does not make it ethical. It doesn't even mean it's moral. There are a lot of things, abhorrent things in our history, which were legal at one time, like slavery, child marriages, the list goes on. But just because it's legal doesn't mean it's ethical. So please support AI regulation, because as an individual, we can only do so much. But having the right regulation in place will help us protect others. And honestly, we are doing ourselves a favor. We are saving ourselves, because we are part of humanity, aren't we? And please speak up. There are amazing women out there who are leading the way. Meredith Whittaker is one of them, Joe Balluini, Tawana Petty. There are a lot of women even around the world who are working on making sure that workers are represented, unethical technologies are banned, or at least governed very closely. We're making sure that their voices are elevated, but it's up to each one of us to speak up. When you see something that's wrong, and even speak up, and if you can't, reach out to some of us. We are here to help and support you. And I do believe that if we work together, this is possible. We can create this new, more ethical, more diverse, more inclusive world. We don't have to accept the status quo. And she is on our way. And on a quiet day, I can still hear her breathing. And I will leave you with these words from Arundhati Roy. And I would love to welcome you all into our initiative. Please reach out if you'd like to collaborate, if you'd like to work together in building a more ethical and inclusive AI. Thank you so much. I'll be around for AMA later today. And so grab me and let's talk.
Thank you so much, Mia. So happy that you could give us that amazing opening keynote for today. Welcome, everybody. We're going to get straight into the content now. The AMA with Mia will be at 3 p.m., not right now. So come back at 3 p.m. to ask Mia all your questions. In the meantime, we're going to get straight into, and we're very happy to have Madeline LeBolan, Head of Product at Civocracy.
Thank you. I hope you all see my screen and you hear me. Hi everyone, do you hear me? Perfect. So I'm Madeline, project manager at Civocracy and product manager, and today I would like to share with you how civic tech can become the safeguard of ethical data strategies. Data misuse by the private sector has been a hot button topic around the world for several years now. Up to now, the main complaints related to this misuse have been more focused on advertising and marketing. But the consequences for our freedom could be even more dramatic when it comes to government misuse of our data. When our interaction with government or administration become digital, this creates the opportunity for misconduct relating to our data, whether it be in a propagandistic or discriminatory manner. And in contrast to the private sector, the citizen may feel more obliged or willing to give access to their data when interacting with the government. Trust in the government is usually a good indication of the health of a democracy, but of course, trust can easily be taken advantage of, whether it's intentional or not. I mean, we've recently seen the speed with which a stable environment can transform and rights can come under attack. The current pandemic offers us a perfect example. Governments have limited the fundamental rights of their citizens, while at the same time, with some being more successful than others, attempting to implement contact tracing or even track the movements of their people. We don't even need to discuss if these measures are the right or the wrong thing in order to agree that it was unsettling how quickly certain rights can be limited. On top of that, in the US, we've seen the erosion of democratic ideals in only 4 short years. This is clearly not only an American problem. Similar destabilization of democratic systems is currently ongoing in countries such as Turkey, Hungary, and Poland. In fact, according to a recent study of the Bertelsmann Stiftung, the number of countries with democratic systems declined in the last 5 years. The real possibility of rapid democratic decline is a troubling topic that we can't ignore. So, as civic tech service providers, we have the responsibility to protect our users' data by developing independent ethical guidelines for data processing and use. So what are the responsibilities of civic tech then? The data that we collect and process are used to inform local public policies. For instance, a number of the projects we work on help governments to define long-term guidelines for urban planning or environmental sustainability measures. Not only does our platform give a voice to citizens, but also provides a safe place for discussion and co-creation. Thanks to our tools, thousands of people can have a concrete impact on the communities where they live. Alongside governments and civil society, civic tech companies have the obligation to safeguard the ethical conduct in regard to citizens' data. Our technological innovations will of course raise ethical and moral questions about their appropriateness, safety, non-discrimination, confidentiality, bias, and the effect they have in relation to citizens' autonomy and free will. Our digital work cannot be disconnected from social and human consideration. We have to build a strong counterbalance to the tech giants. They play fast and loose with their users' data, and they use dark patterns to influence their users' action, leading them to make choices that they never intended, and that in many cases are harmful to them, whether it be professionally, economically, or personally. Civic tech can't fall into using these kinds of tricks to influence their user. And can you imagine the effect on democracy if we did? As defenders of citizen participation in decision-making, we have always had the will to provide our users with a civic education, as well as helping them to be more engaged, more aware, and just better citizens. But it's right there in the name. We are not only a civic company, but also a tech company. So our mission is more than just educating people about community involvement and democratic principles. Now we also need to educate citizens about how their data is being used. That means that not only do we need to be transparent, but also give people the intellectual toolkit they need to understand what happens to their data when they use our platform to engage in local public projects. We now have the opportunity and responsibility to educate on digital ethics and to show how we develop technical innovations with a real awareness of their impact and consequences on society. So let me tell you how we work on ethics at Civocracy. As a social business, Civocracy has always considered social impact to be at the core of our mission and projects. To ensure that our social impact is a positive one, it makes sense that we should work on integrating concrete ethical guidelines at the product level, including setting up new mechanisms as early as the concept phase of a new participatory tool. At Civocracy, we take this topic seriously, and we started to follow the ethics framework developed by the non-profit company, the Ethics Centers. This framework informs our decision when setting guidelines to ensure that our data processing and product impact are socially and democratically sound. We are not where we want to be yet, but we know that we are on the right track. In order to follow the ethics framework, we have to ask 3 questions. Why do we do what we do? What do we defend? How do we achieve our purpose? So first of all, why do we do what we do? It should be pretty clear now that Civocracy's purpose and the purpose of all civic tech is to solve the crisis of representation in our democratic systems by developing innovative digital tools. This is our purpose. And what do we defend? Civocracy defends transparency and security in data processing, respect for and between its users, inclusivity, accessibility, and above all, impact for good. These are our values. How do we achieve our purpose? Our purpose is to help people become better citizens and to provide them with tools that enable them to regain control over public decision-making. In order for our technology to serve that purpose, it has to be ethical and democratic by design. We have to ensure democratic principles in our platform, like freedom of expression, pluralism, integrity, right to be informed, representativity, and the ability to participate and debate. These are our principles. So now the question is, how do we move forward with implementing these ethical guidelines into our product? First of all, not everyone is tech literate. That's why it's absolutely vital that we provide our users with clear information with as little jargon and technical language as possible. For example, we are currently working on creating guides that use plain language to help people understand algorithms and how we use them on the platform. We are also working on implementing the principles of open data. We believe that opening our data is in the benefit of collective intelligence and knowledge. For example, this data could be used to cutting-edge research in the social and political sciences. And it also allows for more transparency in decision-making. Finally, it's our duty to design our platform in such a way that is beneficial and not detrimental to our users. We want to help people improve their ability to constructively discuss and debate, to increase their desire to engage with the creation of public policy, and of course, to make them want to come back and to feel involved in the processes of government. For that, we need ethical UX design that nudges our user in the direction of good. We've worked with academics and other external consultants in order to have oversight on different aspects of our work. And now we would like to try the same thing here. We have a lot of big ideas, but we know that we are new at this. That's why we want to invite data experts and form a board of trustees that we can consult to always make sure that our data decisions are the right ones, the good ones. If this sounds like something you want to be involved in, we would love to hear from you. Together, we can work towards making all of us better citizens. Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Madeleine. Now, you can go to the AMA. Madeleine will be there. You can ask questions. Right now, I've been looking forward to this for a day and a little bit. We are going to have some startup comedy with somebody I've seen many times all over the world. Please welcome the pitch doctor himself, Christoph Solich.
Hello. So I'm here, but I can't share my slides right now. So without the slides, my presentation doesn't make much sense. I think we have to fix that first. Let's see how we can get that done. Okay, here we are. Now it works and you should see my slides okay. I'm Christoph, as you already heard. I'm the pitch doctor. That's my normal job, but I also have my own startup, and that's what I want to pitch to you today. Because forever and ever, human beings have either been hunters, or they have been gatherers, or of course, they have been cavefluencers. But then some person said that the hunting thing, that's just too stressful for me. So why don't I become a consultant? And that person was the first ever knowledge worker. But as a knowledge worker, you need a desk. And where do you put the desk? That was the big question for that person. And that person made the decision that we have all followed ever since. And that was the decision to just work from home. Put the desk where you sleep, and that's where you work. And working from home has worked really well for all of us, I assume. We've always done it that way. I mean, recently it's not been great because of the pandemic. And then if you have kids and there's no childcare, and then if your kids are like my kids. So that part was a little bit stressful. But outside of that, working from home is pretty great, right? Or is it? Because that is the problem that we are seeing. We see that working from home might not be as great as we think. So look at this, for example. This is your average day working from home. So there's time for sleeping, working, and other stuff as well. But that is just way too efficient. We don't like that because it gives you the dreaded work-life balance. People are happy, they're relaxed, and they're fit. And we don't want that, okay? We have a solution for this problem, and we call it the office. The office is a place that you go to just to work every day. And all of your colleagues are there as well, all at the same time. It sounds a little crazy because you're like, we've never done it like that. Why are you doing that? But I'll explain to you why it's going to be great. So this is what our product looks from the outside. But the special things are inside. So we solve all of the problems that you have working from home. Working from home is super comfortable. It's your place. You love it. None of that anymore. Okay. We have cubicles. Then you work from home. It's nice carpets. You picked all this stuff. None of that anymore. This carpet is what you're going to have. Working from home also is just, it's too comfortable for you. You can go to your own toilet. That's all great. We changed that. This is our toilets, and you will know exactly what your colleagues are doing in the stall next to you. At home, you make these great coffees. You have a nice coffee machine. It's all super. Nah, none of that anymore. In the office, you get this coffee and you'll like it. At home, also, you cook all these beautiful meals. It's really healthy, but we can solve that problem for you too, because in the office, you'll be eating this. And also in the office, it's just so calm and you're focused all the time and you can focus on your work. That's really annoying. So in the office, we will have the colleagues close by to make sure that you're never just calm and working, okay? And then when you're working from home, after work, you're so relaxed, you still have time, you have friends over for like dinner parties, and that's a ton of fun, but we don't want that, okay? So instead, you will have office parties where you can party with the people that you don't really like, your colleagues. So this is our basic feature set, but really the exciting stuff that we have is what we call our killer feature. And let me introduce to you our invention. It is called the commute. Now, you don't know what a commute is, obviously, because it doesn't exist. We invented it right now. So here is your morning working from home. You probably work out a little bit, you do a little bit of wellness, take a shower, relax a little bit, drink a tea, and then you just sit down in front of your first Zoom call and it takes only a couple minutes, right? That's not great. We have a better solution and we call it the commute. So the commute means your office will be pretty far away. Actually, we try to make it really far away from where you live so that you can spend a lot of time in your car getting to your office every morning. And if this sounds great to you, you will love even more what we have thought of, because we'll do it in a way where everybody will go to the office at the same time. So you'll have a ton of traffic, meaning you can spend even more time in your car on your way to the office. And if you prefer public transport, we have you covered as well. That works as well. And I really love the attention to detail that my team is putting into this product for you guys. So that's our killer feature, the commute. But this is not all, because we have a killer feature, and that is what we call the meeting. Okay, so I'll explain exactly to you what a meeting is. A meeting is like a Zoom call, but where all of the participants are in the same room physically. So you can smell the other people. This is what it's going to look like, and it's going to be amazing, because what we're trying to achieve is we're trying to get time expended up as much as possible with results achieved as low as possible. And the meeting is going to help us tremendously in that. So I'll show you a little bit what your new life in the office will look like. Anything that was now a Zoom call is going to be a meeting, okay? Anything that was an email is now going to be a meeting. Anything that was a Slack message is now going to be a meeting. Anything that was a phone call is now going to be a meeting. Anything that you do today is going to be a meeting in the office. And it's going to be great for time expended and results achieved. Here's a quick overview of how our product compares to working from home. And you can clearly see we have a bunch of advantages, but the meeting really puts it over the top. I think with this, I mean, look at the slide. You know you want to work from an office. But now smart people always say, but will users actually accept this? Isn't this not a major change to how people have been working? And we agree, it's a major change, but we'll make it really easy for people to adapt. So we will enable people to keep their behaviors pretty much unchanged, which means the dress code in the office is going to be exactly the same that you already have working from home. The office is equipped so that you can do the stuff while you're working that you're used to. And also our meeting rooms are equipped in a way that people can actually do their conversations exactly like they do them today while working from home. So I think that way we make sure people will really accept this new product. Also, we have different packages of our product for different clients. So for example, for corporates, we have our package Wall Street. Then we have our Brooklyn package that's more catered towards startups. And then we have our Omaha, Nebraska package that's more catered to really boring companies. And for your most important meetings, we have a premium edition that we call Four Seasons, okay? And with that, I think everybody gets all the use cases covered that they need for their work. Let's look at this slide again, because that was your average day working from home, and we just make it a lot better, okay? You spend your time differently, and it leads to this not being an issue anymore. There is no work-life balance anymore. We make sure that that is covered, okay? People are not going to be happy anymore. They're going to be grumpy, which is great. People are not going to be relaxed anymore. They're going to be tired, which is great. And people are not going to be healthy anymore because they're going to be out of shape. And that's exactly what we're setting out with our product Office. Now, we have a great team. That's always super important for a startup. And we have this thing that we really like where, you know, people at Google call themselves Googlers. Well, we work at Office, so we call ourselves officers. So we have our chief oval officer right here. We have our chief executive officer. That's basically me, of course. And then we have our creative financing officer as well. We have a lot of experience in the field, and we're going to be the right team for this. We also have an amazing marketing strategy planned because we're going to have, actually, this is pretty cool. We're going to have a TV show that's going to have our brand as the name. It's going to be called The Office, which we think is really cool. And it's going to show people how working in an office really works, and it will get people interested to sign up for our product. And we have basically two versions for this. So we have like the low budget version planned, but if we can raise more money, we have like the full budget version of that TV show planned. And I think it's going to be great. Now, with our product, we think we can really have a global impact. Because if you look at what New York City looks like today, we think that's pretty pathetic, to be honest. And we think it can be looking a lot better if there is just offices everywhere. But we even look past that because we have an even bigger vision. And I've just recently talked to a buddy of mine to make that a reality. And we have agreed on a joint venture that we're going to do together to make sure that once human beings live on Mars, there will be offices there too. So I hope you realize how amazing our product Office is to finally change how people work. Because working from home, we've been doing it for so long, right? And forever. And there is a better product out there, and I've just pitched it to you. So if you want, I would love for you to check out an office near you soon, hopefully, and give it a go and see how it goes and how you like it and if it will improve your work. And here's a couple of testimonials of people that have already tried it out and they're really excited about it. So yeah, give it a try, work in an office at some point instead of doing what we've always done, working from home. Thank you.
Ah, Christoph, you never fail to please. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. So now we are going to go into a short break. I'm going to go and check out the jail cell upgrade too. I'm sure it'll be absolutely tremendous. Best jail cell ever. Okay, so let's go to a short break. Back in a few minutes.
The world is about to change. Are you ready for what lies ahead? Because we are going full throttle into a new digital norm, where it becomes the pulse of all future businesses, the lifeline of every economy, brains of cities, and heartbeat of enterprises. This pulse will unlock new modes and empower new ideas and innovation. Our heritage has already kept us ahead of what's next. Even when the world paused, we never stopped. We never gave up. We went fast forward, ahead into the future, and became the digital metamorphosis that went beyond borders. The pulse of digital economy will elevate. The pulse of new business will accelerate. The pulse of new industry models will ascend. Together, we will co-create the new world because we are the pulse of digitalization.
Good morning, bright and early. Hi, welcome to the very first Data Natives 2015.
It's a really great collection of passionate people who are passionate about data. I think that comes out in not just the presentations that were given, but also in the conversations.
It's been awesome seeing this many data scientists and data professionals in the same room at the same time.
It's the first conference of data economy, and I saw crazy networking going on.
I think the first thing to say is that there's a lot of diversity here in terms of the people that are attending and presenting. You have a good mix of startups and established companies as well.
Data natives, it's that conversation is happening about what can we do to use what we know to help change the world for better.
I would definitely come back. It's been really fabulous.
I can't wait to come back.
Yes.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to keep the content flowing for you. Talking about what makes or breaks a data engineer, it's our great pleasure to welcome Pipeline Data Engineering Academy co-founder Daniel Molnar.
Thank you so much, and it's great to be back in the main stage of Data Natives, even if that incorporates part of my kitchen table. So I just make this thing forward. I try to share my screen because I have slides. I know these kind of old school things these days, but let's try to make it happen. And most likely it's not happen because Zoom just hates me as all the time. But anyway, I'll make what I can. I have to grant preferences. I have to install upgrades. I have to give my password and everything. Really, I can do this, and hopefully, it will make things happen. Yes, now it doesn't hate me, and hopefully, you will have what I just want to share with you. Okay, Let's try to move all the unwanted pop-ups in the background nobody wants to see. So you can have like a full screen view of what I'm trying to achieve here today as fast as possible, okay? I will try to be concise and a bit speedy, but if you have any questions later, just come to my AMA, show up, and I'll try to answer those questions. So again, who is this bloke? Why I'm talking here, quick upgrade. What is a data engineer in my understanding? And how to become a good one, maybe. So like that's, I think, the main topic of this talk today. I will try to talk about what breaks them, what makes their life hard, and also what makes them happy these days, okay? And I even have like a feeling that maybe there is hope for all these things to be happening today. Great, so what is my perspective? Some of you might have seen me before talking at data native, some of you didn't. So I have like 20 years of experience in startups, like in different verticals. I have like 10 years in data at very different companies, big and small. So I've seen like my fair share of funny things happening. And I'm doing programming quite a long time. So I have a kind of a varied opinion on things happening. Great. I'm tech agnostic, and I also had some experience like teaching people different skills, be it like digital sound, like e-business, or even like I was involved in the e-learning industry for 7 years, guilty as charged. Okay, so what is a data engineer? Some call them like research engineers, Orlando people does it. Some call them machine learning engineers. Some call them BI developers, whatever it means, and or data ops or data engineers, just simply. So how would I put it like this? Because I think there's like a lot of like fog and mist around that. Like it just happened to me like 2 weeks ago that somebody asked me like, what is a data engineer? Like, really? And I was happy to explain to them, but it's something an ongoing like question. And I think that nobody was thinking about becoming a data engineer when they were a kid. They wanted to be like, flying to the moon, or like, emptying the trash cans, or becoming a hairdresser or something like that. But nobody wanted to be a data engineer. I believe that a data engineer, surprisingly, is someone who's solving like data-related engineering problems. But I think the nitty-gritty is here. You have to make it in a maintainable way, okay? It's like not a hit and go, but you're building something that's part of an infrastructure that people rely on. And surprisingly, a data engineer talks a lot, maybe a bit more than other engineers, because she's also like an integration engineer. So she has to keep up with what's happening in the company and talk to very, very different people with very different point of views. Okay, you most likely know this pyramid done by the lovely Monica Rogatti some time ago about, the Maslow pyramid of data science, what it's called. Like, you see like a lot of like layers and whatnot, but I believe that most of these layers involve engineering, okay? So you have to deliver some kind of engineering experience from the bottom to top to make it happen. Without engineering, it just like collapses, okay? And I think that this is the kind of the field you're looking at. Like there's this small green thing called machine learning. What you actually, want to do, kind of, typically, a lot of cases. But to be able to do that, you have to do a lot of other things below it, on top of it, left, right. And I think most of these things are data engineering. How to become a good data engineer, okay? It's all about attitude, because we are standing on the shoulders of giants. I keep saying that. So your job is not to write code. There is enough code out there, I assure you, okay? You have to solve a problem. And if you can solve a problem without writing a line of code, you're even better off. You have to keep it simple and stupid. Again, you're building for, maintainable things. You don't want to introduce complexity if it's not necessary. And you have to be pretty much aware of, who owns what belongs where. So separation of concerns is a main topic for us. If you can make things simpler even, then it's getting better. You try to remove things because everybody's so busy introducing like different approaches, different priorities, and different, layers of abstraction. Let's put it this nice way. So if you can delete, remove, and retire, it's the better off. Every line of code is a dependency. Try have the least amount of possible you can get. And again, if you're standing on the shoulders of other giants, you have to sometimes pay the bills for that. You have to do reproducible, testable, debuggable version controlled systems from day one until the end of your life. Okay, what skills a data engineer have to have? She should understand data acquisition and understand the funny thing called entities, places, names, times, time zones, all these things that reality has, which is a bit dirty, like not that abstracted the way that you'd expect. They have to understand telemetry, how to recall events, business events from different sources, machines, people, front and back end, and understand how to put them into places where they can keep them, like queues. They should understand what does these buzzwords like extract, transform, load, or extract, load, transform mean, how to acquire this data in a reliable way, in a scheduled way, understand it, dependent, debuggable. I don't want to repeat myself. You know the joke. They have to understand data stores and storage, files, latencies, what does it mean? And have to understand data warehousing, the basic concepts like what SQL is really. SQL is coming back, thankfully. And you can solve most of your problems with MPPs, like massively parallelized processing, computing data warehouses. And they have to understand BI tooling. This is your first audience. Your business people want to understand what's happening in the company. And it's also kind of strongly related to data quality and metadata, like figuring out how reliable something is. Okay, and maybe last part, kind of clouds and data stacks, like, how to keep it simple when you have to migrate to like a new cloud every 2 years. And yeah, that's it. And what breaks them? I have actually in the background, like small picture, when the Snapchat thingy is not saying ha 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 on my face, an album by the band called Depeche Mode. And there's a reason for that. Let's get to that point. It's very hard to hire junior data engineers. I'm trying to do that for like 5 years now in Berlin, and they just don't grow in trees, okay? It's super hard to grow your team. Depeche Mode. I like the band. I own a lot of things from them, albums and such, but it took me like 20 years to realize what their name does mean. And it means, maybe you know it, the fashion of the day. So we are living in this world where like every other day, there's like a new tool is popped on your face from Hack News, and this is the hot shit that you have to use. And it's really, really hard to stay updated, don't feel, left out and whatnot, what's happening in the big world. And this is also related to other world, like on marketing. You might not be aware of that you're a very, very, very important person because you have money. You have money with companies, and there are people out there who try to get your money with doing something called marketing. That's why it's super hard to kind of resist them. They give you like no swag and stuff. I mentioned cloud migrations. They're happening all the time. I think in the last 4 or 5 years, most of the time I was working on some kind of a cloud migration because you have to migrate. Things are too stable, okay? Or somebody figured that that's going to cost like 10 euros less. So let's spend 200,000 on migrating from A to B. Getting back to my first point, why it's hard to hire junior data engineers. You go to the Reddit and look at, there's like a typo there. The hash /r/data engineering channel, like what do you really need to do to become a data engineer? You have this, like, yeah, Spark, Kafka, learn the big book, Clapmon, you're a data engineer. I beg to differ here because I got this interview question. Like, if you get asked in an interview that how to get some data from A to B, don't fire up the Spark cluster, okay? 9 out of 10 people fail on this question immediately. I mean, it's good for me. I can go further, but most of the people are like this, who apply to data engineering jobs. My problem with Spark is, again, you have to be like really looking at things in a perspective. Like, what is this thing? What is it good for? And never forget that this was like never meant to be something that you use in production. And I quote here the dear Rahul Jain, principal engineer at Go Euros, like to try to figure that what you can do, what you have to use Spark for in 2020. And I figured that not much. Like there are some edge cases when it's good to use, but anyway, go back to your data warehouse, it's gonna be fine. And I think it's high time to put Spark where Hadoop is now, okay? Thank you. Kafka, another funny thing is if you remember what Kimball and data warehousing talks about in facts and dimensions. I had this lovely chat with the founder called Jay Krabs, who actually started this whole thing with writing the post, the log, he reinvented business events, great stuff. But again, it's a highly distributed system where you can put things in there and just pray that they're gonna be arriving. And I've seen like major projects failing trying to push through like real business critical data through Kafka. You can do it, but you have to pay dearly for that. Again, understand what it's good for, when you have to use it, and what is the total cost of ownership using a thing like that. Marketing. Okay, I just don't waste any words on it. I think this kind of schema in the background is familiar to you, like what is out there, everything. And yeah, let's talk about the clouds. Maybe they get better in some way. Okay. Sorry, my Zoom is making fun with me. I'm on top of it. AWS started in 2006. Do you remember that? Like 14 years ago, we have like AWS out there. Azure, almost at all. Yeah, with AWS, we have the problem with like a feature blow. They're like contradicting 5 different solutions for every problem. If you can be like restrained and pick the good ones, you're out there still very well. Azure, we know that all the enterprises have to go there because Microsoft, they have sales. They have sales, so they're gonna sell you things. Still, we hear random horror stories. Things vanish. Even this year, things should be like old and mature, 12 years old. As I can quote Shakespeare on this, like love all but trust a few. The major arc thing these days is like the Google Cloud Platform, GCP. It's also kind of an old one, looking at how mature is like you're gonna have a laughing time. And even The Economist tells about them that they have like don't have a customer service goal. I think it's a very nice way to put things what are happening there. Lots of outages, but they are like engineers, so they're transparent about it that you cannot rely on them. The service portfolio is really random. It's missing things that you should be expecting them from like doing for 10 years, and they don't. And it's never a good sign when they hire ex-Oracle leadership who starts to hire from SAP, okay? It's cheap. That's why a lot of people migrate to that way. They can afford it. But they also have this news out there that, if they are not getting the second biggest thing on the cloud market, they will just close down the shop. Like, who want to migrate to that cloud if you know that it might be closed down in 2 years? Not me. What makes data engineers happy? Why would anyone want to become a data engineer just hearing everything I told you before? There's a need for them. Main thing, even in COVID times, system relevant work is plumbing. Plumbing is system relevant work. Nobody can write a report, run a data science model or whatnot if they don't have data engineering functions. Okay? Who want to become a data engineer? I think data scientists, maybe because they spend some time on the market and the companies and realize that they need to be able to deliver. Otherwise, the CFO walks in and asks them that why they cost so much if they don't deliver anything in production. Business analysts seem to be like waking up and taking back the moat. Like a SQL is coming back. There's like, can I just own more of the whole pipeline? I mean, I could be like much more effective than I had been before. And so that's happening with like smart engineers from other areas who say like, yeah, today I'm doing React, yesterday I did Vue. Data is a more safe place to be. What to learn, what I think what's important. There is a guy who was like not a good guy, but he did a lot of like good fashion. And the concept of little black dress is really kind of made popular by himself. So like, if you can do like a basic thing that will serve you in typical circumstances, you're good. After that, it's me. If you can do that, you can start doing fast fashion. Yeah. How you can do this, what you can do about it. There are a lot of marketing budget aimed at you. I mentioned you to this, so you can go to any company and they will give you like webinars and whatnots to use their tool explicitly. You can go to Udemy, spend $10 and look at like a badly recorded screen cap of how to use Airflow. Well, fine, if you want to do that. I'm not sure of the pedagogical depth of the data class and data camp offering. They're super nice. You can have videos. You can have like this funny tests and whatnots, but it feels like Sudoku. You just keep your brain up. You don't really learn that much. And now you can go to Udacity, do like a nano course, nano degree. I think you get what you pay for. It could be useful, but again, it's typically tied to like very tooling-oriented approaches. There are some bootcamps, very few of them. And thankfully, finally, the academia, who is about to die off as a dinosaur, started to offer like data engineering badges. You can get like in years of time. Getting to like the Paulo Coelho way, the past is the future, choose the boring. I keep repeating this. And even Nassim Taleb, who made a lot of money being smarter than others, is thinking that maybe, if there's a technology that is with us for a long, long time, it will stay with us for a long time. So that's why I really say like, Unix, SQL, even Python's like, they're like, we know what we expect from them. From Kubernetes, not yet. Okay, it's a good thing. Maybe you will have to use it. I hope you don't have to. There is hope at the end of the tunnel. I really think that. Let's reflect on the zeitgeist, like what's happening in this. I show you this chart with all the lovely marketing badges, company logos and stuff. I'll talk quickly about 3 tools that I think are interesting and reflects what's happening, like Snowflake, like an MPP SQL data warehouse, again, a bit old. Dexter by Elemental, it's like new one, and DBT, also kind of a new one. Let's start with Snowflake. So this was like the hottest IPO, and I think it's the biggest tech IPO kind of ever, like 7 billion euros or dollars, if you name it, I don't care. It's like a solid company, you would think like that. It's just like, worth a lot of money. But if you look at the cash flow sheet, I understand that growth is everything, but I don't know. I studied math for quite a long time, and these numbers don't make much sense for me. It's a solid product, it works. Even the pricing is kind of transparent, but I'm not happy about looking at these things. I'm too old, okay? Dexter. The tumbleweed is there for a reason, okay? I read what you're writing, and it's like, I would say like 95% of bullshit. The graph of computation that consume and produce data assets. This is what we do. Everything that does that, like a basic program one-liner does that. Acknowledge complexity, heterogeneous. Okay, so you have something that's like all over the place. It includes, the stack includes all the Apache products you have. Nobody know how to handle this stack depth. Let's put another layer of abstraction on top of it, and let's hope that it will not fail. Still we are in this company, okay? Abstract away running environment. Okay, if you try to do like cloud migrations like in real, you would be very, very scared reading this line. So I kind of happy to launch this password like meta-guano glue. Okay, let's call it like this way. I understand there's a need for that. But I don't think it's like a good solution for a problem. We have this thing called silicon. You just put it where like some like holes in here and there, and it's gonna work until it's not. DBT. This blog just got like 42 million altogether for a Python GitHub repo. I'm just, okay, it's a bit extreme, but like that's the way it is. It just talks to my heart. I heard it in like a meetup we organized, like it's very strange to hear, but really, this is like a SQL first thing, and I'm personally hurt because I understood that most of DBT functionality is one line of an ETL tool we did like years ago, but it's a good product, okay? It enforces like good practices versus like what you can do with notebooks. So it's here to stay. And I think it really touches like a lot of people because it helps them. It's not rocket surgery. Like the problems they see every day, how to make testing, how to figure like, running locally things, it just ticks all the boxes. And I like that it's happening. And I have this kind of hunch that maybe now what we're seeing is as the CFO walks in COVID time, so the data science department and asks that group of people that how much do you cost and how much do you deliver, then the BI analysts are just like taking over with those kind of power tools. One of them is DBT. Okay. I don't know if it's going to be like a horse race. It might. Like who gets to get the most or more moat in the coming 1-2 years? Like who adopts the engineering practices? The BI team or the data science team? I don't think there's like one general rule about that, but it's going to be an interesting thing to observe at least and try to help make it happen. Thank you. That was me quite quickly. And again, I'm very, very grateful to be here and have you hearing my rumbling. If you have any questions related to this or unrelated, come to my AMA. That should happen, I think, pretty soon. Take care.
You so much. That was wonderful and really loving the Mario look. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. So we're going to go to a short break. Don't forget, go over to the AMA, ask questions. But in the meantime, enjoy this short break and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Data scientists working in the Bayer Pharmaceutical division get to help us get the right medication to the right patient at the right time. That starts off in drug discovery, covers our clinical research, our epidemiology, all the way through to commercial operations and product supply. We use artificial intelligence or machine learning to optimize every single step of the way.
It used to be that the patients had to wait for almost a decade before they could access the right medication for their ailment. Today, even in cardiovascular diseases, Bayer is working on mechanisms to advance the way that we launch medicines, that we bring them to the market, that we put it in the hands of the physicians, that we can match the right patient with the right treatment. And we do all of this thanks to data science. We have chosen to embrace data and science as one key enabler in advancing the way that we bring innovative medicine to a world that is becoming older, where some chronic illnesses are becoming more prevalent.
We're made up of medics, biologists, chemists, data scientists, people with advanced mathematical degrees, all working together with their different expertise to solve some of the most challenging problems in healthcare.
Welcome back to Data Natives Unlimited 2020. Just a reminder, if you're sharing all of this on social media, which we would love you to, please use hashtag DNUnlimited. And now we're going to get straight into our panel. It's extremely good for me to introduce this next person. It's a good friend. We usually bounce all over the world together at conferences, but of course there's a pandemic going on. Don't know if you've heard about it. So thank you so much for being here. Please welcome the head of startup relations at the Next Web, Sebastian Tupi, who will be leading a panel on the European Union as a regulatory superstate, which I know is a topic very close to his heart. Sebastian, over to you.
Great. Thank you very much for having me, Stuart. It's amazing to be here today. All right. So welcome, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you're tuning in from. I'm delighted to see so many of you here to be talking about this special topic, which is quite dear to my heart. So my name is Sebastian. I'm in charge of startup relations for TNW, and I'm welcoming you all from Belgium, which is quite fitting, as you can imagine, considering the topic of the discussion that we have here today. Now, in this session, we're going to be talking about Brussels, and we're going to most particularly talking about the EU and policies around the phenomenon called the Brussels effect. Now, what it is, how it came to be, and most importantly, what is its influence are topics that we're going to be discussing this morning. Now, we're also going to talk about what if Europe was shaping the world economy, and most particularly, what if people weren't noticing that that was actually the case? You know, what if the decisions that drove globalization were not actually made in meetings with world leaders Davos, but instead quickly in compliance, by compliance officers in Brussels. And in order to discuss these topics and their impact for all the data natives that are here today and this morning with us, I have the pleasure to be welcoming Professor Anu Bradford and Dr. Alexander Jungling to the stage. Now, Professor Bradford is a professor of international law and organizations at Columbia Law University. And she is also the author of the book, The Brussels Effect. And Dr. Alexander Jungling is a partner at Comfield Legal. So please welcome both of them to the stage. All right, we don't have the clapping, but I will make sure that it is taking into consideration. I guess we could start straight away with a little bit more information about both of you so that the audience knows what you do beyond your title and understand a little bit why you're here today to talk about this topic. Now, Anu, would you like to start?
Sure. Sebastian, thank you so much. And thank you everyone for tuning in. I am delighted to be part of this conversation. Yes, so the most recent contribution that I have made to this literature is the book, The Brussels Effect, with the provocative subtitle, How the European Union Rules the World. So I am an academic, a scholar of regulatory power in particular, and I mainly focus on the European Union. And so I am Finnish by origin, but I live and work in New York these days. I am a legal scholar, but I work a lot on questions of technology and data and look at it as the political question, as an economic question, and as a legal question. And today in particular, I'd be really excited to hear your thoughts and answer your questions on what is the European Union's role in this world of data. It is not the home for most of the companies that we focus on, but it certainly is the home for many of the rules and regulations in shaping the world of data. So so I welcome any of those questions when we get to the conversation. Thank you, Sebastian.
You're welcome. That's fantastic. What about you, Alexander? Can you tell us a bit more about what you do and how this topic is sort of close to the things that you do on a daily basis?
Sure, very happy. Thank you for inviting me to this really panel. I'm excited, by the way, that a tech panel like DN gives a stage for regulatory questions, and I believe it's usually underestimated the importance of regulation, and we will talk about it. So my name is Alexander Jungling. I'm a lawyer and partner here in Berlin. The law firm is called Comfield Legal. We are specialized on advanced compliance topics, and that includes more and more data-related questions. So that's more or less on a daily basis on our tables. I'm also a lecturer at Freie Universität Berlin, so that gives me some connection to ANO in New York, a place which I love very much, and I've worked also over the last years quite a lot. So I have been coming in contact with EU law all over my professional life. I mean, it really determines much of our legal system here in Europe. I come from the competition law area, and I guess we will discuss that also in quite some detail over the next minutes. But nowadays, it takes really stage for influencing the data economy in a way that is usually underestimated by many, and really glad about the discussion today.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both for introducing yourselves. I guess a few housekeeping rules for everybody watching. We would like to make the session as interactive as it can be. And in this case, it's through the means of taking your questions and discussing them directly with our panelists. So please feel free to use the chat for anybody watching. I will keep an eye on it and then can discuss things with Anu and Alexander. So I'm more than happy to do that. There will also be a Q&A after this session later on where you will be able to ask sort of more in-depth questions and be able to dive into this. So we'll get to that as well. And then from my perspective, as I've got sort of two professors and lecturers in this case in front of me and people that are working on the regulatory side, it is something that we work really closely with a lot of the startups that I'm sort of involved with. And then I guess in the second half of the conversation, we'll touch upon sort of how the effect of this Brussels effect is on technology and how that sort of have influence for data natives, but for startups and also for the technology industry as a whole. But before we get there, let's maybe start straight away with the beginning, right? And I would like to ask you, Anu, can you explain to us a little bit more about what is the Brussels effect? You know, how did you decide to coin that term, and why is it something that's sort of like more talked about in recent months?
Excellent. Thank you, Sebastian. So my book, The Brussels Effect, is my response to this conversation that portrays the European Union as an increasingly irrelevant and declining world power that has very little ability to influence the state of the world. Because that is not the EU that I encounter as a legal scholar every day in my research and teaching. So I see the EU that is extremely powerful, and it is powerful through law, through the regulations through which it shapes economic life, not only in Europe, but around the world. So the Brussels effect is a term that I coined to capture this influence, and by which I mean the EU's unilateral ability to regulate the global marketplace. And the idea is the following. The EU is one of the largest and wealthiest consumer markets in the world. And there are very few global companies that can afford not to trade in the EU. So in order to offer goods and services to European consumers, these companies need to obey European law. But that is something that we understand. But what is interesting is that often these companies choose to extend the EU regulations across their global production and global business practices. So in effect, all the EU needs to do is to regulate the European market. And it is then the global companies that extend those regulations across the globe. So if we think about, for instance, a couple of examples from the digital economy that are particularly pertinent in capturing this effect. Let's take the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. And if you think about some of the most powerful digital companies like Microsoft, like Google, like Facebook, like Apple, these companies have adopted the GDPR as their global privacy policy. If we think about then again Facebook, but also YouTube and Twitter, these companies follow the European definition of hate speech when they decide what kind of speech they take down from their platforms. So these are examples of very strong American companies conforming to the European rule, not the American rule, in their global practices.
Okay, I understand. And so from your perspective and experience, Alexander, like, would you like to sort of explain to us a little bit how that sort of plays out for you and whether you see things sort of the same way as Anu does in this case?
I surely agree totally with Anu on that. I think it's no new effect. So we have seen the importance of Brussels or EU regulation and laws over the last decades. Most of these laws have been meant to harmonize internal rules within Europe, to create a level playing field for all companies, for all citizens of the European Union. But they did have also an effect way beyond Europe. And I think one of the most important areas has been in the area of competition law. So the EU Commission has been a global factor in determining the rules for competition law for decades. That effect now has been turned to other areas, and the digital area, I believe, is indeed one of the most important of those. As Anu mentioned, GDPR had a global effect. I don't know whether that was intended at the very beginning, but it surely had that effect. And when we now look into the white book on artificial intelligence by the European Commission, you will even see that it's the intention of the European Commission not only to create harmonized rules for Europe, but also set standards for the world. I think they're doing it for various reasons. One is really to protect the citizens' right. So we do have another understanding of what data protection should be, of the rights of individuals in Europe than it is common in the US or in China for that matter. So I think that defensive part is important for the European Commission, but there's more to it. It's also to saying, hey, if we want to be an actor in the world, we create our own rules, and it facilitates the economic opportunities for our companies. So it's easier to develop new technology when you have harmonized rules within Europe, and you have kind of a shield towards companies that dominate the digital market now, mostly from the US and China. So I think it is important. It follows good aims. I believe we will see more and more. And I guess one of the topics we will discuss besides GDPR, and I guess almost everybody has some knowledge about GDPR, is the new rules that will come up. The Digital Services Act is about to be announced, released in a draft. There's a new competition tool in the area of competition law. There's a white book on artificial intelligence and regulation of artificial intelligence. And I indeed believe with the importance of Europe as a large economic area, there's 450 million people living in here. The economic importance is of great importance to the world. That will have an effect way beyond Europe.
Yeah, I understand. And I guess that makes sense as well, as we're already seeing some of those effects taking place more and more with certain companies. And you've mentioned a few, and I guess we'll come back to that when talking a little bit more about data privacy later. You were talking about sort of competition and how we can shield ourselves from some of that. I would like to dig a little bit more into that, as I've been under the impression in recent years that sort of the relevance of the EU in today's global economy, especially from a sort of purely economic standpoint, has been, under relatively mixed views by different people, thinking, oh, sure, like the EU can regulate all at once. At the end of the day, it's a relatively small market. China is, 1.3 billion people, and India is 1.1, and, the US is huge. Can you tell us sort of about how much the influence does the EU have when it comes to businesses being built outside of the EU borders, and that later on are sort of trying to enter Europe, but as a secondary or third market once they're already massive companies? Yeah, I don't know, like, do you have an opinion on that one?
Yeah, so Sebastian, I completely agree with you that in many ways, when we look at the economic state of the European Union, we can see that it is a declining power if you just measure its share of the global GDP. You can also have many other indicators, like how many of the startups that become unicorns are being founded in the EU. There's a lot that would give us a reason for concern, and I would want to discuss those aspects as well as to what is the relationship between regulation and innovation. But in many ways, if you think about the ability to shape the economy through regulation, that is still a tremendous power, because in many ways, it is something that affects each and every one of us every single day. I've often said that what the Brussels effect does, it affects the food we eat, the air we breathe, and the products we produce and consume. So in many ways, if you have the most powerful companies design their products towards satisfying the requirements of the European Union, if this privacy by design principle that is embedded in the GDPR informs how Apple builds its iPhone, informs how Microsoft is going about its product development, yes, it certainly shapes the economic life and makes Europe very influential. And also this Brussels effect has a concrete economic benefit to the European companies. And I would argue that it potentially has a huge economic benefit for foreign companies as well. So if you think about, for instance, the concrete effect of the Brussels effect, if the EU can level the playing field in the European Union by making the foreign companies abide by the same rules that the Europeans abide by, but if the Brussels effect changes the terms under which competition is conducted in foreign markets, it also levels the playing field and protects the competitiveness of European industry. If, when they are operating in the US market, also the US players have conformed their conduct to the European rules. So that's a very concrete economic benefit. But when I talk to the tech companies, especially the big players in the United States, they love the uniformity. They don't want to face 27 different regulatory regimes when they start interacting in Europe and produce and provide business solutions to European customers and companies. So there, for instance, companies like Airbnb and Uber, where there is no European-wide regulation, they often say, look, I take anything as long as there's a one rule. I don't want to negotiate separately with Barcelona and Paris and Rotterdam on how I should be conducting my business. So in many ways, even if the rules that come out of Brussels may not be the first best favorite solution for all these tech companies, they really like the certainty, the predictability, the uniformity of these rules. So in many ways, the stakes are huge for them because it sets the way they do business, and they want to influence that rule production. But in the end, they do welcome the idea that there is more simplicity embedded with the uniform European rule.
Yeah, I know. I agree, and I want to add something more. I think the harmonization of rules does indeed facilitate the development of technology in some aspects. I mean, there's lots of complaints about regulation, and the upcoming regulation on artificial intelligence on the platforms, internet platforms, we will have a storm of discussion, I'm sure about that. But as you said, indeed, there's a lot of benefit for the big companies, on the smaller companies, even more on regulation, to harmonize the rules, to create bigger markets, to create certainty. But there's even more, there's the effect of trust. So once consumers trust technology, they will apply it. So in the area of artificial intelligence, that's the explicit intention of the European Commission, to create trust. I mean, we've seen it with the Corona apps on our mobile phones in Europe. It's pretty popular in Germany. It should be even more, but it's pretty popular. And one reason for that is also that the data protection rules are being applied, so people don't feel followed by the government when they use that application. And the same will apply for other areas of technology. So indeed, we should see regulation not only as a hurdle, but as a facilitator for the economy, for people, for technology.
Absolutely. And I would say that many of these companies have made privacy part of their brand. So Apple and Microsoft in particular always want to highlight how committed they are to data protection. The day the GDPR came into effect, you had this message pop up on your iPhone that privacy, data protection is a fundamental right. So they are buying into this, the European narrative, and really showing that that's part of their trademark. And it is true. I think they often emphasize, and it's very true, that consumers will not want to buy products that they don't trust. And especially when it comes to AI, when it comes to facial recognition, there's an increasing awareness of not only the potential but dangers of the technology. And there is a demand for this space to be regulated in the way that consumers know what they are getting and what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, but still nowadays, I think everybody perceives some companies as an issue for the development of technologies, for new entrants into markets, and for consumers. And maybe, Arno, Sebastian, if you agree, we really should speak about those now. So let's just name them. Amazon, for example. Yeah. It's a huge company. They have a huge market share, which is growing, increasingly growing in the area of Corona crisis. For them, Europe is certainly important. Germany is the second biggest market. So Sebastian, India maybe have more population, but I believe still Europe and Germany, France, UK, leaving Brexit aside, is still super important. But they kind of dominate now the market. The European Commission has opened a case against them, sent them a statement of objection. I think it's just a week ago or so, for saying you just skim the data of your independent traders on your platform, use it for your own purpose. So that's an abuse of dominance. And Amazon and other platforms of that dimension will be likely regulated under the Digital Services Act and new competition tools. Arno, do you want to give us an idea about the Digital Services Act, what it's about to bring? I know it's a kind of speculation at that point, but still, I'm sure you have a pretty detailed view on it.
So I think we're all eagerly awaiting December 2nd is the projected date when the Commission should be unveiling its new plans for a set of regulations to be introduced in this area. So what we have in the works right now is the Digital Services Act, the DSA, but also Digital Markets Act, known as DNA. And part of that, there will be this, what is called the new competition tool. So what we are generally trying to do with this is to introduce much more ex-ante regulation. So there's been an awareness that even though the Commission, for instance, has been vigorous with its competition laws, we've had 3 huge cases against Google. So about 10 billion in fines over the last few years. We now, exactly as you say, have a new case, statement of objection sent against Amazon with respect to its marketplace practices. There's a second investigation underway against Amazon, 2 cases pending against Apple. So there's a lot of regulatory scrutiny. And you may want to talk at some point about this big antitrust case against Facebook in Germany that is really entangling the questions of privacy and competition together. But despite all of these regulatory enforcement actions, there is a recognition that this is not enough. We are not overcoming the negative effects of the network effect that these companies have. We do not have enough entry challenging these companies. So we need new tools. And now the Commission is looking at ways that it doesn't just rely on bringing a competition violation case after the violation has been detected, but it beforehand starts regulating what kind of practices these companies can do. And a very big distinction that we have here when it comes to competition regulation is that we start treating differently so-called gatekeeper companies. So platforms that are considered to be particularly influential and having a harmful effect on the market. We expect there to be maybe 20 companies that are singled out as being such gatekeepers. We know that it's Amazon, Google, Facebook, Apple will certainly be considered as gatekeepers. And there will be a set of rules of what these companies need to do. Most likely, we expect to see that there is an obligation for some degree of data sharing, so that these companies would need to share their data with various other stakeholders, whether it is then the consumers being able to enjoy greater data portability, some competing companies, new entrants having access to their data. We expect some rules on interoperability so that these companies, again, we need to have the other potential entrants and smaller players be able to function better on the marketplace. We expect to have especially a strict stand against self-preferencing. So the big concern with Amazon, for instance, is that they are both a marketplace where they are operating the marketplace, but they are also a seller and they compete with other third-party sellers on the market. But they have so much access to the business information of these third-party sellers that they can easily outcompete them. So, and then there is a question how much they give preference to their own sellers and those sellers that are using their distribution networks. So these kind of the self-preference is also an issue with Google. So these are some of the issues where we expect the regulatory stand to be more strict going forward.
So thank you. I mean, maybe just to clarify for everyone who's not a lawyer, and I guess there will be many of those, in the past or for the moment, the European Commission gives in principle to simplify, to oversimplify companies the chance to behave the way they want to do and follows them according to the competition law rules and says, well, we believe this or that behavior may not be in compliance with the competition rules. That has been proven as not super successful. So you mentioned there have been cases by the European Commission against internet giants like Google. There have been huge fines, but the processes are still ongoing. They have not been finalized for the moment. And Google is still dominating the market, and we don't see much change. So the European Commission now says it's not enough just to follow the companies and then prove that they have abused their market position, but we need to define a set of rules that they need to follow anyway, regardless of their market position, regardless of whether we can prove that they abuse a dominant position, but just everybody needs to play by the same rules. And among those rules are, you need to give access to data, you must not abuse the data you've access to. So everything that is very relevant for the data native community, because data is the raw material you're using for creating your businesses, for creating your algorithms, and for running your business. Is that right?
Absolutely. And I think when we think about data, though, there are many challenges in introducing this regulation. One thing that we need to ensure that the new competition regulation and any obligations for data sharing still comply with the general data protection regulation, which limits the data sharing. So in many ways, there's a complex set of challenges that the regulators are facing so that they can introduce a regulation that works and achieves the intended goals, yet also safeguards these important privacy protections that are embedded in the legal framework.
Yeah, and now there's something like a market, not only in the economic area, but also in the political area. So you are in the US, very recently, there has also been a move by the Department of Justice together with, I think it was 15 states, Republican-led states against Google. For, again, violating competition law. I think, if I remember correctly, that Google pays to Apple some $10 billion a year just to position Google as the standard search engine on their phones. I mean, that was, by the way, totally surprising to me. I believe that Google is strong anyway, and then they say, you know, you can change the settings, it's not a problem for all the users. But why do they pay them $10 billion per year to Apple just to place them at that position? So when you look at the regulation of the internet markets, do you see a conflict coming up also in the future with under Biden administration between the US, Europe? How do you see that?
So that's a really interesting question. And I think there's still a lot of uncertainty as to what Biden administration's tech policy will be. So first of all, it is so interesting what you are now saying about the change in the tone in the United States. First case now is underway against Google. The Department of Justice is challenging their competition practices. But we waited a long time for this to happen. So up until this, the US has really embraced this techno-libertarian view, which has been very hands-off, and that markets will sort it out. But now the tenor of the conversation has really shifted. I think when it comes even to whether we talk about regulating speech on platforms, even the Silicon Valley is no longer a gung-ho defendant of free speech. We've had enough example with Cambridge Analytica, with, if you think about live streaming, some killings in the New Zealand Christchurch online on Facebook platforms. There are very few who say the internet should not be regulated. So now the question is how to do that. The same thing that the government has thought that, okay, competition will work. These are products that bring more benefits to consumers. But now there is an increasing conversation that we also need to see the harms of the concentrated markets. So the market has become so concentrated in the United States, partially because of the lack of antitrust interventions. So now there's been the US Congress debating whether we need an overhaul in regulating the big tech. We have these enforcement actions on the way. But I am actually not too optimistic that we would see much of the regulatory change coming from the US Congress. So two reasons for that. So first of all, for President-elect Biden, his agenda will be so crowded. He needs to deal with the health crisis post-COVID, the massive economic devastation, the bankruptcies, the unemployment after this pandemic, increasingly tense racial tensions and divided electorate, climate change. There are many issues that will keep him occupied. So it is unclear how much of his political capital will be directed towards regulating big tech. And if the Congress remains in the control of the Republicans, it is very hard to push for any legislative change. What we might see, though, is that both parties, even though they don't agree on much in Congress, they agree that China is a challenge. And Chinese in the practices in the internet and the digital economy, and especially when it comes to exploitation of surveillance technologies and generally entrenching these digital authoritarian norms. There, I believe that the US and the EU could see whether they can work together to defend the liberal democracy and the kind of online environment that helps to preserve that. So there I am more hopeful that we might see, for instance, the US and the EU work together in some of the international organizations where norms for the digital economy are being set. International Telecommunications Union, ICANN. China has dominated those. China has been building its digital Silk Road through building the infrastructure for telecommunications all around the world. And the US and the EU have not been actively providing an alternative. So I expect there to be not a shift in terms of, let's say, new antitrust regulations coming from Congress. There, I believe that Europe will be leading the way in the coming years as well. But there might be areas of tech policy, especially if we take China as the kind of counterpole, where we see US and the EU see eye to eye and push for regulation together.
Which from my perspective, sorry, Sebastian.
No worries at all. I just wanted to sort of...
Sebastian, you're frozen.
Double down on a couple of the things that you've been mentioning here. Especially
yes,
when
now we're good.
Oh, great. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of double down on one of the things that you've just been mentioning now, especially around all of the lawsuits that have been happening recently with some of the big tech companies that we've sort of mentioned again and again. And there's, these key companies that seem to come back all the time because of the power and the influence that they have. Now, when we look at the world around us these days, one is bound to wonder who's actually in charge of our key human rights around data and privacy these days, as it's been illustrated by a number of documentaries, especially the latest one from Netflix, The Social Dilemma, which I'm sure a lot of people in the audience would have seen. When you look at something like this, where do you see the role of the EU actually interjecting as opposed to what's happening in the United States? And then I guess the follow-up question to that will be, can its regulators actually move fast enough to be able to understand what is acceptable and what isn't, as opposed to how fast those companies are moving? I don't know who wants to start on this one. Maybe you, Anu.
Yes, thank you, Sebastian. So when it comes to privacy, the US has been largely absent. There is no federal privacy law. So that's one of the reasons why the GDPR has become such a gold standard. Not only is that the one that is constraining the global companies, but we also see a lot of legislative emulation. So countries around the world have been introducing GDPR type of regulations. We now have around 130 countries around the world with a domestic data protection regime. And most of those resemble very closely the EU. So in that sense, the EU is the one that is shaping the legislative environments and the business environments when it comes to privacy. Whether the EU is moving fast enough, I think that is a concern that the EU knows. In antitrust, in these competition cases, it is not doing it fast enough. These cases can take years, and market has shifted by the time we see an actual litigated outcome, which is one of the reasons why we are moving towards this kind of ex-ante regulation, that we can be more nimble. When it comes to, for instance, some new areas like AI, that's what is now in the works in the Commission. It's partially, I think, driven by this sense of urgency, that if the EU doesn't set its mark, the others will regulate this space. And I think in many ways it is both. I understand the urgency, I understand why we need to move fast, but partially the EU's influence, it derives from the high quality of its regulation. And this is a new and complicated area. And for instance, when it comes to the regulation of privacy, yes, it took a long time, but the EU was able to build on existing privacy regulations in countries like Germany and France and Sweden. But with AI, we can't look into entrenched regulatory frameworks in member states. We need to kind of make it up as we go, which makes it somewhat challenging to make sure that when we introduce the regulation, that it is the right one, because it is not the nimble machinery where we are every month revising it when we understand how the market is shifting. So I think you identify a very big challenge that they are aware of, but don't have a real solution that would ultimately fix it.
How do you see that from your perspective, Alexander, as well, in terms of the speed at which the EU can actually move and how the law firms around it are also able to sort of like push things forward?
I think we've mentioned it. I mean, in the area of data protection, in the area of artificial intelligence, I've not seen anyone moving faster. Yeah, whether that's fast enough compared to the technological and economic development, that's not a question. But then again, it just takes time to make a solid regulation on that. But I do believe that the European Commission is trying really to move as fast as possible. The Commission's President, Ursula von der Leyen, has made the development of the digital markets and digital rules a priority in her administration. So I think we are moving, and by the end of the year, early next year, I expect to see the draft of the Digital Services Act of the regulation of artificial intelligence, and I believe it will promote the development of those technologies in Europe and over the world globally. So I don't see anyone moving quicker in that respect. At national level, there is some developments, but it's also an urgency by the European Commission. It's not only from a global perspective. What they want to avoid is that Denmark creates their own rules in the digital world. Germany, France, everybody, and then you have the harmonized market is gone, the internal market. So I'm quite optimistic that we will see rather quickly drafts by the European Commission that are more advanced than any other legislation globally.
All right. We've got a question I see from one of the attendees, Roscoe, who's talking about privacy and GDPR in this case. He said, what about fake data privacy like Prop 24 in California with hidden pay for privacy via middle institution, where on the surface Prop 24 looks like a GDPR variant and passed as such against the opposition of Google and other friends, but really was sort of a Trojan horse using GDPR. How do you see that, Alexander?
Well, I don't know this specific case, and I should not, comment on cases I don't know or situations I don't know. But the first question that comes up in my lawyer's mind is when I read that. So a company in California pretends to follow the GDPR rules. My question is then, well, do they serve customers in the European Union? Because if not, that would not even be legal. It would truly be fake and legal under European standards. Yeah, it could be fraud from a Californian US law perspective, but not the European law perspective. But I mean, just touching the larger point of enforcement of GDPR, that's surely something that also needs still to be developed. Yeah. So a few years ago, when the GDPR was issued, there was a large outcry. Many companies tried to follow the rules as quickly as possible. But then you saw that from perspective of the government, also they had to do a lot of homework. There were no institutions who had any knowledge on GDPR. I think in the very beginning, some data protection authorities had no more than 2 members. Yeah, I think Bulgaria in the beginning they had just 2 members. I mean, what can you do with that? So it has developed. There have been large fines in Germany for the violation of GDPR rules. But very recently, I think it was last week, a German court cancelled one of the largest fines that have been imposed on the company and said, well, in the end, it will be just 10% of what has been imposed. And a fine that surely does not threaten the company that was involved. So I do believe it will be an ongoing challenge to actually enforce those rules within Europe, but even more obviously for companies that are placed outside of Europe. So whether the European Commission or a data protection authority within the European Commission would be able to actually fine a company, Prop 24 in California, that indeed remains a question that also limits obviously the importance of the rule set within the European Union.
All right. Did you want to react to that one? Anu, are you familiar with that one?
Quickly, I agree with Alexandra with the enforcement challenges, but that's why I would emphasize what companies do irrespective what, for instance, Californian legislation does. So GDPR is not fake. We see it from the efforts that the companies have made to conform to the GDPR. We see particularly powerful policies like the privacy by design that has led to massive changes in the company's business practices. So as long as there's exposure to the EU and the real fines that the GDPR carries. So the GDPR allows the data protection agencies to impose a fine in the magnitude of 4% of the global annual turnover. So that is real deterrent. And that's why I think these business dynamics, irrespective of whether, for instance, California would have a law that is as effective, can really be significant. But I think it is an important question. We often see the law that is different in box than law how it's actually enforced on the ground.
Indeed. I guess my next question touches upon something that was brought up at the beginning of this chat, and that is a little bit less related to technology, because I think we've talked about the effect on all of the big tech companies at this point in sort of the general world of business. I'm curious to see what the Brussels effect, what influence it would have on sort of other things beyond the business world, such as social security, food safety, climate change. And I think that's something that you touch upon in the book as well, Anu. And I'm curious from your perspective, then how does it influence these aspects of our lives as well?
Yeah, so I think what makes the Brussels effect interesting is that the EU's regulatory power is so entrenched across so many different domains. So we mainly talked about privacy, or we talk about hate speech online or competition law. But it's also, the book looks at that this is not just American companies and not just digital economy. The EU regulates heavily across many different areas of consumer markets. So it is the world's leader in environmental regulation, in food safety, in chemical regulation. So if I just think about various ways that we see the Brussels effect, it determines how timber is harvested in Indonesia, what kind of pesticides Cameroonian cocoa farmers use in their farms, what kind of facilities Chinese dairy factories install in their factories, what kind of chemicals Japanese toy makers put into those chemicals. So it's really across the different areas where we see the impact. And I think some that we really care about, and I think irrespective what area you work on, climate change affects us all. And we see tremendous influence that the EU's regulations are doing in areas like climate change. And the EU is also leading, not just unilaterally through the Brussels effect, it is trying to lead these multilateral efforts through Paris Accord and the others to try to shape the mitigation of climate change. But for instance, President Trump decided to walk away from Paris Accord. And the difference with the Brussels effect is that you cannot walk away from that. The EU does not need to wait for other governments' coercion. It does not need to impose its rules on anyone. It is able to rely on the logic of the markets and the incentives of the companies to conform their conduct to the most stringent regulator. So we see, for instance, tremendous influence through the regulation of chemicals. And there's chemicals, if you look around, anybody in the room where you're sitting right now, there's chemicals in all the plastic products, in your cars, in the paint, in everything. And a lot of that is shaped by the EU regulation of which chemicals are harmful for humans and for the environment. And we do see global companies across all these supply chains adjust what kind of chemicals they put into those. The makeup you apply this morning, the kind of sandals that you are wearing, the sports gear, the textiles, the shoes, and all of those are actually shaped by the way Europe regulates. And there we see that it's not just the technical, sort of technocratic standards, but all these standards come from a worldview and a set of values that the EU has. So the EU does think about digital world through a set of values of fairness, of fundamental rights. But it's also thinking the world through the lens of sustainability and consumer and human health, where again, it is a much more stringent regulator than any other government around the world.
So I think I agree with Anu on all of what you said, but I want to give it also a different aspect. I want to add a different aspect, and that's China again. So I think we agree that in the area of the internet, in data, China is not a global player in that it has capsuled its own internet activities. So the European effect on China is probably minimalistic in terms of data protection, in terms of open markets and so on. It's just a different world, the Chinese internet. In the area of products, chemicals, food, and all that area, I do see next to the US and Europe also China as an important player and an increasingly important player. So I have seen for companies that had food safety issues within Europe that the Chinese authorities were the first really to contact the company and said, well, you're exporting these products to China. That's a big issue for us. What happened? Tell me, explain me, what are you doing against the issues you have? The Chinese effect on compliance, on regulation will increase a lot, I guess. So in the past, we have seen China becoming a leading company in terms of economy. First, they were more or less buying Western products, then they were producing the Western products. Now they are having their own high-tech, they're a technological leader, they're an economic leader, they be growingly also a military leader. In regulation, I think they're still quite silent and quite capsule to their own country, but that is changing. And the Huawei wars, the export control issues, the TikTok discussion between the US and China has become a major war. And I see those issues growing and also become the European Union becoming more involved in that. So for the moment, we are somewhat in between the two tanks, that have a fight. In the Huawei war, we've seen that the US is putting export controls on these products. The European governments are being asked not to use them, but at the same time, we see no real alternative to those. I believe that Europe will have a hard time to prove its place between these two important regulatory forces. Again, more outside of the area of the internet, but in so many other different areas.
Yeah, I completely understand. And it is definitely an interesting one to watch, I think, for everybody present today, as it is indeed affecting all of our lives in many more ways than we generally think. I think you made both that point very clear. And when it comes to that, my next question is really, we've talked about the EU, we've talked about the Brussels effect and sort of the influence that they have on all of the things that we do on a daily basis, whether it is technology or not. What is under the umbrella of the EU, right? We're so quote unquote talking about the effect that it has, but who is really driving that Brussels effect and who are the people behind the regulations in this case? Can you tell us maybe, Alexander, from your perspective, a bit more about what's under this sort of big umbrella?
Well, the easy, more legalistic answer to that would be the European Commission. So they are surely the driving force in terms of all the regulation. They are the governor of the common market within Europe, and they are driving that. Besides that, that's a strength and a weakness of the European Union. There is, of course, so many players with different interests, and you see on a daily basis all the discussions that go on, the various activities that are blocked by certain member states. So we do have players at national level. We do have players in Brussels from the administration, from the European Commission as the top administration in the European Union. And we have all the companies. So there's really a big, large group of people discussing. That's part of the democracy that makes things compliant with European values, but also that slows down certain aspects and blocks others. So that's the way I would see it. But Arno, I'm sure you have a very detailed view on this.
Yeah, so the Brussels effect is if you like, a celebration, or at least, the highlighting the importance of bureaucratic power. It is the technocrats in the Commission that are actually ruling the world. And obviously there is a democratic process where the legislation, the regulation goes to the parliament and the council, so it has the democratic foundation. But a lot of the drafting comes from the Commission. So in many ways, it is the European technocrats that are shaping the environment for our technology and beyond. But then when it comes to enforcement, I think even the topics that we have discussed right now, we have three different models that follow somewhat different set of actors as the key players. So when we talk about GDPR, The rules come from Brussels, but it's enforced at the member state level. So we have domestic, so national data protection agencies. And especially Dublin is very central here because many of these tech companies are, the European headquarters are there. So there we rely on the ability of member state data protection agencies to enforce these rules. Then when we talked about these big tech cases, the antitrust cases, competition cases against Google, Amazon, Apple, here the Commission is in the driver's seat, also in the enforcement. We have domestic competition enforcers, but the big cases are run by Brussels, and the courts come much later on, so the Commission is all powerful there. And the third example where the enforcement is really delegated to the corporations themselves. That's our hate speech regulation. So currently, the regulatory framework relies on a voluntary code of conduct that the Commission has signed with these leading tech companies. And these tech companies have undertaken to obey with those rules, knowing that if this voluntary self-regulation under this Commission guidance and rules doesn't work, there will be much more stringent binding regulations forthcoming. And now with the Digital Services Act, I think even though they have been taking down a lot of the content, we will see more sort of top-down regulation coming as well.
And Arno, you use the word technocrats, which has a negative connotation, and maybe rightly so. But again, I really want to emphasize the benefits of the European Commission's approach to run their legislation above the national level. Otherwise, you wouldn't just get there where we are in many different areas: competition law, technology, GDPR, and just looking into data. And this is the data natives event. The Commission plans to have a common market for data, so that would create really a huge pool of data that can be exchanged between the companies, between the different nations, between the government and the economy, by standardizing the data, by giving rules of access to the data, by preventing the abuse of a dominant position of a market player. I think that's just key for the whole development of the digital economy.
Absolutely. Yeah, so on that note, especially with all the new regulations that are coming, I guess with the last few minutes that we have, I have one more question on my agenda, and that would be, what is the biggest hurdle in your view for both of you of what the EU and the Commission will actually have to overcome in the sort of like 3 to 5 years coming with sort of the advancement of technology and everything that is happening with the big tech out there, and what are the areas that they need to definitely keep in mind, even though we know that, you know, regulation takes time?
So maybe if I start, if we think about, for instance, the GDPR, and I think that the biggest friends of the GDPR needs to be its biggest critics as well, because we want the regulation to work. And I think that one of the biggest challenges there is that inadvertently it has been entrenching the power of the big tech and compromising another goal that the EU has. So we need to make sure that also smaller companies, startups can afford to comply with regulations. And that's why this idea that we're moving towards the gatekeeper rules, different rules for more powerful platforms is potentially welcome if we can do it right. But I would say that the biggest challenge for the EU is that it has been the global regulator. It has been the referee, but it also needs to get on the field, and it needs to play offense and it needs to play defense. And it should have the incentives to do so because it knows it can influence the rules of the game. And that should give it the confidence that the European companies can succeed because the game is not stacked against them. So I would like to see much more focus also on how we are innovating, I don't think regulation is necessarily impeding innovation. There's much else that needs to happen in Europe so that we become the center for innovation. I think part of that is legal. We need to rewrite our bankruptcy laws so that it is not fatal to fail. Serial entrepreneurs will fail and then they can rebuild. We need to make sure that we complete the capital markets union because we need to fund these innovations. And my favorite, this is I feel really strongly about, Europe needs to be open to the best talent from all around the world. One of the biggest distinctions, and I teach in one of those American universities where we benefit from the best global minds. And we need to make sure that Europe follows that strategy and has a proactive policy that we can attract the best talent in the world to do those innovations in Europe.
Fantastic. I think that's extremely clear. What about your point of view, Alexander?
I think the Commission has a hard time also because of the many issues that they're currently facing, and Corona is just a big obstacle like everywhere. That's eating up a big part of their time, their money, their attention. So that's surely one thing. In the area of the digital economy, I believe it is partly the conflicting interest of some countries, like always in Europe, so that's an issue you need to deal with. But it's also, and probably even more, the technological advantage companies already have in the US, in China. So following up with Arno, indeed, the European Commission cannot only set the rules, they need to support also the development of new technology, create a structure of doing that. They do that, but looking at an initiative like Gaia X, so a European cloud platform, you see the obstacles. When there's already hyperscalers like Amazon around, it's very difficult to follow up. And indeed, that will be a difficult task, and I just hope that Europe will succeed in that.
And I think we all hope that that will be the case. And thank you very much both for sort of highlighting the challenges ahead, but then also sort of the willingness and the drive for the EU and the Commission to put itself in sort of the right position to be able to look forward. And as you've mentioned, and not just sort of sit on the sideline, but actually play a very active role in what's going on. Thank you very much both for this really exciting chat. I hope that it was as enjoyable for everybody watching as it was for me here to be hosting it. Now we have a few minutes of Ask Me Anything in a different room, so we're just going to hop up from this one and let the program carry on the main stage. But for anybody watching that has more question for both Anu and Alexander, we have another 15 minutes for you guys to be able to ask all of your questions. So excited for that, and then I will see you in the other room in a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Sebastian. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Seb. Great to see you on the screen. Thank you so much to our wonderful, wonderful panelists there. As they said, they're going to the AMA. Please join them. Please ask questions. We over here are just taking a short break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We are here, of course, at Data Natives Unlimited. And not to make this sound like a friend fest, but I've got another two amazing friends coming up for you. It's an absolute pleasure to see friends like this come out and show their expertise. So please welcome to the stage and the screen, of course, Melanie Boylan, and she will be interviewing Roxana Nasoy on the privacy concerns in health tech.
Thanks ever so much, Stuart. It's lovely to be here. Well, hello everyone. My name is Melanie Boylan, and I'm here today to speak with Roxana Nasoy, who's also known as a strategic advocate for privacy, decentralization, diversity, and healthcare for all. And she's also the CCO at Amedis. But just before we start today, if anyone has any questions for Roxana, you're welcome to leave the questions here in the chat, or you can also head over to Twitter, follow the hashtag DNUnlimited, and also add the hashtag AskRoxana, and she'll respond as soon as she can. Thanks for talking with me today, Roxana.
Thanks for having me, Melanie. Real pleasure to join you all. I'm very excited to be here.
Well, the topic of the day is about health apps and data privacy. And firstly, I just wanted to ask what your opinion on health apps and contact tracing apps in the wake of COVID-19, of course. There has been great concern about the data that they can obtain on people, you know, and getting it and where it's going to go, what's going to be used for. Is there any way of shoring up this concern?
Well, if anyone from the audience has kind of traced my opinion on COVID apps, they'll know that I'm completely against them, because I think, you know, there's a disparity. You don't have encouragement from doctors and nurses to use it. It doesn't really help the healthcare workforce. It is done through collaboration with big tech, and big tech always has a hidden agenda, always makes use of our data. And it's not that effective because the technology we're using, you know, can give a lot of false positives, can provide, let's say, fake data that we may consider as real. So it's sort of like, you know, should we really use contact tracing apps? Is it not just better to have a better understanding of COVID and to do our best to prevent, or, you know, try to not get infected if we can without the use of a contact tracing app? Because that app, it's going to tell you specific areas where you have infections, but it's not necessarily going to protect you. You know, it's still up to you how you're protected.
So it's being used as a limb, and, you know, a life-saving limb, I suppose.
Exactly. And if you go, so I encourage everyone, go into Google Cloud and look into the Google COVID database. It's a massive database of you know, terabytes of data. You don't have free access to it all the time because that data is owned by who is submitting it to Google. But then again, you'll have, you know, you're going to have all this data in the hands of Google, in the hands of Apple, and you're not going to have access to it as an individual.
Well, we've had lots of chats prior to this today, haven't we? And I've got to say, the longer I've spoken to, frankly, the more terrified I am of what my footprint is online. But everybody's giving away their data, you know, and I don't think people fully appreciate just how much data is being given to lots of different parties in health. mean, it's not just your doctor, it's, radiologists, wherever you're going on for a specialist appointment afterwards. So who controls where this data goes? Who's the responsible person for it?
So obviously it's not the patient, because the patient, unless you have data right management, and I think I mentioned to you the other day how important it is to have data right management. Unless you have that, basically the organization collecting the data is responsible where the data goes. And that means that you're putting a lot of trust into organizations and companies. So obviously we need data for research, but it would be much better that specifically on the data collection processes, especially for healthcare, you have the, what we call in our companies the empowered e-patient, is the patient that has data right management, has data encryption, has all these tools and services that they can use, basically.
Right. So apps are not the way to go, Roxana, in your opinion.
I don't necessarily tell you not to use apps. I'm just telling you, always consider that everything that is free is not free. So there's a price you pay. And as long as you're okay with that, as long as you're okay with your data being out there, that's fine. But you have to consider even mental health apps, and mental health is a massive topic right now. Mental health apps, they're collecting more data than just how the user uses the app, or the necessary data that an app would need to collect in order to function. So it's always the question: do they need to do companies developing apps and platforms, do they need to collect this much data on us?
I mean, is it all solely being used for ads, and are they selling this data, or
there's a tendency towards the data-driven and ad revenue-based model. And you have Google, you have Facebook, you have Amazon, you have Apple that are part of this, and they take big chunks of this pie, and nothing goes to the patient. And I think in one of our talks we touched base on the idea that if you're giving patients a service, and it's perfectly fine, for example, you want to collect DNA data. So you want to collect DNA samples, you give them a sample of their own DNA sequence, so they have access to that. But that's not enough, because on a broader perspective, the patient doesn't have access to at least an executive summary of the whole research. So you're not really giving something extra to the patient to reward their participation, to encourage them to become ambassadors for your company, to encourage them to say, okay, I had an amazing experience by just offering my data to this company, and I got so much in return, and I have a bigger understanding. I contributed for something that will help humanity, or will be good, used for the greater good. But if you don't have that, if you don't give something extra to the patients, you're never going to have that that sense that you're working together. You have the community involved in your product.
And I think that's probably what's missing. But a lot of people don't even know that that's possible, do they? I mean, the only time I have any interaction personally with my health data would be as if I'm moving from one location to another, or moving country, let's say. Some people, I moved from the UK to Ireland, and I wasn't allowed to take my data with me. It had to go internally.
That's a huge problem, because I think someone asked the question about insurance.
Yes.
There's a lot of there's a lot of exploits happening in insurance, because on one side you have insurance companies asking for a lot of money in order for you to get access to basic healthcare, which is a big problem. But then you also have insurance companies unable to verify if, for example, you're traveling or you're an expat and you go to another country. Let's say you go to Thailand, and in Thailand, you claim that you got sick in Thailand. And then they would have to ensure that, you get to the right hospital and you get access to the right kind of services. and the right kind of treatment. But then they can't verify if you had a pre-existing condition before you came to Thailand, because there's no interoperability between these databases, between the database of the hospital you're assigned to in your country and the insurance company, and the one that you have when you go abroad. So it's a whole mess. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, and you waste time and money, and then you don't manage to serve the patient well because you don't have this interoperable layer.
Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted to bring up, in the New York Times last month, there were several hospitals, clinics and medical complexes that were essentially held to ransom when they were cyber attacked, and their facilities were all taken offline. All of their data was held hostage in exchange for multi-million-dollar ransom payments. What can we do to protect our hospitals, even if we can't actually communicate from one hospital to the other?
So I think it's very important to have several components aside from the end-to-end encryption on all communications, and the data right management, where the patient willingly opts to give their data or not give their data and has access to who has access to their data. It's very important to have really good cybersecurity practices. Hospitals do not have proper cybersecurity measures. Most of them do not understand, maybe they store data in a cloud or something like that. They don't understand that the data should be kept in secure, localized data centers. And this provides better, because of the privacy laws in every country, they differ. Everything can be improved with just proper cybersecurity measures, and they don't have that. They act so surprised if someone is hacking or breaching them, but after the billions of data breaches that happened in the past 10 years, only 4% of the data, in 4% of the cases, the data was encrypted, and if the data is encrypted, it is useless for the hacker.
So, do we need to make encryption easier and more affordable? Is that the issue?
I think we need to educate all these entities in healthcare. You need to you need to train hospitals, you need to train insurance companies. They need to understand that all this data is very, very important.
Well, very, very soon we're going to be heading over to the air meet, and if anybody's got any questions, we're happy to talk about this. We've spent a couple of hours talking about this over the last week, actually. So, so if you guys would like to join us in the air meet, we'd be more than delighted to have you over there with a Q&A. Thank you so much for having time to speak to us today, Roxana. Some very, very important points that we've had to bring up. It's education, isn't it? It's helping people understand what they need to do.
Exactly. And I would encourage the participants to just share with us on AirMeet their experience with the healthcare system, their experience with telemedicine, or apps that they've used, and what they expect from these e-health solutions, basically. Because obviously with COVID, e-health is the way to go. We're gonna have issues interacting face-to-face with our doctors and healthcare providers.
Yeah, well, thanks again, Roxana. We'll go and see everybody over in the air meet in the next few minutes.
Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Thank you so much to Melanie and Roxana. That was wonderful. And now we're just going to go to a short break. We'll be back with you at Data Natives Unlimited in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Listen, yesterday we gave you an incredible treat when Coco and Hendrix showed you how to make some amazing gin cocktails. Today, we have something that's more appropriate for lunchtime for you, although, of course, if you need to have a gin right now, I'm not judging. But we have lunchtime with Cafe Lust in Groningen. They have built our own burger for us, a Data Native Unlimited burger. Of course, they have, just as we do, a commitment to sustainability and eco-friendliness. So everything they do is vegan, everything they do has eco-friendliness and sustainability in mind. It's not just a cafe restaurant, they also run events and have meetups and do all sorts of wonderful things. So we're going to hand over for this lunchtime to Cafe Lust. Please enjoy the Data Natives Unlimited Speciality Burger.
Hello, welcome to Lust. Yeah, come. So we're gonna make a video about some of the food we make. We're gonna make vegan fast food. Yeah, we don't have much time, so come here. So we do this in one take. Yeah, so you're with me real time. All right.
So what do we have here?
Thanks for asking, Lorenzo. Oh, by the way, you're being filmed by Lorenzo. He's our top chef, but I'm gonna do the cooking today.
Yeah, we have our boss in charge here today.
Yeah. Okay, not much time. So we'll make fries from sweet potato. We'll make a vegan burger and a smoothie, and with whatever vegetables is left, we'll make a small salad. We start with the potato. Just because, so if you want to make fries from fresh potato, you need to blanch it for 8 minutes at 140 degrees and then deep fry it again hotter at 180 degrees for 3.5 minutes. If you have normal potato, you leave the skin on, but with sweet potato, you want to peel it off.
Is that so that it doesn't stick in the fryer together?
No, just the skin from sweet potato isn't nice.
Fair enough.
Doesn't taste nice. Yeah, we have this machine to cut the fries. You can also do it by hand. Well, I'll get the other one.
Time is always of the essence here.
Oh yes, very much so.
Everything seems quite artisan, no?
I don't know what the word means, but yes, definitely. Yeah, this should be enough for one portion. Okay, so we put it 140 degrees, 8 minutes. And in the meantime, we work on the burger.
So what's your setup here?
Yeah, no. Wait, I'll tell you. We start with the mushroom because it needs to be in the oven a bit longer than the rest of the burger. Just put it in with a bit of salt, pepper, and whatever herbs you have lying around. You can use thyme, for example. While that's in and the stuff is going, we'll start with come here. We'll start with the sauce. For the Lust sauce, it's mayo based, vegan mayo. You want some mayo, some mustard. A little bit of sriracha, make it a bit spicy. And then again, a bit of salt, pepper, and some lemon juice. A tiny bit of garlic. Like for one portion, this is way too much. And pickles. Right. This is already plenty for a few burgers. Okay, that's the sauce. What we'll do now is put the burger in, and the burger goes in with a little bit of onion.
Pay close attention, you can see the crazy tricks he does to cut these.
Oh, really? I'm just gonna. Oh, yeah. So, only thing when cutting stuff, what you want to do is keep your thumb to the back. And when you cut it, like you leave the, how do you say this? You keep the distance while with you're first getting the knife touching your knuckles. That way you can never, like, if you hold it like this, you can cut in your fingers. So if you hold it like this, you can cut, and you can close your eyes and nothing will go wrong. All right. We want a bit of, oh, that's a bit much. All right, bit of onion. This is, yeah, so this is the patty. We use the patty from Blue Butcher, just because it's really nice. It's really bloody. Like when it comes out of the oven, you know, there will be some artificial blood coming out. It's just for people that miss the meat, it's a really good one. Also for the feeling of eating fast food, it's really nice. What we can do now actually is prepare what we're gonna put on the burger. So this is the bun. We use a brown bun, and what I like to do is get a little bit of the bread out, so we can eat a bit more, put more vegetables in, and yeah, just make it nice and crispy and vegetable heavy. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, wait. I'll show you why. So, when we have everything prepared in a few minutes, we will assemble the burger. And what you want to do is with the lettuce, you have the lettuce on the bottom and the top, so all the moist will stay inside the burger and not touch the bun, so it won't go soggy. So what I'm gonna do now is already for when the burger is done in a few minutes, prepare all the toppings, which is tomato, the peppers, which will go also in the oven alongside the burger. How much time left on the sweet potatoes?
Got another 2 minutes.
2 minutes. All right. To cut the pepper, I don't know. We like rings. I cut off the bottom, and then you make incisions to get out the white stuff.
The seeds?
No, these things. And then you can cut rings. It's a bit too much pepper for one burger, but we put the rest of the pepper in a nice side salad. Okay. Actually, okay, let's go for stuff that's left over. Just cut it up. Together. What we can do is get a bit of carrot. No, I'll make it. I'll make it on the spot. With carrot, you can cut it in slices, but what you can also do is get the skin off with a peeler. And then just get some nice looking carrot. All right, that's a sweet potato. It's cooked at 140 for 8 minutes now. And after that, you want to cook it for 3.5 minutes at, sorry, it cooked at 140. We're going to cook it at 180. Hello. Oh. Yeah, we're making a video right now. Yeah. But your food will be done in a few minutes. Okay. That's cooking. And I'll finish the salad, and then, oh yeah, so for the salad we can make, you know, the lemon vinaigrette. It's really simple. It's 2 parts oil and 1 part lemon, and then some salt and pepper. And top it off with a few seeds. And this is barberry. It's like it's a bit sour. It's a berry. Right, let's check the oven. You can see the blood of the dead wheat and the dead soy. The mushroom. Wow. Okay. can go on a few more seconds. Okay, in the meantime, we can make a smoothie. We got frozen pineapple, frozen mango, half a banana, and some coconut milk. And for the fries, I don't know. We make our own spices. I guess there's salt, thyme, pepper, how do you call bell pepper? Onion, a bit of garlic powder, a little bit of cinnamon, and that's it. Where do we fit this? Like here? How was that? How many minutes are we, Lawrence? 16 and a half. 16 and a half. Yeah, okay, they do it faster at McDonald's. Okay, yes, no, I don't know. Thanks so much for watching, or if you didn't, you know, good luck with whatever's coming after this. We're lost, we're based in Groningen. If you're thinking right now, okay, I also want a Lost in my neighborhood, just give us a call.
I'm looking to open another business.
No, but yeah, well, yeah, sure, why not? Let's do it. We haven't feel space.
Well, thanks for bringing us back in here.
Yeah, no worries.
Enjoy your meal.
All right.
Back. First of all, thank you so much to the wonderful people at Lust in Groningen. That was really awesome. It's made me hungry. Don't know about you. Coming up next, we are going to show you a small advertisement, which are all wonderful. We love the advertisements. And then Elena Pugia will be right here for you, talking about hacking the hackathon. It's actually a panel discussion, so look forward to that. We'll see you right after this word from your local station.
Oh, hey y'all, come on in. Welcome to my kitchen. My name is Pratik, and I'm an amateur chef and also a software developer. The art of cooking, in a lot of ways, is like the art of modern software development. I bring things together to create a great app or a great dish for dinner. When I'm building an application, I combine existing and new microservices to build a new app. Some examples of pre-built microservices is sending email, speech to text, or application login security. Of course, I still have to write my unique business logic, but with the ability to pull together these building blocks, I can build an app faster. Building in a microservices style architecture allows me to focus on my code and my app and get to production faster. Now, we can build great apps using microservices, just like having ready ingredients allows me to make a really great butter chicken. Are we done? I'm gonna go eat this now.
Hello everybody and welcome to this panel / discussion between me and three other actually, regular and seasoned hackathon producers, organizers, and attendees, participants, mentors, however you want to call it. We're starting with this discussion, and then afterwards, the reason why we're having this discussion is because then afterwards we want to also announce the winners of the hackathon that we'll put together in September, DN Unlimited. So, part of the DN Unlimited. So, this hackathon is part of this whole experience, is how we kick things off for this event with this conference. And essentially, we decided that we're going to really hold it until the very, very last minute with the conference before we announce the big winners of the DN Unlimited. But before we get to that, let me introduce you to the lovely panelists that I have here joining me today to discuss what is all about with all these hackathons that have been happened in 2020. What does it mean to hack the hackathon, as one of the panelists has excuse me, oh, sorry, how he actually put it, hacking the hackathon, which is something that we did together at the EU versus virus. And yeah, just give us a little bit of information about themselves and also their point of view on hackathons. So I'd like to welcome to the stage with me Michael Ionita, who is the CTO of Walls.io. He's also a board member at Austrian startups, and he has started with the Hack the Crisis in Austria back in March, April, before he also joined the team as the co-initiator of EU versus virus. Hello, Michael. I'd like to also welcome Urška Jez, who right now is one of my collaborators at the EU versus virus community. We met at EU versus virus. She was doing so many things, and she is the CEO of Transformation Lighthouse. She has been doing a lot of hackathons over the last few years, and they're doing a lot of mentoring and working with startups across the Atlantic. She was part of the EU versus virus, working with the academia team, working with partners, and now part of the EU versus virus community. We are co-organizing a big launchathon for the teams. Welcome, Urška. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to invite also Jesus De Valle, who is working for Bayer. Bayer was one of our partners at the DN Unlimited hackathon, among the other hackathons that we've done this year. And he also has extensive experience as a mentor, organizer, participant at hackathons. He was part of the MIT hackathon, part of a Cambridge hackathon that's happening now in January, just so many. And he has a couple of words to share. And together we're also presenting the winners of the DN Unlimited hackathon. So, hello Jesus as well. So, Michael,
Thank you.
Starting with you, would like to ask you if you may tell me as well, from your point of view, what do you think about hackathons? What's going on in 2020? Why do you think suddenly we've all decided collectively to start organizing hackathons? And what does it mean in the future of innovation in society?
Right. Hey, Elena, thank you very much for introducing me. I'm not sure you can see me or hear me, but that's why I'm asking, just to be sure.
We can, yes.
Okay, cool. Why are we doing hackathons? Well, I think because people have more time. No, but there is really a big problem to solve, right? So, I mean, of course, we have all these staying at home topics. We have the virus itself, and we have all the aftermath of people not having a job because of Corona, or of staying at home and being like kind of disconnected to their peers mostly. So a lot of solutions are needed, yes, and they don't exist yet, or they're not good enough. So hackathons are really bringing forward the best in people that really want to help now quickly, and they do commit themselves to doing this, right? So having hackathons really gives a stage to people that want to help anyway, but alone it's too hard to make it happen. But in a team, right, they form teams mostly in hackathons. In a team, it's possible, right? And also all this momentum and the energy that is within a hackathon is also motivating and fueling it even more.
Thank you, thank you, Michael. Urška, what is your thought on this topic?
Yeah, thank you, Elena, first for inviting me. Great to be here. I will just as Michael said, you know, hackathons have been popular way of gathering innovation, gathering talent and all that, searching for new opportunities in the past, but it has never been so clear how big the necessity of this kind of initiatives is, because all of a sudden the entire world stopped and we were all focusing on solving the same issue, you know, because you know how it is. We are all so much into our everyday lives and we just don't pay attention to what is out there, what is really needed. And this year, the virus showed us that there's so much need for being back human, to connect, to collaborate, and starting all these first national initiatives about EU versus virus, and then the entire Europe stepped together in the entire world. And if you see the pace how it started, it was all set up in all the countries and then on the Europe in less than 1 month. That was amazing. And the growth of this from that moment on is just beyond imagination that we could ever think about. And now people are just creating and creating because they see that there is a bigger benefit just than to have fun of 2 days of a hackathon.
Thank you, Urška, for your input. Thank you for your input, Urška. And I agree with you exactly. It's you see that this year has also been a national topic essentially. Like every government has thought differently how to participate and how to help bringing citizens together to fight this virus. What is your point of view, Jesus?
Yes, thank you for inviting me, by the way. And I fully agree with what Michael and Urška said before me. One thing is, I mean, we are living extraordinary times, yeah, and extraordinary times need extraordinary solutions. I have never done an online hackathon, yeah. I have participated in many before. I got a phone call from somebody from the MIT, the main organizer. Hey, can you help me? And so on, can you do this? I thought, oh my God. And the whole point, you know why he called me? Because he knew that we here in Europe, we had this amazing hackathon, 40,000 people, yeah. All of a sudden, the MIT got into the game. Then Yale University, Cambridge now, Princeton High School. I mean, we are seeing all over the place. And the whole point, many of us, they are working from home, studying from home, learning from home. And how do we connect people together? Like Urška said before, yeah, these hackathons, we bring people together. You meet possible co-workers, you learn possible mentors, you learn the ideas from other people, get together. And nevertheless, you know, this serendipity factor that we have every day, we are getting it now with the hackathon. You meet some random people which are brilliant and which are committed, yeah, to trying to do something. I love this. I think it's a fantastic idea. Whoever was the first online hackathon in this pandemic, I don't know who was it, yeah, but brilliant idea. And you see it, many top universities and top organizations are following. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, actually, Jesus. That's exactly the point. I think that basically hackathons this year have really brought us together in serendipity. So this is the year that essentially we managed to come together through a hackathon. And I think like looking at the conference now and like how people are connecting, actually it was much more magical through a hackathon. So what do you guys think? What do you think is going to be next then? What should we expect in terms of this living like this online existence, right? Where remote work is more and more apparent, where everybody's from home, everybody connects digitally. So essentially we're creating this digital intimate environment. So how do you think we're going to continue? Like, do you think the hackathons will continue? New formats will come together? Whoever would like to take on this answer, I would actually love to hear from all of you.
I think
maybe ladies first or Jesus first.
No, Urška, please.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, definitely what I think is that it will outgrow the initial format, and that new forms of solving social climate, all sorts of challenges that we face as humanity will form, you know, because hackathons in the past were more focused to solving direct business problems. But now we know the corona brought up so many other things, so many other aspects of our lives that we neglected. Okay, we don't say that we didn't see, but we just didn't focus on. And with this kind of events, I think that it will just grow into something that we will not be able to say hackathon anymore, because Elena, as you see with EU versus virus, you know, we're still driving the community, and see how many new communities came out of that community, you know, and it's just a new way how we cooperate and how we work together. And I actually think that it did show us, and for me, I have to admit, I was the first one who was doubting if we can connect on totally intimate level, became friends over the computer, because I'm an old school girl, I like seeing people. But I have to say, because the masks are off, you are not thinking of how will I dress, how will I look at when I step into the room or in the stage. We are more human when we already start presenting whatever we're presenting, and with this we're building friendships way faster than we did before. So the future, I just know that the one thing that is a little bit scary for me, everything is just going faster. But yeah, it will bring out new amazing solutions. It just started this year, and it will be a beauty to participate and see how many things we will be able to solve on the global level, because we cooperate in the same goals.
Michael.
Thank you. What about you, Jesus and Michael? What is your opinion?
Do you see the energy? Urka is like all in, man. It's so good. I love it. But this is exactly the energy that I am used to from the hackathon, from EU versus Virus. Working with you, it was really, really great, and also the energy that people feel, and also have. Many people came into this hackathon back then, and they were like you, or maybe a bit less, because you're like top, yes. But I want to say that I think the future is very, very, very bright, because I mean, I'm a digital native, I was like online anyway. I'm even more online now, doing some video and stuff. So it changed me, I think, in a good way, but it changed many, many other people more drastically, basically bringing them online all the time, making sure they have the right equipment to be online and to have a good internet connection and good camera and good microphone, and understand how to communicate remotely, because you might need to use some more emojis or to tell people more what you feel, because chatting also it can be tricky if you don't know that on the other side it could be received differently. Also, maybe arranging your apartment or your whatever you have in order to be able to work anyway from there. So many people like created an infrastructure for themselves to be able to do that. So what I'm saying is basically that even after the pandemic, in my opinion, the world is still changed and will remain changed. I think in a good way in that case, because more people will be able to work for other companies remote, which in the past was not really perceived as a good thing, yes, but now it's normal. So everybody can work for anything. So if you always wanted to work for Twitter or for Google or whatever it is, and then you don't have to move anymore, okay? In the past, it wasn't that easy, right? It was kind of, you were expected to move somehow, your family and everything. Now it's easier, and people will totally respect that you stay where you are and you just work remotely, because everybody works remotely, right? So I think in that case, I want to touch this topic because otherwise it's too long, but this is a big change that will last forever. It's not super connected to hackathons, but hey, hackathons online, I think also is a great achievement. I also thought it's hard to do, but yes, we managed to do it, and many other people managed to do that. So that's also cool. So I think all in all, I want to see it in a positive light. The pandemic helped us to put humanity somehow into the next level.
Yes, I fully agree. And coming back to one point that Urska mentioned, I mean, I have been in many hackathons, co-organizer and mentor and whatever. You see a lot of technical things, For many, you need to be like an expert in JavaScript, React, NLP, NTLK, Python, and so on. All of a sudden, some of the hackathons are organizing about concepts, At the MIT, we did one which was hacking racism in healthcare. Look at this, hacking racism in healthcare. And it was about bringing together people from different races, genders, religions, beliefs, whatever, and how to hack racism in healthcare, which is unfortunately a huge issue in the United States, right? And people develop concepts. It was completely agnostic from technology. As a matter of fact, the least projects were about technology. I think this is wonderful, And this brings us to dream, because this is what people do at hackathons. People dream about some idea which Of course, it's a hackathon. You can have a weird idea, Kryptonian, yeah, something completely different out of the box. And this is about this is what a hackathon is. You have 48 hours or 24 or 36, whatever, and you only focus on this idea that yeah, maybe it doesn't work, but who cares? You are trying to make an impact, and the serendipity of getting together with more people or exposing your idea to other people. This is, I mean, this is for me like the dream. You know, it's, you are having dreams and you are trying to make them true, and that's what I really love and what I believe from the future. Hackathons, I mean, they are already part of like the curriculum in many universities. Did you participate in a hackathon? Yes, no. What did you do there? Yeah. Or it's how many people you connected. It's not about being alone. It's about connecting people that you don't know before. It's not about coming there with a predefined team. It's about creating a team online. So this is really fantastic, guys. And I think I cannot predict the future. Probably not even God can. But what I see or what I think is that these hackathons and this online working, online ways of doing things are here to stay. It's very, very simple. We will come back to hack ourselves. To you know, I was a DJ for many years. Yeah, I need the nightlife. Yeah, this is something I really miss. You know what? These are times where we need to stay at home, and I stay at home. And the day will come where we all go together again for a hackathon live. This is going to be awesome, and we are going to talk about the days where we were heroes and we were staying at home and doing everything at home. I think this is fantastic, and thank you again, Tara, by the way, by organizing this. I think this is really, really, really good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Jesus, I have to admit, you put a smile on my face. Well, all of you guys. And I haven't met Michael and Urška in real life, but I feel like we're really connected. What you guys are saying, the energy, the magic, how you can bring people together. And we're going to go clubbing back soon, hopefully. And I would love to come and see you play somewhere, Jesus. But in general, I think that these hackathons have really awakened a spirit in us, right? And they made us dream big. We don't care if we lose or win. We just want to do it. And we want to dream together. And it really brought us connected. So speaking of which, let's announce the dreamers who dare to dream at our hackathon in September. And we've got 3 of them. One of them actually are currently connected with Jesus and Bayer, and they will be doing potentially some things together in the future. We have already promoted those 3 winners, and they are secret here. Where you can see them as winner A, B, and C. I'll be welcoming them to the stage, giving them the award, saying who is connected with them, and basically they can come in and say a couple of words about what they've built and what they're looking for in the future. I want to thank you one more time, Michael, Urška, and Jesus, for being part of this panel and really making us dream and motivating us and giving us this energy to continue. And actually, me and Urška are continuing. We're doing a launch-a-thon in December, but we're going to come back about it later. So, like winner number 1, imagine a drum roll playing. I'm really bad at making these noises. So winner number 1, we've got Lev from Agave, who is currently connected with Vision Health Pioneers and the OECD, and they will be discussing and potentially connecting them to more people to help them fulfill their dream. Lev, are you here?
I am, yes. Hello.
Hi, Lev. Hi. Would you like to say a couple of words about you, what you're working on, and as a winner accepting this virtual award?
Yes, absolutely. I'm Lev Hordisky. I'm an astrobiologist and education innovator. Currently, I'm a visiting assistant professor at the University of the Virgin Islands, and I founded Science Voices, a nonprofit, to work with overlooked communities to help improve their science education resources. And Agave was the project that me and my team worked on. It's a system to bring adaptive learning to environments that can't currently support it, such as offline environments or places where we don't have very good internet connectivity, so that the vast majority of the world isn't missing out on some of the edtech innovations that the developed world is seeing. So I'm very happy to have participated in this.
Thank you, Lev,
Can I
and
say one word?
congratulations. And we really want to see also how your platform can help people and educate and help them progress their education. So the second winner that we have from the hackathon that we did back in September is Jessie Paquette from TACBio. They are connected to Flying Health, which is an ecosystem here in Germany, and they would have an interview to see if TACBio would be a right fit for that ecosystem and help them progress more, find new partners, and continue potentially new partners, new investors, and continue their project. Jessie, are you with us?
Yes, I'm right here.
Hi.
Hi, so I'll intro myself briefly and the project as well as the company. So I'm the technical co-founder at TACBio. We're a seed stage software startup out of San Francisco, although I'm based in Brussels. And what we have is a software platform, a next generation platform for healthcare and life science data research and discovery. We have major healthcare providers and large pharmaceuticals as customers. We see a wide diversity in data sets, and this is a huge challenge as we move towards precision medicine because the data lake paradigm is not scalable. So our decentralized data mesh and applications built on top of our smart data nodes provide time to value in days to weeks as opposed to months to years. So for the hackathon, we worked on a brand new data set within 24 hours. And in that time, we took the clinicaltrials.gov data set and developed a data product on top of that with an end user front end application and as a demonstration of what our low code platform can do.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you so much, Jessie, for letting us know what you're doing, and really good luck with everything. And the last, but certainly not least, winner of our hackathon back in September is Impact. They won a meeting with Bayer to continue and progress their project, potentially find new partners and investment or any other opportunities that can open up to them. So Lisa from Impact, would you like to come on stage and also present yourself and your project?
Yes, of course. Thank you. Yes, I'm Lisa. I'm the team leader from Team Impact. And it's a really big honor for me to be rewarded here because especially it's my very first hackathon. Yes, Impact is a solution. It's a mobile app which allows people, we are tackling 4 main problems. Firstly, we allow people to get to know and measure their daily routines' impact on climate or pollution. And secondly, we make changing daily routines fun by means of gamification. Thirdly, we are giving green businesses a platform to acquire and to bind customers. And last but not least, we reward people for their daily changes by who are successfully completing those challenges by giving them discounts or coupons. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and to all the winners. Again, congratulations to all of you. Hope you get connected with all of these partners that we mentioned. Thank you very much to Bayer for being part of our hackathon again and for supporting us as well for putting it together. And one more perk for these 3 winners, actually, as I mentioned, we are organizing a launchathon with the EU versus virus community, and you are all welcome to be part of it. We'll send you more details. So, have to wrap up this session and move forward to the next one. In order to do so, I would like to also wish Happy Women's Entrepreneurship Day today. Today, it's the day for all women entrepreneurs. So, well, thank you for being around and congrats for making the world a better place. And we're moving on to a topic around feminism and data feminism, to be more precise, by Lauren F. Klein, who is an associate professor at Emory. So Lauren, thank you very much for your presentation. Looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you so much for having me. I am going to share my screen. Oops. There we go. Oh, I have a little visitor. This is my daughter. It is currently 7 o'clock in the morning where I am. And she is getting ready for school. So how does this look? Can everyone see my screen? Okay. So what I'm going to talk to you about briefly is a book that I co-authored with a colleague of mine from MIT, Catherine D'Ignazio. She's an assistant professor of urban planning at MIT. And if you're interested, the book is available open access. You can see the link down there at datafeminism.io. So what I'll do in these couple of minutes is talk a little bit about our motivation for writing the book, and then I'll do a quick summary of the main points and then a couple of examples, and hopefully that will get us in time for a little quick Q&A. So, oops, here we go. How about I make this actually fit the slide? Here we go. Okay. So we see data feminism as part of a growing body of work that is holding corporate and government actors accountable for their sexist, racist, and classist data products. So things like face detection systems that can't see women of color, hiring algorithms that demote applicants that went to all women's schools, search algorithms that circulate negative stereotypes about Black girls, data visualizations that reinforce the gender binary, all these things and more. And what we bring to this conversation is a focus on feminism and intersectional feminism in particular. But before we get to the main argument of the book, sort of about why data science needs feminism, we thought we'd do some level setting because everyone brings their own genealogy of feminism to the table. So we thought we would tell you about ours. So one definition of our feminism comes from Beyonce. Never a bad idea to start with her. Feminist, the person who believes in equal rights for men and women and trans people. So at root, feminism is a belief in equality. And here's a second definition: feminism, organized activity on behalf of women and trans people's rights and interests. So feminism is also a political action. But feminism is also a set of theories and ideas. These theories began by thinking through issues of inequality with respect to sex and gender. But the past 40 years of scholarship and also the current political reality have many, many more dimensions of inequality in the conversation. So these include things like race, class, sexuality, ability, position in the world, and more. So this sort of leads to the most important takeaway from this 3-minute introduction to feminism, which is that feminism in the year 2020 must be understood as intersectional. So this is a term coined by the legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw, which she uses to explain how social inequality cannot be explained by only one dimension of difference, like gender. When we're talking about inequality or oppression or privilege for that matter, we must be talking about the intersection of the many factors and forces that produce it. So these, again, include sexism, but also racism, classism, imperialism, and so on. And the key thing to understand about intersectionality, and it's a thing that's often overlooked, is that intersectionality does not just describe markers of individual identity and their effects. It describes the structural forces of power and their intersection that create those effects. And it's the work of women of color feminists and Black feminists in particular that have really helped us foreground this conversation about structural forces, the root cause of the inequalities that we face. So in short, intersectional feminism, which provides the underlying framework for our book, isn't just about gender or just about women. It's about power. It's about who has it and who doesn't. And in today's world, data is power. And so intersectional feminism, when applied to data science, can help that power be challenged and changed. And so the argument that we make in the book is that data science really needs feminism, and intersectional feminism in particular, if we ever hope to overturn these power imbalances. So in writing the book, Catherine and I reviewed a lot of prior work, both sort of in academia and activism and community organizing. And then we sort of asked ourselves, what have we learned from all of our schooling in feminism and our experiences in these various communities that we've been involved with? And we came up with these 7 principles that to us encapsulate the most important aspects of intersectional feminism as they relate to data. So our goal was really to sort of operationalize feminism for data science. I mean, some people hear that and they think like, oh, that sounds sort of reductive, but what we really wanted to do was provide concrete models that might guide the work of people who actually work with data, or people who want to work with data, or who want to refuse to work with data. We'll have more on that in a minute. So the principles, I'm assuming you can read the slide, but if not, I'll just run by them. Examine power, that's the first one. And the second one is challenge power. And we actually have 2 principles at the beginning of the book. Each chapter in the book is structured around one principle, but we start with power and we give it a lot of space because, as I just said, power is at the root cause of all of the inequalities that we face in the world. Then the principles are rethinking binaries and hierarchies, elevate emotion and embodiment, embrace pluralism, consider context, and make labor visible. And so what I'm just going to do in sort of the second half of this talk is run through a couple of quick examples that are drawn from the book to sort of show you what I mean by these principles. So in the book, we tell the story of Mimi Onuoha's efforts to collect what she calls missing data sets. These are data sets that a reasonable person might expect to exist, like the number of citizens killed by the police, or the number of women versus men with cases of coronavirus. But these data sets do not exist. And what Onuoha does is undertake an analysis of power, again, this first principle of examining power, in her art project to ask why we have detailed data on things like guinea pig teeth, that exists, a data set, length of them, but not police violence, which would seem to be an issue of much more pressing social need. But feminism also involves action. And so the chapter about challenging power centers on an example that you see here, which details a way to push back against these unequal power structures that we find both in data sets and in data systems. So for example, feminicide in Mexico, excuse me, and pretty much every other country is another case of missing. In the book, we tell the story of Maria Salguero, who resolved to head straight towards the problem of missing data and collect that data herself. This is what we might call a feminist counter data collection strategy. Collecting counter data is one way to challenge power by supplying data that combats the dominant narrative, or helps to challenge the story that we would otherwise believe in the absence of information. You know, there are a lot of caveats with that statement about the good that collecting data can do, but for time's sake, I'm just going to leave it there. But feminism, it doesn't just help us identify issues to address, it also informs the process of doing data science. So this principle, embracing pluralism, derives from the feminist philosopher Donna Haraway, her idea of what's called situated knowledge. This is the view that the most complete knowledge, the most we can know, comes from bringing together multiple perspectives. So in this model, knowledge is not top down, so actually not like me lecturing at you through a screen, but actually created through dialogue and exchange. And this ultimately results in a more complete picture of the problem at hand. We see this in the example of the anti-eviction mapping project. This is the large image that you see on the left, also known as the AEMP. They are a self-described collective of, quote, housing justice activists, researchers, data nerds, artists, and oral historians. And since 2013, the AEMP has worked to quantify and organize around the housing crisis in San Francisco on the West Coast of the United States. They work in collaboration with tenants' rights organizations and community groups. And they also create oral histories, which is what you see here in the narratives of resistance and displacement map. So each blue dot on the map, if you click it, leads to a video story from a single person or a family who is facing displacement from their home. And in the book, we contrast this project with the Eviction Lab, which you see in an image on the right, which is based at Princeton University. The Eviction Lab's goal is to present a national picture of the eviction crisis. And I should say sort of at the outset, in this contrast, we don't mean to sort of impugn this project. It's a valuable goal and really sort of a worthy project, but it is widely different in terms of process. So if you were to take a look at these two projects, just on the basis of these images, you would say, oh, the Eviction Lab's maps, they seem to derive from bigger data, right? Like we're looking at a whole map of the United States versus one of just the Bay Area. It looks a little bit more official. It's done with sort of professional mapping software instead of Google Maps. And it would seemingly present a more comprehensive picture and more authoritative picture of the problem of eviction in the United States. But the AEMP has shown that national real estate databases, like the one that the Eviction Lab uses, significantly undercount evictions. So, you can think about the reasons why this might be true. For a real estate database, they're in the business of selling properties. It doesn't look good for them if they overreport any more evictions than they need to. So there's sort of a financial and business incentive not to include as certain evictions in the data set. But then you can also just think about all of the different ways in which you can be pushed out of your home that don't involve someone filing the legal paperwork to serve you with an official eviction notice, right? So you can think of your landlord not fixing your appliances, so your apartment becomes more and more annoying to live in. You can think of your landlord raising the rents a lot frequently, so it becomes unaffordable for you. You could think of your landlord using their key to get into your apartment and scare you or lurk in the lobby. All of these things are ways that landlords can get you out, can make you leave, that aren't sort of coded in the data. But because the Eviction Lab works with local tenants' rights organizations, so the organizations where people go when they say, help, this is happening to me, or help, this just happened to me, the AEMP has gathered admittedly messier, but much more accurate and more contextualized data that documents a greater extent of the problem at hand. And data feminism principles apply not only to collecting data and analyzing data, but also to the visualization and communication of data. One of the key contributions of feminist thinking is to dismantle false binaries. Feminist philosophers start with the gender binary. As we say, sort of behind a binary, there's always a hierarchy, and the gender binary with men on top and non-binary folks erased. This is no different. But there are many other false binaries that are gendered and show up in our work. For example, the false binary between reason and emotion. And in the book, we use the two charts depicted here to argue that emotion has been exiled from data communication, mostly thanks to folks like Edward Tufte, but that both feminist philosophy and information visualization research have shown how emotion is central, really central to perception, to learning, and to understanding. So this sort of brings me to the final point I want to make before the Q&A, which may be obvious from these examples, but I'll say it. It's that data feminism exists on an expanded definition of data visualization and data science. Our data science isn't defined by the size of the data set or the credentials of the people undertaking the work. These concerns are the ones that are continually used to exclude women and people of color from the field, as well as to exclude work whose contribution is socio-technical rather than purely technical. But if we expand our definition of data science, then we can clearly see that some of the most exciting work in the field today is being undertaken by artists, by journalists, by humanities scholars, by community organizers, by activists. And sure, some of this work does look like traditional data science. So here we want to give a shout out to Meg Mitchell and her team at Google for their research on bias in natural language processing. That's the paper that you see on the far left. But then next to Meg's work, you see, for example, an interactive AI sculpture by the artist Stephanie Dinkins, which was trained on an intergenerational dialogue between Black women and her family. And then on the right, you see this data journalism project by The Pudding, which is inventive and fun and examines gender bias in Hollywood screenplays. And then at the very bottom, you see Data Therapies work with community-based organizations to create what they call data murals, which are painted in their own communities. And in the book, we have hundreds of examples like this, which we've selected to illustrate our points, to inspire our readers to action. Because while we recognize that data is at the root of so many problems today, it can also be part of the solution. So I just wanted to wrap up sort of concretely with some things that you can do. So one, do work that exposes and interrogates racism, sexism, and other forces of oppression. Examine how those forces show up in data and in the world. Two, collect counter data and missing data, introduce new communities to data science, use data to advocate for equity at your institution. It was great to hear about some of these projects from the hackathon that did just this. Experiment with creative forms of data presentation and communication. So this includes quilts, sculptures, murals, VR, fashion shows. Include more people in data-driven projects, especially impacted communities. And then make sure you credit your sources and your research support staff. Make your process transparent and reflect on your own identity when doing data science work. So that's it for me. We can talk about this and any questions you have about data feminism in the air meet. But thanks so much for listening. If you want more information about the book, the website is up there. And information about both of the research labs that I run, the Digital Humanities Lab at Georgia Tech, now moved to Emory, is right here. My GitHub is over there. Catherine's lab is over here. And we're all on social media, and you can follow us, tag us, talk to us there. Thanks so much for listening.
For being here. That was absolutely wonderful and fascinating. Thank you so, so much. We are going to go to another short break, and we will be back with you real soon. Don't forget to head over to the AMA to ask all those questions that I'm sure are burning in your mind right now. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
No matter where it comes from, who creates it, when it's generated, or how it's analyzed, data is history. Today, through the power of AI, unlocking value from that data now takes less of the past to predict more of the future. And by knowing where you're going, you can transform your business. That transformation and clarity starts with IBM Data Science. Build and scale AI with trust and transparency, while automating AI lifecycle management from beginning to end. Find the true potential of AI that relies on the connection between human and machine intelligence, a perfect blend of data, talent, and trust that improves lives when working together. The result? The rise of your AI-powered enterprise. Smarter models, better governance, less bias. Automation of repetitive tasks that occupy 80% of a data scientist's time. And higher prediction accuracy in minutes, not weeks or months. It's intelligent automation that happens when AI generates AI. IBM Data Science powers a unified data and AI platform that's available across any cloud and is built on open source frameworks driven by IBM Research. Tap into the open innovation of IBM Cloud Pak for Data, a pre-integrated set of data and AI services delivered within an extensible cloud-native platform that gives you the enterprise data science and AI you need. This is how AI and the human mind can do more together. It's how the future of work works. Wherever you are in your journey to AI, what will we build together?
edition of Data Natives in Berlin.
I've met quite a couple of interesting people around here, of all sorts of.
I'm mostly here to see what other companies are doing in their data science departments, what new technologies they're using, and just to be inspired by what they're doing.
And people have been very approachable, which is very nice. It was very easy to talk to the speakers as well.
So the audience is great. So it has the spectrum is very wide. Yeah. So you have people really working with the data. It can meet executives, and you can also meet people from the product side. So I like it so far.
The quality of the presentations is extremely high, huh? And there's a lot of technical knowledge to get here.
A lot of practitioners, a lot of interesting talks. Was also fun to be on stage, to receive the questions, so I like it a lot.
Found some potential collaborators. Actually also might build some partnerships here today, so pretty cool.
I think that's a fantastic breeding point of innovative potential, and I think Germany will be a second Silicon Valley.
I love this. And we're even more impressed this year about how it grew bigger. The talks were great, so I think we're definitely going to come again.
Been here all the time talking to people, so I guess the audience is what I would highlight as absolutely the best part of the conference.
Welcome back. Here we are once again at Data Natives Unlimited, and once again just a reminder, I'm sure you're sharing lots of information, ideas, thoughts, questions, pictures on social media to please use hashtag DNUnlimited when you do so. We would love to see what you're sharing. Now we're going to go into a fireside chat on digital transformation. David Rao, VP and Head of Global Data Asset and Decision Science at Bayer Pharmaceuticals, will be interviewed by Aline Noisette, Global Healthcare Connector. Aline, over to you.
Welcome to that afternoon session. I'm Aline Noisette, Digital Health Connector, and it's my pleasure to be here today to talk about digital transformation. Digital transformation is not new, but became a central topic for many companies those past months with the COVID crisis and the need to adapt and shuffle the activities online. It's my pleasure to welcome David Ruot, VP, Head of Global Data Asset and Decision Science at Bayer Pharmaceuticals. David, welcome.
Thank you for having me today.
David, can you tell us a bit more about yourself and your role at Bayer?
Sure. Thank you for having me today. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be able to address, to have a keynote in this particular conference. So my role is I'm sitting in the IT organization at Bayer, and we work exclusively for the pharma division. So my role as head of global data asset and decision science is to establish the data asset of the pharma company, work collaboratively with all the people in the different function of pharma, making sure we make our data fair and accessible, and foster basically the digital transformation. Foster the digital transformation also with another team, which is the other decision science unit that I have. And the decision science unit are data scientists. And the data scientists work on digital solution across the board. And it's a central central team, in fact, inside the organization. So we work along across all the function of pharma.
Okay, fantastic. And so I believe Bayer has been working on its digital transformation for many years. It's not something new, right? And so how do you scale digital transformation in an organization as big as Bayer?
Yeah, that's a very interesting topic, and thank you for asking the question. So, and that led me, in fact, to my first slide, is that we started our journey 3 years ago. We had a phase, like I think every company has a phase of exploration at the beginning, where we had a little pocket of data native, or let's say digital talent across the entire company. And we move quickly into basically the phase 2 here on this slide, where we had a bit of a centralization aspect. So this centralization happened, and we concentrated the data scientists, which were a bit the big hype at the time, inside one team. And we saw directly, I mean, it doesn't mean that we were basically tackling all the projects of the company, but we're having, at the time, basically work across all the division of Bayer. Bayer being a conglomerate, we work in crop science, we work in consumer health, we work in pharma. And back in the day, we were in fact working with animal health also. We divested this company since. So from the centralized team, I mean, it moved very quickly into the model which we are almost, closing at this time, which is phase 3, the urban spoke model, where the different function became more mature, recruited their own digital talent in different areas, and basically took ownership of their digital transformation on their own. The central hub is still needed, definitely, for bringing the community link, also training the different and working collaboratively with the different data scientists or digital talent. I say digital talent and not data scientists so much anymore, because it's not only data scientists anymore. It has been a huge hype around it, but really the success of a digital transformation is not linked to the data science talent. It's about thinking along the line of product. And that really the trick is that we should not waste our time on every little innovation that happens across the board. We have a lot to do in every large project that we launch, and we need to basically be very good at crafting a vision for the product that we want to develop and prioritize them very quickly and very smartly. At the end of the day, the phase which I call phase 4, or return on investment, is really when we have the data analytic is fully embedded into the whole organization. So that is the phase where you really start to rip off basically the benefit of it. So you achieve your transformation. You have a very good understanding of what can you do with digital talent, what is a new business model for your company. The hub is still needed and there for supporting basically some central effort, coordinating some cross-functional topics. But at the end of the day, the function are basically leading their own digital transformation. And it's basically a collaborative model at the end of the day.
Okay, fantastic.
So, yeah, and so when I was saying, in fact, about the digital transformation journey, is that the need for prioritizing topics is key. And we developed a set of methods and guidelines for us to drive our prioritization topics. So what we did is we analyze the situation, how does really a digital topic come to life. The digital topics start with roughly an idea, most of the time. It starts with an idea, which is, well, or need to be business relevant. And from there, we bring as a team basically a set of skills around the table. And those skills are basically leading us towards an experiment and basically prioritizing the use case correctly. The experiment is meant to drive and elicitate the value out of the use case, and be able to make an assessment at the end of the experiment whether we want to develop it further into a full-scale product. And that's really the bit the journey we are going through into our digital solution delivery.
And how is that different from traditional non-digital transformation?
In a way that, I mean, there is, so that would lead me a bit into this particular slide, and the previous one is, so what is different from before is that we are thinking in terms of product. I would say the first phase is a bit more scripted. So here you have two phases, and I would, the advantage of having basically a remote presentation so you can follow my mouse is that you have what we call the data science lab, which is the experimental phase. It's a bit more scripted and in a way allow us to have a bit more of freedom to explore, because we frame basically the experimental phase with a time box experiment. So we don't allow to have experiments which are staying more than, for example, a year, 3 months in the company. An experiment which is going on for a year is not an experiment, it's a research project. And that is a different type of work. So the data science team and basically the digital talent in the company, there is different type of them. So there is, if you want, the researcher, and there is also the data scientist. And I would differentiate the type of work is by nature is different. So we are not doing really research in my team. We are doing, in fact, development of digital solution, which is different. And that's why we approach that with basically, if you want, this particular framework is a bit looking like a consulting framework, which is a bit the aim. What is different from the traditional approach, as you mentioned before, is inside the industrialization phase, you're able to see that there is this little gray icon here at the top, which is a product owner. And not the product concept, which is implemented into the work. So a product team is formed, and the product owner is elected for leading this particular product. And the product team, if you want, has a roadmap, and they work towards basically ensuring the success of the product. So it's a little bit like an entrepreneurship approach, where we have a startup inside the company, and they are rooting to basically make the product a success. And that is mindset shift, I would say, is a different from before. That's the main difference. After that, it's a bit also the aspect that it's a matrix work. So the product team or the experimental phase team or the operate and maintain team are not, if you want, line management team. They are basically custom built for the purpose of the product, and they pool resources from different places in the organization. So that's really a matrix organization, and also we can achieve agility also at the level of skills, not inside the team, but at the level of the skills. So the skills are varying in nature, and that's really the purpose of this particular organization. Yeah.
And what would you say are the most successful or the most important skills to make that digital transformation successful?
The most important skills, I would say, is the mindset towards really, truly assessing that the product concept makes sense, and doing a mental exercise at the beginning of every project, where we say, if everything works, if we have the data, let's imagine we have the data, let's imagine we are able to craft an algorithm which is bringing the next level of insight. Now let's push it and imagine a digital solution facing the users. Would it be an iPhone app? Would it be a web interface? Whoever the user, the patient, the HCP. We need to do this mental exercise to see, at the end, will it make sense? Will it be a valuable offer? Will it basically fill a need in the market? And will it be sustainable for our company to develop that? You need to answer all those questions to be able to assess that. And that's really the skill. In terms of skills, it varies. A digital solution doesn't need to have a fancy algorithm to be successful. It's not about using the latest deep neural network. It's about solving a problem for the patient and healthcare. That is really the aim of this entire digital transformation in Bayer. Bringing the right state of mind and working towards basically this aim of bringing solution which matter, digital solution in this case, that matters. Yeah.
Okay. And can we dig a bit deeper? Can you walk us through how it works concretely at Bayer?
Yes, yeah. So it has different level of complexity. So first of all, I mean, on the previous slide, you saw a bit of the process of we tackle project. You saw also the skills which are needed, very varied skill. You saw the list below the screen, the graphic. Product owners, product designer. I mean, we are looking into ethical concern of the algorithm we create. We have data strategists. So a lot of people come together. But also what we need is what you see on the slide here is a platform where we can work, where the data scientist, the data engineer can collaboratively create the product. And that is what we spend the last, I would say, 3.5 years building. So at Bayer, we had a kickstart in a way that we acquired legacy Monsanto, and they were very advanced into this particular field, and they brought with them basically a concept of a cloud native analytic platform. And we implemented this particular platform within the Bayer world, meaning with fulfilling our security requirement and need for also the pharma part of our business. With that in mind, we created a platform which at the beginning we created something which was basically built by data scientists for data scientists. And that was really the minimal use case that we looked at, and we started to build use case after use case. We built a platform and it extended in functionality as we went. This platform is built in-house, but we build in-house with acquiring basically the best technology out there. So we are basically plugging in some different system, like we have a Domino Data Lab, we have Data Robot, we have software as service for basically doing linear optimization. We have also other platform as a service. And in the next slide, I will explain a bit this ecosystem. We use the tool of the trade. The aim was really to have a self-service platform more than anything. It was starting at the beginning like what we call an exploration zone, really to fulfill, if you remember the previous slide, to fulfill the need of having something to develop minimal viable product, a lab, okay? A data science lab, data engineering lab. It was really the first need that we saw, and we built it for that. And it grew, and we grew into, okay, now we have the minimal viable product, how do we scale? And that has been a pain point for inside the industry across the entire world. How do you scale digital solution? It's a new type of business. Not every company is native into the space, and pharma is definitely not native into scaling up digital solution. We work with external partners to do that, but we created an environment at the end of the day. So we are really unlocking the power of everybody in the company by creating an ecosystem. So it's an ecosystem of different platforms that exist. We have, as I said, the lab environment, which is an environment which is sandbox, where people develop new features, for example, or explore new concept, and it's free for everybody in the company to use. We have also the common services, which are, I describe it also, the common services is a dark green box. The common services allow us to have, let's say, servers which are always on for some common services into the company lab. It would be, for example, all the GitLab, RStudio servers, Alteryx servers, I mean, things to execute jobs in the back and scale up jobs. So that's also the common services is a set of service. We build our platform based on AWS, and we have a cloud native platform. So we leverage to the full extent, basically, AWS. And that's part of the common services, if you want. And after that, you have the environment for deploying. The deployment of the solution at scale are performed in two different, basically, environments. It's a semantic representation. It's not really how it is in Bayer, but we have a product supply factory area, we have an R&D factory area, we have a commercial factory area where we deploy the solution. Those factories embed basically the data pipeline derived from the data asset of the company. We in the factories, you also have the processes to deploy solution in basically to the end users, meaning some of the solution need to be GXP controlled. So it need to be on good practice, but also need to be checked. You have all the test servers, you have the pre-prod servers, you have the prod servers, which are under basically strict condition for any change and kept 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know, the lights are kept on. Those environments are the big environment. Okay, we started with a lab, and we very quickly developed the factories for developing and deploying our solution. This environment, as you see, this ecosystem, I call it also the donut slide, is an environment which is, as I said, cloud native, but it's open to the outside, meaning we have access to the internet, we have access to gather the data source from the outside, but also external consultant can come and access our platform, and they can work into the same environment. They don't need, so for example, when we contract out the service, we can dedicate an environment into the lab environment, and at the end, those externals work inside our own lab environment, develop the solution, and deploy in one of the factories. They do not, for example, develop their solution into their own cloud, which is an external cloud, which is using different tools, different standards, and then we need to operate a knowledge transfer internally. So we build it in a way that it's also open to the outside, and so far it has been a great success for that.
Okay, David, I would like to talk a bit about data. You know, in the pharma industry in general, we talk a lot about data, data lake, the importance of having data. Can you tell us a bit more from your point of view, what's the potential of data for the pharma industry?
So that is, I mean, everybody recognizes that in our company, that data is a fuel for our digital transformation. We are spending a considerable amount of energy, money, but also attention on organizing our data. So we believe that the data need to flow, and information need to flow into the company to be able to, at the end, be more agile. Destroying, if you want, here the silos around the data. So it's not about basically making the data freely available to everybody without control. It's about implementing the policy so that we can enable the entire company in the right way. And so we are looking into different systems to enable that, to standardize, if you want, the data access through different tools, but also standardize the data governance into the company. Standardize the data governance around, here we are talking about tools and technology to do that. We are not reinventing the processes around data governance. We are just implementing them into a common interface at the end of the day, which would allow, for example, a new joiner coming into the company to have a clear path written down or to access a particular data source. It's not obscure. You don't need to find the person into the org chart, send an email. No, we would like to have basically processes to access data for the data governance, so that at the end of the day, the success of the company is linked to the flow, increasing the flow of information. It's if information and insight is flowing more freely across the entire, basically, workforce, will be more agile and will be more performant. And that's really the aim of this digital transformation at the end of the day. So data is essential, yes, for achieving that. But it's a data strategy, not so much a data itself. Yeah.
Okay. And what are the main challenges today, Mickey, to reach the full potential of data? Like, is it easy to collect them, to store them, to make sense of them?
The challenge are are varied in a way that it's the data has always been core to the entire company, especially in pharma. It's we acquire data. We all know data is essential for us. So it's about the challenge is about putting those data into potentially other warehouse or making them available or registering the data into our data catalog, making sure that the new data set coming in are made fair right away. So that is, I mean, and yeah, fair. I mean, we have different degree. It's a bit like if you want the judo. So you have white belt, yellow, blue, and red at the end. The fair. I mean, we aim really at the beginning to make our data findable at least, so that we don't buy potentially the data twice, which is a problem across such a large company. That is, I mean, key for us. After that, making them accessible would be that we clarify how do you get access to the data, and that's basically the data governance topic. And after that, interoperable is something a bit more like you go very much toward the blue belt of this world. Interoperable would mean you need to implement basically a semantic layer on top of the data so that machine can request and query the data, and people can in fact perform a query on top of our data hub and retrieve information which are relevant, but don't really care about the underlying data source, which is really the next level. So that is really, I would say, the red belt level, which is a bit the semantic web dream. At the moment, we are not aiming too much for that. We are rather aiming to make our data findable and accessible, which will be the first thing. And I think it will be already keeping us busy for several years to do that. So yeah, we'll do that. At the end of the day, this entire platform is meant to enable us. It's there is many people collaborating. It's not my platform. It's a platform of buyer, and we build it with something very peculiar in mind. And I push for it is that this, let's say, the lab environment, the common services, at least is built because the factory are a bit more controlled environment. It's made for deployment, but the lab and the common services is built around the concept of open source. So the entire company is engaging with the lab and the common services because it's a place where they can develop their own features. So if something is missing, they can develop it and they can make it available. And it's a bit like an open source project, really, at the end of the day. So we end up in a place where people develop the thing, and we have they submit their like in a GitHub fashion, they submit their feature as a pull request because it's an infrastructure as code, entire system. And we have a committee which review it and would basically make it available. The committee is a bit more complex in a way, and the decision is a bit more complex than an open source project that a new service need to be maintained. And there is an expectation behind it. So it means you need to commit also a cost, and the cost of operating the entire solution. Would it be, I mean, it could be small, it could be large. So we need to control for that. And that's a bit the thing. So the entire ecosystem is growing nicely, and it's because we craft it as an open environment for everybody to contribute that it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
David, you mentioned also before that other companies can collaborate with you. Can you tell us a bit more about that, like partners you are working with?
Yeah, it's it takes really a village to deliver that. It's we have a humongous amount of partners, vendors across the entire globe to help us. We put at the center the users, and because that's really, I mean, the primary aim is we need to serve the users. The users interact with the first layer mainly. They interact with the platforms, so basically the software. We have, that's why I say basically we have the interface for accessing the Python notebook, RStudio, Domino Data Lab, you name it, or Data Robot. But all of that is sustained by the common services of the third party. So those things which are, let's say, the needed infrastructure that you need to have, like GitLab for code repository, but also CI/CD pipeline is done in GitLab. We have our authentication system and group authentication system with Prima. We have repository with Artifactory, where we deposit basically our own Python package, solution, algorithm, and everything. We have the Tableau servers to deploy the system, and that's just a few of the thing. And after that, we have a commercial partner, I would say, around there, which are our studio, Trifacta. We are looking into Imuta, Plotly, but also, I mean, we are a big consumer of the PyCharm system for coding. And all of that is, I would say, sustained by an ecosystem of large partners. So we develop with Accenture and another company. Accenture has helped us at the beginning and done an excellent job. We have also AWS, so we are AWS centric because we don't want to spread across multiple clouds too much. There is a cost associated to that, which is non-negligible. Having a cloud strategy is essential for a company. And I would say that's one of my last point potentially for today. As a digital transformation, a cloud strategy is needed from the start. Every cloud is good in a way. There is not, I would say, a single thing you cannot do in one cloud, and I mean, you can do in one cloud and not in the other one. I would say potentially the ease of doing it is different. So sometimes it's easier to do it in AWS or easier to do it in Google or Azure or Microsoft. But we cannot afford to have the data spread across every cloud in the world. It would be very costly at the end of the day to transfer data. If we store the data in Azure, we do the operation in AWS, and we have the data in Google. So we assess the need to develop platform across different clouds. And we have basically a committee allowing us to do that. And because there is a cost of operation, which is non-negligible at the end of the day. The skills are very different. Developing in AWS, Google, or Azure is different. We need to buy all the software again. We need to redeploy the software, maintain the software. I have a support team for every cloud, which would mean at this point, if you just look at the 3 major clouds, we mean 3 team managing the 3 clouds, deployment platform. So all of that could become a very prohibitive cost at the end of the day, and potentially kill or set the entire company several years back, because we need to reassess our cloud strategy, decommission something, transfer some stuff. So it's essential to assess this need. Yeah.
David, thank you very much. I think that was really a great overview of what Bayer is doing. And if you're interested in knowing more, I would encourage you to meet David now in the speakers lounge. And from my side, David, I would like to thank you very much for that time, for explaining us how it works. And everybody have a nice rest of the day and enjoy the conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much. And yes, please do go to the AMA Lounge and go ahead and ask those questions that are burning in your mind right now. We are taking a short break, but here's some special instructions for you. We're going to have a networking game next. That will be hosted by Elena Pugia. And here's how it's going to work. You are going to switch on your cameras. Yes, this is not going to be like university where you go to a lecture and the screen is black for the professor. No, switch on your cameras. We want to see what you look like. Please stay muted. We're only going to need you to do hand signals for the next section. Elena will explain more, but make sure you've got the cameras on. We're going to promote you all on Zoom and be ready for a networking game. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Berlin is a great place to do AI because it's a really diverse city. You have so many different people from different nations, different backgrounds, different jobs, with so much different input.
Berlin is such an amazing and diverse location with a very interesting central position in Europe. And Kareem, being a hyper-growth company, is always looking for talent, especially in the artificial intelligence domain.
Berlin has an ecosystem that attracts a lot of talented people that are in IT and in machine learning and artificial intelligence. It has high-quality universities, a super innovative startup environment, and that's why Berlin is one of the best places to work in AI.
Berlin has some of the best universities worldwide in the field of machine learning research or artificial intelligence. And I can really recommend Berlin for the best place to study AI in Germany, Europe, and even worldwide.
So AI Monday is about networking, is connecting with the ecosystem, and it's all about machine learning and AI and all the AI startups. Berlin is capital not just for Germany, but also from an AI perspective, because 50% out of all the AI startups in Germany are actually in Berlin. So it made a lot of sense to actually have them here to talk about what they do at the AI Monday events.
Back live, and right now we are gonna play a networking game. Would you rather? So, how would that work? Okay, I'm like all the participants here, all the people that they're now promoted as panelists are participants from the event in the Zoom call. So I would need to see, actually we would need to see each other if that's possible. We can all see all of us, not only me. I don't know if that's possible on screen. Okay, so we will all be able to see each other, and basically I will be asking questions and giving you guys two options. Would you rather A or B? If you're gonna go for A, you need to lift number one, you need to lift one finger. If you're gonna go for B, you need to lift two fingers. And the whole point of the game is that we're counting up to 10 questions, and if you have done more than 5 questions with one, then you will have to excuse yourself and leave the game. I'm joking, but it's a get to know each other type of game. So it would be nice to see like what of the two options we would like to choose, see each other and play with each other on the game. So it would be great if I could see everybody. Is it possible to see everybody? Okay, I can see some people. Can you turn on your camera, guys? Hi. And wave at me. And can you is it only available, okay. Is this only available in Zoom, or can people from the live stream also see this, by the way? Okay, they're just seeing me. All right. So I'm gonna play them this game with whoever is willing to play this. And for the ones watching, guys, for anyone else watching outside of the Zoom call, play it with me as well and see what kind of like answers you would give. So, hi everybody. Whoever wants to play the game, turn on your camera. That would be nice to see your face and to see what you choose. So, let's start with the tough questions about work. Would you rather work 80 hours one week and have the next week off, or work 40 hours for the week, spread across 7 days, including weekends for 2 weeks? Right? Yeah, I'm with you. All number one here. All number one. Let's work for 1 week, 80 hours, and then take the next one off. That's what I'm going to do next week. So, would you rather be the CEO of a company or another executive? Clearly. Clearly. Yes, we're all CEOs. Oh, no. There's a couple of people who are not CEOs. Okay, good. Be the executive that you want to see in the world. Okay, number 3. Would you rather do something you love and make just enough money to get by, or do something you hate but make billions of dollars? That's a difficult one, isn't it? I really don't know what the answer is in this one. Make lots of money and hate yourself, or make enough money and love what you do? I don't know. Okay, number 1, I guess. Both. All right. You guys at the studio, do you want to play with me, by the way? Just so we have some fun here too. Let's do it. Okay. Would you rather work in a big city or a small town? If you have the same job in both places. Big city life. Okay, cool. Would you rather bike or drive to work? Right. Sustainability, guys. Biking is the right solution. Okay. Then, would you rather get paid your entire salary plus benefits all at once for the year, or get paid little by little throughout the year? Yeah, I can't do number 1. If I do number 1, no, it's not gonna work out. Would you rather work for a very small company or a very large company? Okay, so people looking for a job in the big company, there's your answer. Any startup around here, you found your next hires. They're there. Okay. Would you rather have a terrible boss but a great job, or a great boss but a terrible job? Oh shit, that's the same problem with the money, isn't it? So, terrible boss, great job, great boss, terrible job. Yeah. I think I'm okay with the bad boss, but the job needs to be good. Okay, good. Yeah. I see some of you are struggling with the answers, but yes, think about it. Would you rather work an extra hour but get an hour of break time, or work with no breaks but leave an hour earlier? Okay, cool. Let's get out of these work questions. Silly questions. I'm gonna have some of the silly questions. Would you rather be a famous celebrity or live like a hermit? Oh, I don't know, actually. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm indecisive. But everybody wants to be a famous celebrity here in this Zoom room. Would you rather always be slightly too warm or slightly too cold, no matter what temperature the world around you is? Slightly too cold. Too warm. Well, you have to move back to Argentina then. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Would you rather lose all your technology devices or lose every picture that's ever been taken of you? Oh, I have no answer to this. Okay, I'm repeating this question. Would you rather lose all your technology devices or lose every picture that's ever been taken of you? Okay, I know some vampires here. They don't want their pictures taken. Okay, I'm gonna go for no pictures taken. Whatever. You have to remember me. Okay, and everybody here seems to be okay with losing their pictures. Would you rather have to wear clown shoes every day or have to wear bunny ears every day? Huh. Bunny ears for life. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, there's an ad. There's something going on here. All right. Huh. What happened? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did we crash Zoom? Am I live still or no? And we broke the internet. The Would You Rather game broke our stream. But we're back on it, and I think I've got 2 minutes. Thank you very much for everybody who participated in this fun game. You can play it at home with other friends. You can just Google and find this kind of questions. And nice to meet you and get to know you a little bit better, whoever was part of the Zoom meeting. And yeah, for more networking opportunities, you can go to the other Remo stages. There's the data science stage, the future society stage, the data economy stage, and they all have tables. You can go and sit there. There's breaks in between. We can meet other people. A reminder about the speaker lounge. You can go and meet the speakers. Like, really, you can go and meet the speakers. So I think that's a rare opportunity for all of you who are studying data science or who are data scientists working in the field, and you want to advance your knowledge and research and meet other like-minded people. And on these notes, we are going on a short break. So thank you very much, everybody, and see you soon. Bye.
It's intelligent automation that happens when AI generates AI. IBM Data Science powers a unified data and AI platform that's available across any cloud and is built on open source frameworks driven by IBM research. Tap into the open innovation of IBM Cloud Pak for Data, a pre-integrated set of data and AI services delivered within an extensible cloud-native platform that gives you the enterprise data science and AI you need. This is how AI and the human mind can do more together. It's how the future of work works. Wherever you are in your journey to AI, what will we build together?
everybody to Data Natives Unlimited. Now we're just going to go into our next session, but before we do not miss out tonight at 7:30 p.m. we will be joined by international DJ Mr. Purple. He's going to be bringing his absolute best. I know that for a fact. I've seen him so many times. And he'll be bringing deep house and techno beats because we are in Berlin and we want to bring a Brit of Berlin to you. So don't miss out on DJ Mr. Purple at 7:30 tonight. And that's when we will be celebrating 2 days of incredible content. Speaking of incredible content, talking about quantifying, visualizing, and forecasting global human society, we are super happy to have the founder of the GDELT project. Please welcome Kalev Literu.
Thank you so much for having me. Let's see. Hopefully this works here. It's always fun doing things in the virtual world. You're always on the seat. You're always on the edge of your seat. All right. Well, thank you so much for having me here today. It's wonderful to be here talking with all of you. So this image really summarizes the focus of my work, which is really about how do we scoop up the world's information and try to understand the world, whether that's from events to narratives to the emotions that surround us. And this, by the way, is a real image. This is actually not computer graphics. It's actually something called NOAA's Science in a Sphere. It's an acrylic sphere hung in space, projected from around, and that's one of my data sets on it. And so really my work, the GDELT project, which you can just go to gdeltproject.org, all open data, it's really about how do we scoop up the world's information, especially news data, and try to understand what's happening around the world. And it's really about both finding stories and telling stories. So when we have all this, when we can scoop up the world's information in real time and process that through massive computing power to try to sort of tease apart a sort of live chronology, if you will, of planet Earth, you both find these incredible stories that you didn't even know you were looking for, but then you're also able to tell stories in whole new ways. And so, the GDELT project, it begins with news. So this is an image of all the places, all the locations on Earth that GDELT's collected information from over the last few years. Now, typically you see images like this, maps, you say, wow, this is amazing. But what's missing about this is the incredible linguistic diversity of our world. So the GDELT project monitors global news in 152 languages. It live machine translates 65 of those. So everything it sees in 65 languages, it live machine translates. Now, where this becomes so interesting is this actually began back in 2014 in the aftermath of the Ebola outbreak. We actually looked back and found that we had actually seen all these early glimmers of the outbreak, but they were in languages such as French that we weren't able to translate at the time. So right after, by the end of 2014, we began this mass machine translation project. So fast forward to today, and actually in the early outbreak, early days of the Ebola, of the COVID-19 outbreak, so one of the interesting things now, so we mass machine translate all this material. We have this live sort of data set, minute by minute, of basically a metadata index over global news. And fast forward to this past December, and a company up in Canada, Blue Dot Global, actually use our data, and they have these machine learning models that actually process our data and look for disease outbreaks. And their machine learning models actually flagged that there's this SARS-like viral pneumonia of unknown origins emerging out of Wuhan. And so this was this incredible story of 5 years ago we missed this, or 6 years ago we missed this initial outbreak. We launched this machine translation. Today we were able to help this other company actually flag the early glimmers and they actually sent out a worldwide alert about it. So this, again, the real power of looking beyond English, looking beyond our own worlds to what's happening across the world, and especially the voices not heard. So this is, of course, this was actually a couple years ago in the Yemen conflict, comparing what you saw in English language press versus Arabic language press. So again, all the voices, all the stories that you don't hear each day when you don't look beyond your own language. And again, machine translation is far from perfect, but it's good enough today to give us that general gist, to tell us what is this about, and how is it framing that, and what are the details that are being reported. Now, what's interesting as well is all these other stories that are hidden. So for example, we've all seen these beautiful images of social media, these geotagged tweets, for example, tracing out individual roadways across the world. We can see how these communicative corridors connect together. But what we don't see is the voices we don't hear. So this, of course, was the Yemeni Scud launch in June of 2015. And we can see, so the red box is Yemen, and we can see that entire story, which many of you probably saw, the press said, this is the future of warfare. We're going to see as things happen anywhere on earth, we're all going to see it through social media, but not realizing that half the story was absent. And this becomes very powerful, that there's so much data out there today that we get all fixated on the data we can see, but not what we can't see. But of course, this isn't just a social media issue. So this is comparing American television news with BBC. So you can see, of course, if you want to know the UK, you look at BBC, America, you look at our television stations. But the rest of the world, no single station dominates. So this is the thing. Again, you have to look across so many different sources to understand our local, the narratives across the world. And also all these hidden stories. So within data itself, there's so many stories. So this is actually the actual number of tweets per day since January 2012. And you look at these ebbs and flows. And of course, you see that huge surge in March of this year as everyone's locked up. There's so many stories. And, why does this data go up and down? And, there's just so many stories and data that typically we don't even see. We just kind of, we look at tweets. We don't look at those bigger pictures or television. This is American television news coverage of the entire world. This is how often American television news has covered the rest of the world over the past decade. Now, if you look at this map really closely, look at what countries are emphasized and de-emphasized. This is Google Trends for 2016. American web searches about the rest of the world, perfectly correlated. Now, this doesn't tell us whether the fact that the news media here in the US, what countries it focuses and doesn't focus on, drives our interest or vice versa. But we can see that the countries that our media here in the US focus on and don't focus on are exactly those countries that interest us in terms of web searches, in terms of being interested in what's happening there. So again, this fascinating view of what we're seeing, what we're not seeing, and the interplay of data with that. And all those hidden stories. So this was a famous piece I did back in 2011, Cultureomics 2.0. One of the things I did there, so I basically took this enormous data set of global media and showed all the things you can get from it. And one of that was geocoding. So taking that news material and extracting out every geographic location that was present in there. So what you're seeing here is a map of all the locations and the connections expressed among them in global news media up until about Osama bin Laden, up until the month before he was captured. And what you see is all roads lead to the location, to a 200-kilometer radius around where he was captured. So again, that's reflecting that the media across the world, they had all these stories that they were telling that really, again, at the end of the day, people knew where he was. They didn't know the house he was in, but they knew the area he was in. And so the fact that was expressed across the media around the world, but we didn't see that unless, all you saw was this huge pile of text. It's only once you start mapping that you see those powerful stories there. And being able to take, for example, academic literature. So this is half a century of academic literature about Africa and the Middle East, and being able to look at something like food insecurity and say, well, what is the academic literature, our knowledge base, what is that covering? What is that not covering? How does this align with reality? And so you can see the differences between our scholarly knowledge of what, our experts, especially outside of an area, what they are, thinking are the biggest issues versus what's the actual reality there. We can look backwards through time. We can actually watch. This is a project we did with digitized books. We're actually able to watch ideas flow through space, collide, and take bits and pieces of them with each other. And we can map things in real time. So this is actually drug cartels connections within the US. This actually perfectly matched DEA's map of the time period, but this was in real time. We could actually watch the deviations, watch stories emerge, watch new areas come about, old areas fade away. We're able to take an area like, take the Beirut, the terrible tragedy there, and see who's covering that. So if you live in in the UK, you're hearing all about that story. Here in the US, barely anything. We're able to look, but oftentimes, it's not what's happening around the world. Again, it's how it's being portrayed. So this was, of course, the Ebola outbreak. So you can see that here in the US, didn't matter that thousands upon thousands of people were dying. That wasn't a story here in the US. The media just did not consider that, quote unquote, important enough. But once the first Americans got it, boy, now it's a story. But it's that bottom graph is so powerful. So bottom graph is tone from negative to positive. And what's so fascinating there is if you look, you'll notice when the first Americans get it, suddenly the tone becomes more positive, more and more and more positive. You might say, why is that? Well, that's because when the Ebola story first broke, the media here in the US was saying, my God, this is horrible. If it reaches American shores, we're all going to die. But once the first Americans got it, now it was all of a sudden, don't worry. Now that Americans have it, we're going to solve this issue. It's, again, that America as savior metaphor that we all know, but we can actually see that crystallize in the data and see how much that shapes our narratives about the rest of the world. This is a fascinating, this is actually anxiety in American television news. And that huge surge there in October 2013 was actually the US government shutdown. Now, when we talk about sentiment mining, oftentimes we talk about positive and negative, but sentiment mining is so much more than that. The GDO project actually monitors almost 4,000 emotions from each article. And where this becomes important is during the government shutdown here in the US, half of our press said this is wonderful, half of our press said this is horrible. So together they were neutral. You didn't actually see much of a movement there. But what you saw is both sides were horribly scared and nervous about what was going to happen. So again, the importance of moving beyond those traditional metrics. Now this is really fascinating. This is actually the positive negativity of the New York Times over the last half century. So you see, in the New York Times' view, the 1960s with the civil rights movement and all these things that happened here, according to the New York Times, that was the worst period in the last half century, and we never recovered from that. And so that's a really interesting thing when we can kind of see the sort of the biases, the narratives that are encoded in our news media. This is actually a global collection of media from BBC Monitoring across the world. This over the last quarter century. This is a really interesting graph because you'll notice the media have gotten a little bit negative over time, but you'll notice where it really starts collapsing is the 90s, the late 90s. That was the rise of web news. And what's fascinating is when you dig into this data, what you see is that as web news, as the web becomes, really grows as a way of news media being published, the media across the world, the tone begins collapsing. Because positive news, if you say everything's great today, that doesn't really go anywhere. It doesn't sell. Negative news sells. So this is what's so powerful here is what we find is that really, today we say, my God, the world is this horribly negative place. Things are happening everywhere. It may be, or it may be that what you're seeing is the result of global competition for media. That we're not living in a negative world. We're living in a world where the media is focusing more and more on negatives in order to sell out, in order to sell. We can see these fascinating things of the fracturing of the media. So this is us versus them. So here in the US, when we had the special counsel report, when that got published, so this is CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, three of our big stations here in the US. And we can see that they largely in lockstep until that report got released. And then what you saw was a fracturing of it. You saw some stations talking about us and we, and other stations talking about those and they and them. So you actually saw this fracturing of how the nation saw each other. And we actually see the same thing occurring in Twitter itself. We can look at leadership portrayals. Is someone a president or are they just a person? And in terms of how we contextualize leadership and undermine leaders, we can look even at language and how the very parts of speech, verbs, nouns, the parts of speech, how those are evolving, how different words are being used in new contexts today. We can compare. So this is a fascinating graph by BBVA looking at actually the stock market and actually economic behaviors and comparing that against the tone of news coverage. So we can actually look at these fascinating interconnections. We can look at things like the Silk Road and actually compare where they're doing economic investments versus how local media is actually reflecting that. And of course, what we see here is Chinese media is overwhelmingly positive about it. Other parts of the world, not necessarily. We can also map global happiness, and this is a fascinating graph. So this is actually taking all the we actually have I think 5-year animated version of this day by day. What this is doing is taking all the news coverage about a location, so all the mentions of Paris around the world, and then color coding it by how positive or negative all those mentions are. So what you're seeing here is not how happy or sad people are in that location, but how the rest of the world portrays that location. So what we see is across the whole world, certain parts of the world are only seen as these horribly negative places where only bad things happen. Other parts of the world are wonderful, happy places where only good things happen. So again, realizing that because most of us don't visit the world all the time, we're seeing it through the media. And this is the view. This is what we're seeing. This is how we see the world through our news media. To understand that the patterns of our world, we actually come up with mathematical formulas of how stories are being covered. So this is actually natural disasters. What's interesting is the Khashoggi killing. When we applied these mathematical formulas, we were able to show the Khashoggi killing was no longer, we could actually show when it was a normal story and then when it became a political story that was being amplified by certain external interests. And we could show it no longer matched the mathematical formulas of an organic story. So we can actually look at how stories are flowing through the global media, whether they're organic, whether they're being externally pushed. We can map things in real time. This is actually done during the Egyptian outbreak in 2013 and mapping it second by second and showing, you could actually say, well, what's happening over here? We can look at things like refugee migration and plot them out in real time using news data. Again, we can look at global patterns over time. We can map out, for example, protest intensity across the world. And we can overlay different data sets and say, well, what seems to drive protests in each country? We can map narratives. So this is something called carbon sequestration. And we can actually map out the narratives that surround that. And so we just start off with a pile of news coverage and end up then with a network of all the people expressed inside of that and how that's captured in the news media, and those hidden connections that sort of tell us the narrative communities of an area, all the way up to global scale. How does the world's media see all the countries of Earth, and how do they connect it? When media across the world talk about France, what are the other countries that they connect it to and say it's most related to? We can go up to the scale of the entire world. So this is actually a 2013 network diagram, and then drill all the way in to see the different fractions of the world, which is really powerful to start these macro levels and drill into the micro. We can then actually forecast the future. So this is actually looking at the day the president of Ukraine fled, looking at a 2-month window before that, then looking over world history and actually running a moving window over all world history, finding the periods of world history most similar to Ukraine in the last 2 months, looking at what happened in the past after similar situations, and then projecting the future. And it turns out they actually relate very closely. But of course, imagery is how we see the world today. So we can actually take all this news imagery each day, and we actually analyze it using Google's Vision API. And what we're able to see here, for example, here in the US, when we hear about horrible tragedies happening around the world, we see a sanitized view. We see tables of statistics of the number of people that have died, whether from COVID or say the refugee crisis. We've only seen one image of someone who's perished during the refugee crisis. We don't see that here. Other parts of the world, they see that day in and day out. So how does it humanize it? Do we see, just statistics? Do we see actually people telling the stories around us? We actually have a huge collaboration with the Internet Archive's Television News Archive. We've taken the Television News Archive and analyzing that through Google's video analysis. So you can actually keyword search by imagery. So you can actually say, find me imagery of bookcases, find me imagery of podiums. What's different? So one of the things we did is we asked their machine, their AI, what's different about television news in the COVID area compared to before? And the very first answer that came out was bookcases. Everyone's filming from home. I'm probably one of the few people you've seen today without a bookcase behind them. So this becomes very powerful of seeing kind of the visual shorthand. We can look at things like CNN here. They have a COVID dashboard. Day in and day out, it shows the real-time number of infections and deaths. We can see how that's coming and going over time in reaction to events. But we can go, for example, we can look at, by using the OCR, the text analysis, we can look at the titles of all the people being interviewed on television news. And one of the things we did is we came up with a chronology. Give me all the doctors being interviewed on television news. So we actually make a histogram day by day, station by station. Who are the experts that are telling the COVID story? We did a project recently cataloging all the tweets that are showing up on television news and connecting those back. So it turns out actually one of the things when social media companies flag a tweet and say, this is a disputed statement, it turns out that actually drives more attention to it and gets it more visibility. So it actually backfires in many ways. We can look at visual similarity. So when they're telling the same story, are they telling it using the same imagery or different imagery? We can actually compare. This is COVID covers, the attention to COVID on BBC's television, their world service for international, and their domestic radio. So we can show how, for example, domestic radio, all three of them began, domestic radio then stopped really talking about COVID that much, versus their international radio really did the same as television, but also verification. So this was a clip of a COVID-related clip that showed up on television news here. No description, just a clip of something COVID-related. What is this? Where'd this come from? So using machine vision, using Google's machine vision, we can do reverse image search. And so we actually had them basically take a still of this and then do a reverse image search. And then instantly we got back all these captions of how this image has appeared. So basically taking a broadcast, taking a still from a broadcast, searching the open web, finding everywhere else that's occurred, and how is it captioned? We can actually get whole paragraphs of text. So again, starting from just a random clip of what is this that I just saw on television news? There wasn't a description to a complete rich description. We can do that entire broadcast. So we took one of CNN's COVID broadcasts. We had the machine, again, we just took a broadcast and said, go with this. The machine then went second by second and took a still image second by second. We did a reverse image search, found all the other places that image has appeared on the web, and then looked at how it was captioned across the web, scanned inside the image to see if there was embedded metadata. And we actually ended up then with a histogram. We actually have this chronology second by second of that broadcast. So we can actually see that a lot of that broadcast was stock imagery. We could then take a still image and say, what is this? This picture of a teacher setting a student's mask. Where was this taken? The broadcast just has a picture. And again, instantly then we're able to connect it to essentially contextualize that broadcast. So again, I know I've covered a huge amount of ground here very, very rapidly. But really the idea of the Digital Project is about taking the world's news. So essentially scooping up the world's news in real time from across the entire world, all countries, 152 languages and constantly expanding. And we take that data and we try to analyze that. We essentially apply machine translation to bring that into English for our machine algorithms to look at, and as well applying algorithms that exist for each of the languages. We also extract things like quotations. We look at how often news coverage is changing across the world. So is coverage about a certain topic being deleted in a certain country? How is that changing over time? We have all these different rich data sets. They're really about codifying our world, to take this fire hose of news that's emerging each moment from around the world and codify that in ways that allow us to ask questions about it. And so, it's really about, it's about looking at events. So cataloging what's happening around the world. But oftentimes it's more important than what's happening is how it's being framed. If I'm here in the US, it's not just about what's happening, say, in Syria right now. It's about what am I hearing about that? COVID, am I hearing, it doesn't matter what reality is. If I'm sitting here and all I hear is that it's fake news, it's a false story, it's not real, or I shouldn't be wearing a mask, that's going to perhaps influence my behavior. And so understanding those narratives and how those differ across the world and how those differ within communities, it's really about essentially creating this live codified version of world that we can ask these critical questions about. So thank you so much. You can see the URL here, gdeltproject.org. Everything I've talked about is open data. You can download it today and do your own projects. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I don't know if I've ever had a speaker pack so much information into one session before. That was incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
A short break. We'll be right back in just a couple of moments. Thank you.
Graduate turned software developer. I like to take inspiration from systems in nature on how to create more efficient software applications. We can even look to ourselves for this inspiration and the cells that we're made up of. Cells containerize the DNA or the data that programs everything that makes us, us. In a similar manner, software containers enable us to containerize our applications. This containerization can provide great advantages and flexibility. One advantage is easy replication. For example, when we train hard, our body provides more muscle cells for us to be able to improve. Similarly, orchestration systems like Kubernetes enable replication of containers where there's an increased load. Containers also enable portability, which is really important for white blood cells that need to be able to move around the body to fight infection. Containers also offer us extra security, helping to guarantee consistency and manage security risks. For example, if we detect a service with a memory leak, that code can be rewritten, tested, and then deployed again in a container that replaces the original. This is similar to when leukemia patients receive new bone marrow transplants to replace the unhealthy blood-forming cells with healthy ones. There's a lot to gain from using containers and orchestration systems. As you can see, in nature, these concepts can help us to build complex and efficient systems. Now, I'm off to explain reactive architecture in another video using beehives.
welcome back. It's, of course, Data Natives Unlimited. We are continuing the incredible content that we've been bringing you for the last 1-point-something days. Really, I should know what the point something is for all of you data analysts and scientists out there. But we're going to continue with why collecting socially responsible, just race-based data is critical to data science. Discussing this is Roberta Timothy, University of Toronto's Institute for Pandemics. Roberta, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen. So I just want to say good morning and good afternoon, but good morning for me, and welcome to today's discussion. I just want to do a land acknowledgement. The sacred land from which this presentation is taking place has been a site of human activity for 13,000 years. This land is the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wanda. Toronto is the home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak to you from this territory. A quick ancestral acknowledgement. We honor our ancestors of African descent who are intrinsically linked to this land and who fought for their survival. Their lessons and sacrifices have led us to gather here today. We ask you to take a minute to reflect and honor our ancestors, those who have now journeyed, who provide the footprints on which we stand today. I want to quickly locate myself. I identify as an African diasporic woman, womanist feminist, surviving African enslavement from a working class background, daughter of immigrants via the Caribbean and Latin America, mother of two, living and resisting with a visual disability in Turtle Island, Canada. I'm an educator, researcher, community organizer, and therapist with over 25 years of community health and intersectional anti-oppression, anti-colonial praxis experience. Just another location about myself. So I want to talk quickly about what this conversation is today. I hope to examine why socially responsible data collection is needed to address health disparities in African Black communities. Firstly, I'll define ethics. Then I will briefly outline some examples of health inequities using global and local Canada examples for African Black communities before COVID-19. Secondly, I'll outline some historical examples of scientific racism and experimentations in African Black communities that has created adverse health outcomes and a strained relationship with data science. Thirdly, I'll briefly look at our current COVID-19 pandemic in relation to African Black communities and data science, and I'll argue that the data science has a social responsibility to collect data that is emancipatory, intersectional, and anti-oppressive. So this is a definition of ethics, my definition. Ideologies, policies, and practices, data science, that examine the historical and current day colonial and intersectional violence and injustices of government structures, individuals, and groups, including research. It gives moral judgment to stop the inhumane treatment through omission of surveillance of known realities of cruelty and unjust experiences of Black, Indigenous, racialized, and marginalized populations. Ethical conduct must include an intersectional decolonizing practice by providing reconciliation and reparations to create morally just outcomes, to address any wrongdoings and denounce what is morally wrong and uphold what is morally right, to direct anti-racist, anti-violence action in societies, including collecting socially responsible data. I just want to recognize it's the International Decade for People of African Descent from 2015 to 2024. So some statistics in terms of African Black folks. There's over 1 billion African people in the continent of Africa, Nigeria being the biggest country. Approximately there's 200 million African diaspora folks in Brazil, US, Caribbean, Europe, Central America, Canada. And there's over 1,190,540 African Black people living in Canada, 3.5% of the population. And understanding the population is also understanding the data. There's reasons why the population in Canada of African Black folks are only over 1 million people. And that's directly related to colonial violence and anti-Black racism. I want to do a quick definition of anti-Black racism. It's really important to understand that when talking about African Black communities. So anti-Black racism is racism or racist trauma directed specifically towards African Black people based on the promulgation of colonial violence and sanctioned by eugenics-based racial stereotypes that create particular unjust relationships between African Black communities and white supremacist states, structures, and practices. It's critical to understand anti-Black racism when looking at how to create social justice data science. So before COVID-19 in African Black community, global context of health inequities in African Black communities. This is a quote from the World Conference of Social Determinants of Health. Today, there's a 36-year gap in life expectancy between countries. A child born in Malawi can expect to live for only 47 years, while a child born in Japan could live for as long as 83 years. In Chad, every 5th child dies before they reach the age of 5, while in WHI European region, the under 5 mortality rate is 13 out of 1,000. There's no biological or genetic reason for these alarming differences in health and life opportunity. In the United States, infants born to African-American women are 1.5 to 3 times more likely to die than infants born to women of other races and ethnicities. African-American men in the US are most likely among all ethnic groups in the US to develop cancer, a rate of 598.5 per 100,000. Some Black health disparities in Canada. 24% of Black Ontarians qualify as low income as compared to 14.4% of the general racialized Ontario population. 1 in 7 person living with HIV in Canada, 15% is African and Black. 41% of all children and youth are in care apprehended by the Toronto Children's Aid Society are Black. I'm going to quickly talk about some examples of a historical context of health inequities in African Black communities. It's critical to understand health inequities in African Black communities to understand why we need social responsible data. So this is example, of the transatlantic slave trade and the roots that happened, which created health disparities for Black folks globally. This is just another example of the slave trade in East Africa, 17th century, that also exists, which needs to be talked about. So over 500 years of colonization of African people and Black bodies, indigenous African peoples, genocide, white settler, colonial state occupation, colonial African enslavement, Pan-African movements, etc. First forced religion, demonization of African spirituality, and other factors. So there's transgenerational trauma and health violence in our community resulting directly from slavery and colonization. There are approximately 160 million descendants of transatlantic slave trade living today throughout the Western Hemisphere. This is just an example of the indigenous colonization of Canada, an example of residential schools, just to note that the history of African enslavement is connected to indigenous colonization in North America and other places. In Canada, slavery existed, and as a result, we see continued health disparities of in Black populations, and this is before COVID. These are some examples of Canada's history of anti-Black racism. The Code Noir and anti-Black racist policy is an example of the Slavery Abolition Act of 1983, banned enslavement of African people. However, the ideologies and practices and actions of international colonial violence and anti-Black racism continues today. The 1867 to 1960 ban of African immigration to Canada explains our current population of 1 million and the immigration bans of African people still that exist today in Canada. I want to quickly talk about the historical scientific racism and experience and ethical data, because this is really critical to understanding the relationship between data and anti-Black racism. Most folks remember the Nestle formula boycott in the 70s, which was a boycott of Nestle products, which were giving formula to developing quote unquote countries. And this was an ad about the baby killer, the results of the Nestle formula and the effect on countries mainly in the South. I want to give some historical and scientific examples of racism and experimentations. Enslaved African experiments were quite rampant. Example is the smallpox inoculation of a population of 850 slaves during the 1768 epidemic in Jamaica from British colonial rule. Another example is J. Marion Sims conducted numerous gynecological experiments on enslaved women between 1845 and 1849 in US. Also the Sarah Bartman, the Cocoa woman, people know her as the quote unquote the Hottentot Venus, exhibited in sexually suggestive violent ways in England and France in the early 19th century. And when she died in 1816, her body was used for science at the age of 26, and her remains were brought home in 2002. Oda Benga, a man from Mbuti Pygmy peoples in the Congo in 1906, was in New York Zoo. So all these are some examples of historical scientific racism, and these impact data collection today. Also, the Herero and Nama genocide by the German Empire between 1904 and 1908 in Namibia, now called Namibia in Southwest Africa, is really important to understand. And the Shark Island concentration camp experiments that also led then to the later experiences of the Holocaust in Germany. Tuskegee syphilis trials in Alabama, 1932 to 1972. Eradication of Black cancer patients, 1916 until 1971. Dr. Eugene Saginger, a radiologist at the University of Cincinnati, led an experiment exposing 88 cancer patients, poor and mostly Black, to whole body radiation. Forced contraception in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, in 1970s through the Depo-Provera experiments. HIV/AIDS testing in Zimbabwe, 1990, the ACT trials. Meningitis testing in Nigeria, 1990, the Cypher drug Trovin. So it's critical to understand the connection between scientific racism and experimentation and the unethical practice of this on Black communities, and how data science was not only impacted, but have created this relationship of distrust within Black communities. Now we come to COVID, during COVID-19. There's a total of 556 million, over 56 million cases of COVID. 46,211 Black Americans are known to have lost their lives to COVID-19. And this is from a statistic in November 10th. In the UK, when taken into account age in the analysis, Black males are 4 times more likely to die from a COVID-19 related death, and Black females are 4.3 times more likely than white ethnicity males and females. In Canada, as of mid-August, 83% of reported cases have been identified with racialized groups, 22% from the Black community, which accounts for only 9% of the city's Toronto population. So what does this mean? Well, it means that race-based data and lack of race-based data still equals health disparities for Black populations locally and globally. The lack of race-based data and intersectional data in the Canadian context limits interventions that directly address the impact of COVID-19 in African Black people. Race-based data in the States, they have a lot of race-based data, but little interventions that directly address impact of COVID-19 in African Black people. In the UK, they have lack of race-based data and limited interventions that directly impact COVID-19 in African Black people in UK. No race-based data is from Brazil. There's no race-based data. France, Germany, Spain, and other parts of Europe, Middle East, Central, and South America. So we don't know how African Black communities are faring in COVID, but we know that there has been health disparities for Black populations in these communities, particularly looking at Brazil, which is the largest population outside of the African continent. Very little intersectional data, so data based on race, gender, sexual orientation, age, disability, immigration status, et cetera, very little data. And in the African continent, we know that in terms of COVID-19, we're quote unquote doing okay with the exception of South Africa, Morocco, and Egypt. And we look at the histories there, we understand that there's a connection to health disparities and also different types of oppression within these systems. So what does this mean? In the era of George Floyd and protest against anti-Black racism, it's important in Black Lives Matters movement, it's important to understand that data collection needs to be changed. Why data science has a social responsibility to collect data that is emancipatory, intersectional, and anti-oppressive. One, to recognize that unethical, historical, and current day relations exist between data science and African Black populations through government, public health, and other institutions. Two, to address health violence by creating ethical data to be used for the good of African Black communities, causing no harm. Three, to support data collected and analyzed by African Black communities who are impacted by health disparities to create health interventions by and for our communities. Four, to support ethical decision-making that support the health and safety of African Black populations. Five, to understand the impact of COVID-19 and other health disparities on African Black communities' health and committing to do and act differently. And six, to decolonize data collection, analysis, research, and interventions. And I just want to end this brief discussion today to talk about a project that I am doing based on health disparities and anti-Black racism and lack of or not good interventions in terms of Black community. And I am doing a research project on Black Health Matters, the national and transnational COVID-19 impact, resistance, and intervention strategy projects, and basically creating a database that is going to collect data from an intersectional Black feminists, anti-racist perspective to not only collect the missing data locally and globally, but also to talk about intervention strategies that work. It's a new project where now we're going to be launching in December the website, which will have surveys in many different languages, English, French, Portuguese, Spanish. and also doing focus groups led from, as I said, an intersectional feminist, Black feminist perspective to try to challenge data science to not only collect data responsible, but also to create interventions that can support Black communities and health disparities. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Roberta. That was fascinating, interesting, and a wonderful call to action to everybody at the end there. Thank you so much. We're going to take a short break. We will be back in just a few moments with even more incredible content here at Data Natives Unlimited 2020.
To start this new day with a lot of exciting panels.
Hi, my name is Mari Hermans and I was one of the speakers in Data Natives. It was very, very cool and interesting experience to share about my experiences with my peers and colleagues, and also afterwards to have very elaborate discussions about my field.
It's great to meet people that also have the same vision when it comes to data and a lot of open source thinkers.
So I love coming to Data Natives just to be part of that conversation, to be talking with people about this, to hear their ideas, hear where they're going, hear what they want to do, and to share my story a little bit as well.
About machine learning data, I'm really happy to live in this era, I say, because for me it's like realizing a dream.
Why I'm so excited to be here at Data Natives is GovTech is becoming mainstream. It was kind of like small but growing, but now I see that we're in mainstream conferences like this, which means that more businesses are seeing GovTech as an opportunity and more investors are seeing it as opportunity.
It's great to be here at Data Natives, hearing about how data is transforming AI and the rest of the world.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to keep things moving right along for you, talking about recommendation mechanism for explainable artificial intelligence methods. Please welcome researcher at TU Berlin, Kawtar Chanaf. Kawtar, over to you.
Good evening, everybody. Actually, this is my third time at Data Natives and second time as a speaker, so I'm happy to be here. I will share my screen with you and welcome to my presentation entitled A Recommendation Mechanism for Explainable Artificial Intelligence Method. This research has been conducted at TU Berlin in collaboration with Tartu University in Estonia. So let's start with our agenda for today. So we will be talking about AI for those of you who know explainable artificial intelligence, and then we will do a quick review of interpretability. Then we will be talking about user-centric XAI, so the proposal for this study that we have come up with to tackle some of the challenges that XAI still faces. And if we have time, we will see quickly view the empirical study that we have done to prove this proposal and to see the concepts that it might have missed. So let's start with XAI in a glimpse. When we see the timeline of AI and all the great achievements that AI has been able to do from the beginning of the 80s, 70s, and 90s, all the way to 2020, we wonder why AI has not been adopted yet fully in the industry and why it's not yet part of our daily lives. And by saying AI, I'm talking about artificial intelligence, not data analysis. So intelligence systems who are able to make decisions on their own without the contribution of a human agent. So why is AI not being adopted so widely across the globe and across industries? Then when we take a look at headlines like these famous faces have been falsely identified by face recognition tech. And even more headlines like these. This is from the COMPASS algorithm, the famous COMPASS algorithm. And even more headlines. We understand that AI is in fact not perfect, and that's why it's not yet widely adopted. Actually, my favorite headline in all of these is the one of Facebook chatbots. So Facebook created 2 chatbots and they let them talk. And these 2 chatbots actually ended up creating their own secret language, very X-Files and Black Mirror thingy. So what do we need for AI to truly thrive, to truly be beneficial for us human beings? We need a set of techniques that will allow us to understand, appropriately trust, effectively manage the emerging generation of artificially intelligent partners. And so what do we mean by that is that we need systems that will, in addition to give us the decision it have made or the prediction, we need to have the answers and understand why this specific prediction have been made, to understand why not another prediction has not been made, to understand when the system will succeed, and most importantly, when it will fail, if we can trust the system and to what extent is it biased, is it fair, and what it has learned, of course. So we need to learn actually from these systems, and we will see why. And so XAI is a term that was coined in the 70s. It's not that new actually. And it's quite relevant today more than ever before, because AI's word investment will triple between 2017 and 2020. Its global revenue will reach $105 billion by 2023. And it's because of all the regulations and GDPR, as an example, here in Europe, we need systems that will allow us to explain their decisions and not only take decisions and that's it, and us humans follow them blindly. And so XAI is not just AI, not explainability, that's it. No, it has many contributing fields, which are human science, cognitive science, and human-computer interaction. And so these are the goals of AI. Some of them we mentioned earlier, and yeah, reconciling decisions, very important, between what the human decision and the system's decision. Advancing in scientific fields, many researchers, many scientists are reluctant to use AI or more advanced data analytics systems, ML models, in their research, which quite hinders the quality of their research and the quality of the things they can uncover through their research, just because they want systems that are completely transparent. So the lack of transparency is really one of the most challenging things we need to deal with in order to learn from AI in general. And so these goals can be further categorized in explaining to control, explaining to discover, explaining to improve, and explaining to justify decisions. Okay, moving on to interpretability. And by interpretability, we mean explainability. We mean the fact of giving explanations, whether to a human entity or to another smart system. So what is explainability? What do we mean by that? And for us to understand this and to fully utilize it in explainable AI, we need to go back to the roots. And so terminology, taxonomy, and of course, when it's applied to AI, what it means exactly. So what do we mean XAI? Let us understand that the problem is that a single metric, such as classification accuracy for a model, is not a complete description of the work task that we need it for. And so we need to understand, as I said, the reason for this decision, why it has been made, when will it change, what are the parameters that it took, what are the parameters that it didn't take into considerations. So that's why we need explainability or interpretability, and soon we will make the difference between these two terms. So what do we mean by explanations? We mean that there is explanations. We need to remember that there is no single definition or no definition of explanation. There is no single explanation that satisfies all explainees, which are the people we give explanations to. Interpretability are two terms that have been used quite interchangeably in the field, but then we differentiate between them by saying that interpretability is the ability to summarize the reasons for the behavior of a system and gain insights about its future behavior as well. And explainability is the fact of this system's capability to defend itself. And so explainability would be a future goal, for instance, of interpretability. Transparency, we need transparent systems. We need to understand the decisions, the reason for that, when will it change, what will induce a change. And so, yeah, that's what we need in AI, so transparent systems. And so we differentiate between descriptive accuracy and predictive accuracy. So when we talk about machine learning models, we talk about predictive accuracy, which is the accuracy of the prediction. And descriptive accuracy would be how well does the explanation method objectively captures the learned relationships by the model. And finally, explanation methods are basically the algorithms for XAI that we use after the modeling stage in order to get the explanations. And so taxonomy. So when we talk about explainability or XAI, this can happen at three different stages. It can happen at the pre-modeling stage, at the explainable or at the modeling stage, sorry, or at the post-modeling stage. So when we talk about pre-modeling stage, we basically refer to EDA, exploratory data analysis. And so basically we take the data and we try to get explanations from it, like why is it this way? Is it biased? Is it fair? Because we all know that bias and fairness comes directly from the data itself, not from the model. So yeah, basically, yeah, EDA, exploratory data analysis techniques. But then mainly when we use the term XAI in the field of data analysis in general, or AI, we mainly refer to modeling or post-modeling stage. And so in the modeling stage, we refer to using transparent systems such as linear models, for example, whereas in the post-modeling stage, we refer to applying explanation methods to deep learning models, for example. And so in the post-modeling stage, the choice of the model is not impacted to reach transparency. Okay, so briefly, when we talk about explainability methods, We refer to global or local. We refer to post hoc or intrinsic. This is when intrinsic refers to white box. Post hoc refers to black box models such as neural networks. White box are very transparent models in which by taking a look at the model, we understand fully the parameters, the reasons for this decision, and yeah, we can control it, like more transparent models. And then explanation methods can be model specific or model agnostic. But this is not the main concern for our talk today. Yeah, this is an example of a list of transparent models. And so we refer to rule-based learners, decision trees, Bayesian models. But then you need to know that either of these models is not transparent by default. We need some constraints, whether it concerns the algorithm itself or the components of the model, or yeah, the size of the components as well. So yeah, the more a model is complicated, the more it loses its interpretability and transparency, the more it has higher accuracy. And so we need some kind of in-between in this trade-off. And so that's why one of the most important part of explain XAI methods is post hoc interpretability, because it allows us to reach a higher descriptive accuracy for really black box models such as neural nets without affecting their predictive accuracy. And that is the goal of XAI. Okay, and so these are the questions that XAI tries to answer. So why did you do that? Why not something else? And basically these are questions we have besides the prediction itself, because the prediction, as we have seen, is not the full answer that we want. And so approaches to explainability, we have explanations by example. We give an example to say, okay, your loan has not been accepted because another person who has the same features as you, the same age, the same salary, the same marital status, the same, I don't know, origin, has been denied, and he has not been paying his loan back, and so that's why we deny this loan for you. That's explanation by example. We have text explanation, which is basically what I said being written. We have feature relevance. Okay, so for example, your age was the most important factor that determined the fact that you are not yet able fully to pay your loan, and so that's why it has been denied, for example. And we have local explanation, we have global explanation of the whole model, and explanation by simplification and visualization. Okay, so we still have a lot of challenges, as I said, in the field, and so there remains a considerable dichotomy between explanations in ML and in other explanation sciences. We need a consensus on an agreed upon definition of explainability, because there is not yet in the field. There is a growing need for validating, comparing, and evaluating explanation methods. And that is really a huge deal, because if you are a scientist, a researcher, or whoever, that is not really even data scientists, like it takes someone to really be dedicated into XAI to know which method to use for which model. And this method is not like the holy grail. It should be different for each different model, for each different type of data. And so, yeah, we need some dictionary, so guidelines that will allow people to spend less time on researching about XAI and actually using it and beneficiating from it. And actually, these are the main challenges. And how can we make these explanations different from a user to another? Because an explanation that is good for me does not mean that it would be good for someone else, even in the same field, or even with the same age, or the same gender, or the same background. And so different people need different explanations. So how can we handle that? So all models are wrong, of course, but some are useful. And this means basically this, we really need to not forget it, that data analysis or machine learning models are not true 100%. It's just statistics and probability being applied. And so most of them are wrong, but they are right to a small certain extent. And so that's why XAI would be the same case, because it's going to embrace this nature from AI itself. So let us not forget about that. So our proposal to handle these challenges that we have, we need to go back to the root of XAI and understand where it comes from. So we have seen that it's a combination of social sciences, mainly philosophy, cognitive science, psychology, human-computer interface, and artificial intelligence. And so, first of all, what was the motivation of this research is that explanations are multifaceted and subjective, as we said. Explanations are a series of interactions. So normally, if I want to explain this concept as I'm doing right now of XAI, normally it should be like some kind of interaction so that you guys can ask your questions, which will happen later in the AMA session. And for XAI to truly reach its potential, it needs to embrace this nature of explanations. So how can we handle that? So when we talk about XAI, it's the same way we talk about AI, and we think that it's already present in our lives, but it's not. It's mainly data analysis, sadly, yeah. And so people might think that we are already maybe at a stage in which we can apply XAI, but no, we are actually here in interpretable ML, which will lead us to user-centric XAI, and which will lead us to interactive XAI. And finally, we can say that we have reached the stage of explainable AI. And so what is the current status of XAI, the XAI field, tools, and technologies that have been produced? We have some toolkits, not numerous in my belief, but most of them lack metrics to evaluate these explanation methods. Are they true? Are they accurate? They're not persona specific. And yeah, so we have a huge path that is still we have towards reaching XAI. If we take a look at the explanation methods we mentioned earlier, here is a list, a non-exhaustive list of methods. And so for someone new who just built a model and wants to understand if there is more to understand, more to learn from this data, the person would be like, what? So yeah, that's not what we want either. So yeah, the current status. So we have no agreed upon definition of explainability. In fact, there is as many definitions are as research papers addressing XAI. XAI is too static, meaning that it's the same explanation for everyone. No, we need some user adaptation to the user background and knowledge and personality. There is a proliferation of explanation methods, as I said, many of them. And so there is no guideline of which one to use. And the user is rarely considered in the explanation production process. And so, yeah, which also impacts the fact that we cannot really assess interpretability or an explanation method if it's useful or not. And yeah, we need some assessment as well. And so what do we need to reach a user-centric XAI? We need first to keep calm and divide and conquer. What do we mean by divide and conquer? Categorize users, categorize mainly users. So we need to categorize use cases, so types of data, types of model, field also, the goals of these users, their needs, their desired properties and explanations. Do I want a text explanation or some visualization, or maybe an explanation by example, or a global or a specific one? And of course, we need to understand which assessment metrics are needed for each case. And that was the goal of this research. And so briefly, this has been taken from IBM, and they did a nice work into categorizing the method that they used in their toolkit, but then there's only 8 methods. And yeah, even more categorization, but it's lacking a lot of stuff that I don't have time to address now. Another example, and so we need to categorize users, as I said, like who are the users of these XAI tools. These will be data scientists, managers, regulatory entities, lawyers, developers, and of course, scientists as well. Okay, so these are the questions to be considered. What is the meaning of explainability? We need a meaning of explainability. What defines a use case in XAI? How many types of users exist? What are their characteristics? What makes explanations suitable for each type? And how to evaluate the goodness of an explanation for a given user. And in fact, I want to stress, and I guess I will conclude with that so that I don't exceed my time. Humans, in fact, are not fair in their decision making by nature, and so it's not something that algorithms only have, the lack of fairness and the amount of bias that they embrace. In fact, they got it from us humans, and so XAI will help us to make actually both systems, smart agents and human beings, more transparent in their decision making, and so it will be a beneficial mutual relationship between the two. So I will stop here, because if I keep going on, I'm not going to be able to stop. And yeah, you can ask me of how we could answer all these questions in the AMA. And I hope I tackled some of the questions that you guys had in mind about AI and XAI. And thank you for listening.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That was really super interesting. Thank you for being here and really appreciate it. We're going to keep things moving on in a little while, but right now we're going to take a very short break. Come back in just a couple of minutes' time. Thank you.
Bringing a bunch of people who are passionate about what we do, about data science, and putting them into a room and just talking about ideas.
Data science is a very hot topic, and we need talent. We need people that can do data science. And that's why we introduced this workshop, and we want to get involved with talents from universities, from other small companies, and talk to them, show them our approaches, and of course also learn what they are doing.
We've got people from a number of different countries. So far I've met people from the US, from Germany, from Switzerland, Spain, the UK, all different places. And we're having a lot of fun and interactive sessions through presentations and very interactive poster sessions where people are presenting their research and having conversations about it.
I was really impressed, like how open-minded they were and how interested they were to listen my own experience, and they were also like sharing their experience.
It's been a really interesting opportunity to break down all borders and boundaries and just have conversations about science, about data, and how the two of them come together to really think about how to do things differently, or how to find and think about innovations in data science and how it can impact what we do at Bio.
For me as a translational scientist, really being able to interact with a lot of scientists who are at that bench level, but also at what they call the bedside level. So people who are doing all segments of science, whether it's basic, wet lab kind of work, or people who are more focused on clinical applications of basic science, really being able to get that mix and interaction with other scientists.
The idea was really to exchange and also to build the network so that everybody that goes out of this workshop has a chance to stay connected and also to grow the network behind this.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for more content at Data Native Unlimited. So, computer vision APIs and gender bias in the age of COVID-19. That's the topic being discussed by Director of Data Science at Wonderman Thompson. Please welcome to the screen and stage, Ilinka Barsan.
Hi everyone, my name is Ilinka Barsan. I'm super excited to be here. It's my first time at Data Natives. I'm going to share my screen and hope that everything works out okay. Perfect. So before we get started, I'm going to talk about one example of gender bias in AI, and it's one I stumbled upon more or less by accident, and I found it really interesting and equally disturbing. There's going to be some reference to gendered violence in this talk, just in case anyone would prefer to know that in advance. So a little bit about myself first. I'm a director of data science at Wonderman Thompson, a creative agency, and I'm based out of New York City. I'm a social scientist by training. I studied sociology and politics, and then I was lucky enough to do a master in social science of the internet at the Oxford Internet Institute, which is really where I fell in love with data and programming and all the things you're suddenly able to do once you add those skills to your toolkit. And a fun fact about myself is that I learned English reading Harry Potter fan fiction as a teenager, which probably tells you quite a bit about the kind of person that I am. So let's get started. So I work on a team that builds data-driven creative prototypes. And speaking of prototypes, let's think about a hypothetical idea for a product. So let's imagine you wanted to build a tool to determine the proportion of pedestrians wearing masks at any given point in time. So one use case for this, for example, could be that if you belong to a high-risk group, you could consult that tool to see how safe it is for you to go to the supermarket, for example, but I'm sure you can think of many more. So what you would really need is an image to analyze, and your tool could then recognize how many people in that image are wearing masks and what kind of proportion that comes down to. So that's what it would look like for the specific image. So what you would need is a mask classifier, which is a machine learning model trained on a data set of people wearing masks and people who aren't wearing masks. And then it would be able to reliably tell apart those people who are wearing masks from those who aren't. That's a subfield of computer vision. And as with many computer vision and machine learning models, you kind of have two choices when you want to build a tool, including such a model. So you can either train your own model, or you can use a pre-trained model. And let's assume you've maybe trained image classifiers before, and you know that it's quite a hassle to really collect a data sample that's big enough to reliably train your model. So if you're feeling a little bit lazy, you might decide to go for a pre-trained model for now. So that's the situation I found myself in a few months ago. And I turned to Google's Cloud Vision API, which is an AI tool that allows developers like me to access models trained on huge data sets of images, and you can get your code up and running as quickly as possible. And of course, the great thing about this is that someone else has kind of done the bulk of the work for you, and all you really need to do is connect to the API. Of course, the downside of that is that pre-trained models like this one are a little bit of a black box for the end users, and you don't really know what kind of images taught the model to see. But since it's Google, you kind of assume that it will do the job just fine. So you can get a bunch of things from the Google Vision API, and one of those things, and that's what I was interested in here, was getting labels back for different elements of the image, and you would also get a confidence score attached to each of those labels. So I really like the Google Cloud Vision API. I've used it in the past. So I put on my mask and I snapped the webcam picture and I pinged Google to tell me what was going on. So these were the labels I got back from Google. And you can see that there's actually mask at 74% confidence. That doesn't seem crazy high considering the mask is featuring pretty prominently in my image. But I thought, okay, maybe my image quality isn't that great. And some of the other things seemed a little bit odd, like I wasn't wearing any headgear or a costume, and I didn't really understand what the duct tape label was all about. But I thought, okay, again, maybe it's my image quality, maybe KN95 masks just weren't prominently featured in the training data set. Then I thought, okay, wait a second, duct tape, that's really weird, and that feels a little bit icky to me. And especially considering that the confidence score attached to that was 95% almost, that seemed really weird to me. So I thought, okay, maybe that's just a slightly unsettling coincidence. So I took another picture wearing a different mask this time. And again, there was the duct tape label at 87% confidence, which seemed really high again. And in this case, Google Vision didn't even identify a mask in the image at all. And I thought, okay, let's give it another shot and use the kind of classic blue surgical mask. And again, duct tape at 66% only this time confidence, but again, no surgical mask or PPE or face mask or anything, any of that inside. So that kind of made me wonder a few things. So I was wondering, what does a training set look like to actually suggest to Google quite confidently that the lower half of my face was covered by duct tape rather than a mask? And was this an issue for men as well? Or was the model more likely to suggest that your image featured duct tape if it can recognize a woman in the image, which obviously would have really worrying, would reveal a worrying bias towards gendered violence. And again, it's kind of, those systems are kind of a black box for the end user when it comes to what kind of the data set that they were actually trained on. So what I was focusing on instead was kind of the second question: is this as likely to happen to men as it is to happen to women? And that's also interesting because back in February, Google decided to remove the labels man and woman from their Cloud Vision API. So now if you submit an image of a man, you won't get the label man back, which is obviously a really good progressive step because it implies that you can't necessarily infer someone's gender from their appearance. But of course, it raises the question of how much a Band-Aid solution like that is actually worth if gender bias will drift to the surface in slightly more insidious and subtle ways. And I wasn't just interested in Google, I wanted to see what image recognition tools from IBM and Microsoft would give back as well. So to run the numbers on this, I collected a sample. I had 265 images of men in masks and 265 images of women in masks. And that was a mix of kind of web search and also consulting colleagues and friends and asking them to submit selfies in masks. Then moving on to the findings. So these were the findings for Google. And for men, you can see that it's also an issue for men. So in about 15% of images of men, the duct tape label was surfaced. So then I was curious to see if this was going to be more of an issue for women. And indeed, the duct tape label popped up in 28% of images for women, which is obviously almost twice as high as it was for men. And it was also interesting that duct tape was the single most kind of common, frequent wrong guess for women, whereas for men, the single most common kind of false guess for what might be covering people's face was facial hair, which of course, considering that Google had removed the man and women label, that still seems a little bit weird, but you can understand that the model was probably trained on loads of images of men and women wearing duct tape, wearing loads of images of men with facial hair. Okay, so let's give our friends at Google a break and move on to IBM. So IBM actually didn't have these, didn't use the duct tape label, but instead they were using a label called restrained chains and a subcategory of that, which was gag, which was obviously, that seemed just as unsettling a label to receive back. And that was also, as you can see from the numbers, more than twice as likely to happen to women than it was to men. And then for Microsoft, their computer vision tool, what was actually interesting here is that Microsoft was really generally quite bad at identifying masks at all. So 9% of images of men and 5% of images of women were correctly classified. And there was no such label as duct tape or restrained chains or gag or anything like that. But you could still see some gender bias in here, and that 40% of images of women with masks were tagged as featuring a fashion accessory compared to only 13% of images of men. And you can also see, again, kind of very classically gendered labels such as lipstick and beard for men. So this was kind of summing up the findings of the duct tape, gag, and restraint labels. Now, the fact that we found this for all three of the services, even though they have completely different tech stacks and philosophies and their competitors, isn't actually that surprising, because it's not necessarily an issue with one computer vision model or with one company. It kind of reaches beyond that. Because at the end of the day, this is all about the data that we're using to train our models. And as much as I love the internet, and I love it quite a bit, as you can see in this image, it's really important to treat it with caution, because as everyone who spent a little bit of time on the internet will know, it contains both the best and the very worst of humanity. And really understanding how this happened is all about understanding how machines learn. So you can see how easily this can really happen if your data set is biased, and why this is a systemic problem with our culture and the kind of data we produce in our culture, rather than an issue with AI technology or any of the specific companies that I mentioned. Because understanding how we learn, how machines learn is important for that. And how machines learn is actually not that different from how we learn. So this is how AI kind of learns when it's faced with solving a new challenge, in this case, image recognition. So they will think, okay, the machine will kind of think, do I recognize this based on what I know, based on what I've been taught? How sure am I? And this is obviously humans don't attach a confidence score to these kind of problems, but a machine will say, oh, I'm 79% sure this is duct tape or this is lipstick. And then if I'm not 100% sure, where could I possibly go to get more information? So of course, yeah, machines and humans, that we know what we know, and we see the world through our personal lens based on our experience and knowledge. And of course, if machines learn to see through a skewed lens, a skewed data set, then they will come up with skewed results. And the lens through which machines learn to see is, of course, the kind of data that we produce, and it's our very own culture. And that's kind of offline culture, but it's also online culture. And it's a culture in which violence against women is often kind of exploited and normalized, unfortunately. So just to compare this, just a simple Google search of duct tape men with like a high proportion of the first searches will be kind of funny pranks showing men wearing like full body duct tape costumes. Whereas if you search for duct tape woman, these are kind of the results. And you can see that the biggest proportion of women is looking clearly in distress, and it has very, very kind of different implications. And if I've got enough time, and I think I do, I wanted to show you a little bit what AI learning looks like in practice, so you can see how easily it actually is to get these things wrong. So I'm going to stop sharing for just a second so I can go to my browser. And now I'm going to share my Google Chrome tab, which is always slightly nerve-wracking. And we're going to train a TensorFlow model for object recognition. We're going to train it to recognize a mask. So if I click on training here, so we want to train the computer to recognize if I'm wearing a mask or not. So for that, of course, we need to create our data set. So I'm going to first create my data samples with my mask on. So every time I'm pressing down right now, I'm taking pictures, and I'm trying to kind of move around a little bit so it doesn't assume like any certain position. All right, we've got 190 images of me wearing a mask. That should be good enough, hopefully. And now I'm going to just record a bunch of images of me without my mask, kind of smiling a little bit, changing my position. So again, we don't overfit on me just sitting in one specific position. All right, 200, that should be good. And now we've got our data set. You can see them here. And now we're going to train the model in real time. This is just going to take a little while, but I didn't give it an awful lot of images, so it shouldn't be too slow. So this is the training stage on our data sample. All right, so now trying it out. you can see right now I've got my mask off, and the model is really sure that I've got my mask off, which is obviously great because that's what we trained it for. And now if I put my mask on, yeah, you could see it switch directly to mask on. So this is definitely performing really well at the task that we specifically trained it to do. Now I've got a bunch of different masks, and let's see if it's recognizing. Yeah, so you can see it's quite sure I've got my mask on, but not as sure as it was with the other mask. Oh, no, it's actually, yeah, depending on kind of where I am, it's flickering a little bit, but it's pretty sure. And now if I put this mask on, yeah, again, it's doing pretty well at guessing that this is a mask, even though the model looks slightly different. But this model actually should be pretty easy to trick. So for example, if I'm just covering my mouth now, it's also telling me mask on, even though, of course, that's not what's happening here. And if I take this mug and put it in front of my face, again, telling me mask on, even though that's obviously not happening here. So it's kind of a very imperfect model because our data set was really limited. So now if we're doing this again and we're trying to do a slightly better job, just reloading. If I'm now, oh no, that might have, let's see if that actually gonna reload. All right, so let's take some more mask on examples, but this time I'm not just using one model. I'm going to very quickly put on a bunch of different masks. So we've got some variety here. And then my last one. All right, so now we've got a bunch of, should have a slightly more varied data set. And now mask off, I'm going to do the same thing that I did last time, just take loads of images of me looking into the camera. And now I also want to teach it, if I'm holding my mug like this, that's actually mask off, that's not mask on. So it knows this. And also I wanted to learn that if I'm just covering my mouth with my hand, that's not a mask, that's just my hand. So now we've got a slightly better data set, hopefully, and we're going to train the model again. Might take just a tiny bit longer. Hopefully not too long. Yeah, you can see all the images that I used. All right, so now mask off. That's obviously working really well. Now I'm putting my mask on. Also working pretty well. Just to test one more mask. Yes, great. And now let's see. Yeah, that's good. So now I'm covering my mouth, but obviously because it's seen images like that in the data set, it knows, oh, she's just trying to trick me. And let's try my mug. Yeah, perfect. So I'm going to stop sharing this and go back to my presentation. Perfect. So this is a demo that you can play around with as well. Feel free to email me or message me on Slack or anywhere else, and I can send you the link if you're curious to test it yourself. So finally, because I obviously think we should hold our AI models to higher standards so things like that don't happen, I'm going to dedicate the last few minutes to talk about what I think we can do in those situations. If you're building data products powered by AI like I am, or maybe you're using third-party APIs to build them, you might ask yourself what you can kind of do. So I'm going to share my thoughts on this. So the first one would be really to always expect the worst. Imagine all the things that could possibly go wrong whenever you're using AI. I don't think that's pessimistic. I think that's actually quite realistic. And I want to tell you a little story to illustrate this example which really brings me back to how on the internet you can find both the best and the worst of humanities. So a little while ago, we built a web app powered by AI, and we launched it. And after launch, we actually found a pretty weird and dark corner of the internet. And I say that as someone who has a lot of love for the weird corners of the internet. And in this corner, people had found that app that we had built, and they were using it, and they were actively trying to get it to produce the most horrible results possible. And they were kind of sharing their findings and screenshots, and they were actually complaining how it wouldn't let you do certain things. And that was obviously a little nerve-wracking to read through, but also these are exactly the kind of users that you want to test your app, especially if it's featuring AI. And it turned out we actually did a really good job at bulletproofing our app before launching, so that was kind of a proud moment. But yeah, build your product with those kind of people in mind, people really trying to bring the worst out of your products. Then the second would be humanize the process. I'm a big advocate for automating the boring stuff. I think that's actually one of the most exciting things about programming. But I think there are certain tasks where you should do the exact opposite of automating the boring stuff, no matter how kind of time consuming and frustrating that might be for you. And training models or using a third-party AI API is one of those tasks. You really need to get an actual person, ideally yourself, to do the job and write down exactly how they're doing it, what knowledge they're kind of bringing into the task, and just do your research and find those kind of icky and uncomfortable and biased labels, and then write rules around that to kind of keep those biases from drifting to the surface. And you can also, if you're using a tool like Google or IBM, you usually can fine-tune your own model on top of those models, so you don't need to train from scratch. And then the last point would be to diversify your team, because the more diverse your team is, the more likely it is they'll notice things that you would never notice just on your own. I was really baffled by the duct tape label, but that's because I'm a woman, so I was more likely to receive that duct tape label. But obviously I'm a white cisgender woman, so there's only so much that I would be able to catch. And obviously gender is not even close to the only dimension that we have to keep in mind here. So yeah, just to wrap it up, a model is only really as socially responsible as the data set that it was trained on. And we don't want to just do kind of damage control and band-aid, but we want AI to really responsibly reflect society and not reinforce existing inequalities, but put it to work for good. Yes, and any questions, you can email me, or I'm also going to be on AirMeet for the AMA after the session now. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I really enjoyed the practical demonstrations there as well. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So now we are going to go into a networking break. Now there's a couple of ways you can find Remo. You can go to your dashboard. You can scroll down the agenda until you find where we are in the program right now, and then you'll see the link directly under that. We're also dropping the link into Zoom for you. There's lots of other ways you can get there, but go to Remo. All of your fellow attendees, they're going to be there. You can go network. You can possibly find some great opportunities, discuss the things that you've seen. Also, don't forget, of course, that you have the AMA for the next 15 minutes to go and ask questions about that last session. But please go and enjoy, and then be back here at 4:50, where we're going to continue with the final sections of our amazing content program. Thank you all so much so far for being at Data Natives Unlimited. Go network, and we'll see you at 4:50. Thank you.
How is your experience at Data Native so far? What do you think of our community, of our conference?
I'm super happy to be here. It's amazing. The first thing I noticed when I came in is that it's full of people. It's really, really, really full of data scientists.
I think it was already a very lively conference 4 years ago, but now, it's a lot bigger. It seems a lot broader and more known.
It's really fun. I highly recommend it to everyone who wants to learn more about data science. People are very chill. It's very content specific. So for the people who are in the field, people who want to learn, this is the place for them.
Here, I feel the atmosphere is generally very open. Everybody's very interested to learn things, to discuss things, to exchange ideas.
Everybody that I've spoken to here has been amazing. Not just the speakers, but the attendees. It's been really awesome to see the community and see everyone come together. Personally, just can't wait to see what happens between now and next year. Berlin will just continue to go from strength to strength. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, this is Data Natives Unlimited. We hope you had an amazing time at the networking. Hope you found some really interesting people, discussed everything that's been going on today, maybe found some new opportunities for yourselves. Now we're going to get straight back into the content. We're in the final stretch. Don't forget, later on we've got some amazing entertainment coming for you with Mr. Purple. That's at 7:30. You don't want to miss that, trust me. But right now, talking about bias in recommender systems. Please welcome Ricardo Baeza Yates, professor at Northeastern University.
Thank you. So, I'm very glad to be here. And I will talk about bias like the previous speaker and show that bias doesn't come only from data. So let me share a presentation that will be a summary of my keynote in ACM RecSys. That was last September. So basically, I will summarize a 1-hour keynote in these 20 minutes, but this is also based in an article I published in Communications of ACM in June 2018. If you want to see the full presentation, you can search for it in YouTube. It's available. So before I start, there are many types of bias. So the normal one that you study in data science is statistical bias. That is related to the inaccuracy of measurements. But also you have cultural bias, which comes with our education and our background. And the most dangerous is cognitive bias. For example, confirmation bias, that is about people itself. And each one of us has different cognitive biases. And of course, there are many, more than 100. I will not cover all of them, but there are different sources for them. So what are the motivations behind this presentation is that most web systems and most systems that we use today, like an app in a cell phone and so on, are optimized by using implicit user feedback. So we have a loop there that could be a dangerous loop. And why? Because all the choices we have are made by the system. So we cannot click in something that's not in the screen. So I will talk about this exposure bias, which doesn't come from the data. It comes from how the system works with people. And then, not only we are in filter bubbles, I'm sure most of the people listening know about that concept, we also have a filter bubble for the system itself. So we will look at the echo chamber of the recommender systems, and that's one of the main motivations of this talk. Also, what we are learning when we use say, deep learning, maybe is the behavior of other systems and not the behavior of people. So because there are more than one actor in the system. And then the typical example is when you have a user experience basically fighting against monetization, and maybe one improvement on monetizing something is a loss of user experience, and vice versa. So before I start with all the biases we will find, which are not only in the data, let's look at the main problem we have. So we have an algorithm that receives biased data, and the algorithm should ask if it should be neutral or should be fair. But even asking what is fair is not an easy question, what it means to be fair. So most of the time, people don't ask this question, and they get just the same bias in the output, or even worse, amplified bias. And to remember what the difference between equality, equity, and justice, I'm sure you have seen cartoons like this one, but it's easy to do equity, but it's hard to get justice because you need to read about a social problem. So the answer is, as in any complex problem, that not always you need to do this. For example, if you're measuring bias, of course, you don't want to get rid of bias. But you need to care about this if you're harming people. So if your decision, maybe with a human in the loop or not, harms people, you need to answer this question. It's an ethical concern. And there are many ways to solve this, and I will not be able to talk about this, that you can devise the input, you can tune the algorithm, you can devise the output. Of course, if you do it in the output, it's too late because you've already lost too much information, but it's the easiest one. What I want to transmit here is you need to be aware of all the biases that the system is affected so you can start thinking about them. So let's use the web as an example of this vicious cycle of bias. And the first one is data bias. And there's so much data in the web, I can put like innumerable examples of this, but I will do only one. And of course, the main one is web spam, and it's adversarial content, but we know more or less how that works. But I'm more interested in things that are not easy to see. And maybe with language models, with GPT-3 and BERT and other things, has come to the stage, the gender bias in text. And here you can see one example from 2016 that looking at content from news, you see that you find stereotypes, most of the cases, like neurosurgeon, diva superstar, and so on. So this gender bias is encoded in this content. And of course, you can make think, okay, most journalists are men. I did some research on this, and I found that that's true in the US, but even worse, at college, most of the people studying is female, and I guess they have a hard time finding a job as a journalist, because otherwise the text will look different. So the next bias is what I call activity bias. Other people call it participation bias. And this is related to the long tail of interaction. So there are many people, so there are not too many people that basically do a lot, and most people do very little. And in fact, it's even worse. According to the participation rule of Nielsen, 90% of the people is just looking. And 9% of the people is just interacting with 1% of the people that is producing really the content. We have studied this, and this participation rule is even worse in Twitter or in Wikipedia, because it's less than 1% of the people do half of the content. So we have a very skewed democracy of content. And we need to remember, this is work we did at Yahoo Labs, that we are all in the long tail. So it's not like we are here or here. We are partly always doing something, or the rest of the time we are just looking. And the main bias that is produced by activity bias is popularity bias. So because of the long tail, there are some products or some items or some people or some songs, whatever recommender system you do have, that will have more recommendations than others. And you can do, for example, something like called novelty, like in this slide, that comes from Pablo Castells. But of course, that doesn't really solve the problem, because the problem is hard, because we are not like in a world that people are very different from each other or people are identical to each other. We are in this long tail example where people is partly similar and partly different. So this is the problem we need to solve. And there's a lot of work. I will go very fast on this. And you can see the full presentation to see all the things that people have done to get rid of popularity bias in recommender systems. So let's keep going. And now we have that we use data from the web to do the recommender systems. So we have a search or recommender system, and then may have sampling bias. I will not talk about that. You can find it in the main presentation. Or you can have algorithmic bias, which is a bias that comes only from the algorithm. Sadly, in English, lots of people are using algorithmic bias also to include data bias, but they're so different that should be taken care separate. So algorithmic bias is bias that comes only from the algorithm. So for example, if you have amplification, the amplification comes only from the algorithm. And the main part comes with the interaction of the system with other people. So it's the combination of the cognitive biases of the people and some decisions that the algorithm took. Let me show you a very simple one, a very old one that shows what is the problem. So let's say you are in a system like Flickr, you upload the picture, you put 2 tags, and then you write a nice recommendation system to suggest tags, and people mark the ones that are right. So what is the problem with this? Well, the problem is that people will use the system. And then if people will use the system, next time you will put 1 tag, not 2. And if you know that we have deep learning, you just don't put any tags. You say, okay, let's the system find out what are the right tags. What is the problem? Well, you are working with a folksonomy. A folksonomy are terms that are coming from people. And then if you don't have any new terms coming from people, then the system will never learn to improve. So basically, it's like a very slow harakiri, and the system cannot learn any longer. So if you need data that comes from people, you cannot help people to basically skip that data. And the problem is even worse. You can read this. So probably most people didn't read the line that was about the bottom of the screen. Yes, this is digital nudging. I can try to predict where you will look, and then maybe you will look to the leftmost top corner if you are from the Western world, because that's the way we read. And then here we have the first problem I already mentioned, exposure or presentation bias. You can only click in the 8 elements that are here. Also, you have position bias. So you will look first to this corner, and you have ranking bias because people believe that systems are so good that the first answer should be better than the second answer and so on, but that's not really true. And then you may have social bias. You may take a decision based on these stars, and these stars may be all false. In fact, in some research we did, we showed that like 4% of all the reviews in Amazon movies were done by half of the reviews were done for 4% of the people. So basically, very few people were doing these reviews. And of course, there were false reviews, and Amazon started to sue people because of this. And then interaction bias is very complicated. There are many of them. And it's not like you are seeing the top of the iceberg. We are seeing the ice cube in the top of the iceberg. And then you have a cascade of biases. So for example, in this diagram, all the left, it's because of the algorithm, but all the right is because of you. Some people need to move the mouse, some people need to click fast, some people don't know how to scroll, and so on. So this is what I call here self-selection bias. These are all your cognitive biases encoded here. And then we get to the last one, the worst part, the feedback loop bias. You click, and that data is being used by the system to optimize the system. For example, personalization. Of course, you can also use the data to put content back to the web, and you can see that in the full presentation. But basically, you are doing bias that is helping the ranking function to believe that their decisions are good, especially on search engines. So what is the problem with personalization? Well, you can only click on things that are put to you, and those are based on your previous data. So basically, you never see something that will be new, and that if you see it, you will like it, because it's not on the previous data. So it's similar to what the previous speaker was talking about, seeing a hand or a cap in front of your face. The system will not recognize that that's not a mask. So maybe you have read the Filter Bubble book by Elie Pariser, but this is the same that you can see in The Truman Show, and I hope you have seen that this movie is more popular than the book. Basically, this person was happy until found that he was living in a bubble, and unlike many other people, he wanted to get out of the bubble. So one problem today that people doesn't want to get out of the bubble. So here we have some partial solutions. So systems are using diversity, novelty, serendipity, and I would like a fourth option. I call it my dark side. I want to see, for example, if I'm watching news, the person that is most different from me, to see what news he's looking at. Of course, I don't want really to see the news. I just want to see how different it's from me. I want to see the size of the universe. Because today we have the perception that people is similar to us, and clearly every election shows that it's not. So this is related to explore and exploit, also how much you have to explore in the system to learn how the system is changing, and also then use that information to improve your system. So if we are in a bubble, then that means that also the system is in an echo chamber. For example, we are doing short-term grid optimization, so we don't do too much exploration because you lose revenue, but then you are writing your own future. So it's like self-fulfilled prophecy. If I recommend A, I will get more clicks in A. So this is exposure bias. And maybe having a partial knowledge of the world will be really dangerous because we don't have enough exploration and traffic to explore more of the world. Typically, you say 5% or so. So the system itself is also in a bubble. And this is the problem. So we have a disparate impact because if the system is living in a bubble, normally the long tail of publishers, of producers, of suppliers will be affected. Of course, the long-term revenue optimization is not achieved, so probably Amazon or AliExpress or all these systems are basically in a suboptimal, and they will never find the optimal. But this is unfair e-commerce. And then we have unfair information markets. And we can do better, but then that means that we need to lose more revenue today to earn more revenue tomorrow. And I have some research on this. I will not have the time to talk all about that. So there are many other problems in our professional biases, so how we design, how we implement, how we evaluate. I think also the bias is encoded in how we do things. And I have several things written. One problematic bias that we have is that we're looking at big data when 99% of the companies in the world will only have a small data. So you can read that in KD Nuggets in 2018. So what we can do, so to finish, we can recollect more data in a sparse region of the problem. We can analyze for known and unknown bias. Of course, we can have to protect sensible attributes. We need to make sure in the user interaction that the user is aware of the bias all the time, like for example, how much information is missing, what things we are not showing, and so on. So for this, we need to give more control to the user. Of course, we need to contest every step of the design and implementation so people can check if our assumptions are correct and not biased, and diversity is very important here, diversity of people, backgrounds, and also topics. And evaluation, well, do not fool yourself, because if you don't use the right baseline or the right evaluation, you're hurting yourself. This is also related to fairness and ethics. Consumers and long-tail item players are discriminated. And this is one example of the Matthew effect. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And you need to remember that unfair markets are unhealthy and hence less stable in the long term. So basically, if you are not worrying about bias in your system, you are hurting also your long-term success of whatever you are doing. And of course, we have also the antitrust problem. What happens if you sell in your system or you provide services in your platform? You need to make sure that you are fair to the other people doing there. And this is the question that were like very important a few years ago. Should marketplaces sell in their own marketplace? And this again in the spot as not only the European Union, but also the US, it's looking at antitrust. So remember, fair markets are better for revenue too. So to end, we need to be aware of our own biases. Remember, we need to stop the vicious bias cycle, and that depends on us too, and also depends on the algorithms that we design. And of course, there are many interesting research problems here, and we are just starting in these things. So if you are interested, there's 2 conferences that started 2 years ago that you can go and look for this topic. And if you are interested in search, here is my book, if you want to check that, and there's a section on bias too. So thank you.
It was absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed that. We are going to take a short break, and then we will be back with certainly a topic that is always of perpetual interest to me, talking about individuals, collectives, and the trade-offs of transhumanism. Come back in a few minutes. We'll carry on at Data Natives Unlimited.
Data scientists working in the Bayer Pharmaceutical division get to help us get the right medication to the right patient at the right time. That starts off in drug discovery, covers our clinical research, our epidemiology, all the way through to commercial operations and product supply. We use artificial intelligence or machine learning to optimize every single step of the way.
It used to be that the patients had to wait for almost a decade before they could access the right medication for their ailment. Today, even in cardiovascular diseases, Bayer is working on mechanisms to advance the way that we launch medicines, that we bring them to the market, that we put it in the hands of the physicians, that we can match the right patient with the right treatment. And we do all of this thanks to data science. We have chosen to embrace data and science as one key enabler in advancing the way that we bring innovative medicine to a world that is becoming older, where some chronic illnesses are becoming more prevalent.
We're made up of medics, biologists, chemists, data scientists, people with advanced mathematical degrees, all working together with their different expertise to solve some of the most challenging problems in healthcare.
to Data Natives Unlimited. We're going to keep things moving right along for you. Remember, we're talking now about individuals, collectives, and the trade-offs of transhumanism. And talking about that is founder at Solve for Interesting. Please welcome Alistair Kroll.
Hey, thank you so much. It's nice to be here. Hi, everybody. My name is Alistair, and I'm going to be talking about something a little unusual today. I'm going to share some slides with you so you can follow along. So obviously, the last year has been a very unsettling year for lots of people. And I think that it's important to take that to heart and really understand what is going on this year. It's been a very difficult year for lots and lots of reasons. And I want to discuss some of those reasons and sort of take a step back, because it feels like we've undergone a massive change as a society that we're having a really hard time processing right now. In physics, there's a concept of a phase change. A phase change happens whenever you move from a solid to a liquid or a liquid to a gas. And sometimes those things can be slow and gradual, and sometimes they happen very, very quickly. In fact, there's a concept called supercooling, where you take water that is colder than freezing, and you introduce one crystal, and the entire body of water freezes almost immediately. I'm not going to explain the very opaque math behind this, but it does feel like the introduction of digital into human life has created a sort of super fast phase change that we're having a hard time processing. And I think when I try to understand the events that are happening politically, societally, related to the pandemic or social justice, that many of these are the symptoms of the human species going through a phase change very quickly. Now, 155 million years ago, we had this planet covered with dinosaurs. In fact, Stegosaurus roamed the earth. You're probably all familiar with Stegosaurus. And 66 million years ago, we had Tyrannosaurus Rex. And the Tyrannosaurus was actually not around at the same time as the Stegosaurus, which is kind of weird because we've all seen Jurassic Park. But the reality is that the dinosaurs roamed the earth for like 100 million years. About 300,000 years ago, we came up with another creature, Homo sapien. This is myself and my daughter pretending to be dinosaurs. And the Homo sapiens have only been around for the blink of a cosmic eye, 300,000 years. But I think we're actually a new species, and we haven't really recognized that. And I'm going to call this thing Homo connectus, which is a hybrid of human and machine where we're all connected to information. And this is something that shows itself in a lot of how we're adjusting to technology as a society. Putting this in context, though, Tyrannosaurus Rex is actually closer in terms of time to us today than it is to Stegosaurus. Put another way, the dinosaurs lived for a very long time, like 100 million years. We as Homo connectus have been around for, maybe 500 to 50 years. And we've pretty much burned the place up. I mean, if you look at the population of humanity over time, it took a while for us to get where we are, but this is only 10,000 years ago. And there were 4 million humans. When I was born, the cutting edge of consumer technology around that time was Pong. Apparently my slides are not advancing, so I'm going to go and figure out why that is, but bear with me. I'm sorry about that. Let's try this again. There's always technical gremlins happening, so give me 1 second, please. And maybe if you're in the chat, can you see my slide now that says the difference is tech? Let me see if I can find it now. Hang on a second. I'm sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. One other thing that we've obviously learned this year is that better? Can you see the slides now? All right. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, so it's hard to see what's going on this side of things, unfortunately. Pong, which was the sort of cutting edge of consumer technology 50 years ago, there were only half as many humans. Wherever you may be in the world, have a look around yourself and think about half those people not being there. This is a staggering thought from many of us, but the humans have an unbelievable impact on the earth. So why is it that we, in a very short amount of time, have essentially burned the place down, whereas the dinosaurs had quite a long run? Well, I think the real difference here is technology. Technology has allowed us to effect change on the planet in surprising ways. ways that we probably can't ever take back. And I think that technology starts with communication, and plenty of creatures communicate. Bees dance to see where the pollen is, and meerkats make funny noises and stand up to warn of predators, and ants leave pheromone trails. But the difference is that we have not just communication, but language. And language, in many ways, is the start of technology. I mean, language starts with speaking. And so that's fairly straightforward. We just communicate and a listener hears us. But language at the spoken level is kind of anecdotal. Homer and the Homeric epics were actually just a bunch of people whose ideas and thoughts were written down. It took the ability to write and to read to really get technology started, because reading is like a time and space machine. I can write about the future. I can write about the past. I can write down what others might be thinking. I can write down laws that are verifiable by third parties when I'm not there. And that's very important, because laws only work when they're immutable and referenceable. If I'm accused of a crime, I want to know that I'm treated fairly. Otherwise, I'll rebel against the legal system. And so the kickoff of language kind of got the whole technology ramp started. We followed that with a very mechanistic view of the world. Descartes came up with Cartesian coordinates and this thinking that you could break the world down into mechanical parts, and those bite-sized pieces could then be grown and copied to make systems that scale and are bigger than other systems, which led to the mass production of everything and this worldview that you could reproduce things. And that also gave us mass production of humans, because we trained people with an education system to fit them into org charts. This is one of the first org charts ever built. Each of these little dots is a human trained for that role and trained for that function. Well, this mechanistic view of scale allowed us to get the message out to millions of people simultaneously. And that's pretty transformative, because now everybody gets the same message at once. And so we now have broadcast television and broadcast radio. And the ability to broadcast things at scale allowed us to change human behavior very quickly and to communicate similar information out to everyone. Then along came the internet, because broadcast was one way and it was very expensive. But with the internet, we now had the ability to get to ask a request and get an answer back, which was pretty transformative. There were millions and millions of articles at our fingertips, and the word Google became a verb. And now we knew what we wanted. But that part of communication was still human-led. It was still me as an individual asking for a piece of information and getting it back. Now, what I got back wasn't always what was true. It was often tailored for me. So it was the start of the internet shaping who I was and what I thought. But that really took off with the advent of social media, because social media allowed us to all be publishers. And sure, you might have had a blog before that, but social media really allowed us to push this stuff out at scale and gather what everybody was doing. But it led to a very strange moment in human history where our digital actions had consequences far beyond the people we knew. This has been referred to as social cooling, but the idea that I put something out there and then I have to deal with the consequences of putting things out there. Ask yourself, what tweets have you deleted lately? What things haven't you said because you were worried that someone somewhere might be offended by it? No longer something you might say in passing to friends. Something on the internet is bound to offend anyone. I mean, if you haven't been on it, everything you say is offensive to somebody. And that's the reality of all of us being connected. And that leads to conformity, because we're all trying to fit the same model globally. Non-conformity has very real consequences. It's one thing to get called out on Twitter, but if you're using WeChat and you get deplatformed, WeChat is a piece of life for someone who lives in China. It is the way that you talk to people, maintain your job, pay your bills, and so on. If you're deplatformed, you become an unperson. And so that conformity increasingly has very real consequences, not just a small blow up on Twitter. And if you think the information you're getting is the same as everyone else, well, it clearly isn't. As the last speaker referenced, filter bubbles are real. There's a great service called Veritube, which simply shows you what people are getting. This is what a fruitarian would see. This is what someone would see who's a climate change denier. And these things are tailored to us based on our feedback. The real change here is that we used to tell technology what to do, and now technology tells us what to do. And that's a big shift, because it's not just social media that's exerting pressure on us. It's actually the AI or the computer or the system suggesting an action and the human responding to that action. And if you think that's an overstatement, let me talk to you about putting words in our mouth. A few years ago, Google put out suggested responses by parsing the text of my emails and everybody else's emails and sending them out. And when I first saw this, I mailed my mother and said, hey, by the way, here's a screenshot. You might find this interesting. my email client is suggesting possible responses. And my mother's a pretty smart technologist, so she replied that this is hilarious but deeply disturbing, to which I, of course, replied, so true. And she said, now I will have to guess if this is a computer-generated response. I said, at what point? And then she said, at what point can I presume it's the real you answering? Can I presume at the moment that if it's more than a sentence, then it's likely to be the real person? And I said, I think so. But I'm not a terrible son, so I also said, this is me. This is changing how we think. This is changing what we believe in very important ways. When I send a mail to Elena about this conference and I start typing, it's now suggesting not just a correction, not just a word, but an entire sentence. And that's getting even more advanced, which I'll return to in a second. Obviously here it just suggests, what should I wear? That's a fairly easy completion. But if I see these completed texts often enough, it starts to shape how I talk and how I type. This has got other very frightening consequences for how we think. If you post a picture to Twitter that has a long image like this with two faces on it, well, Twitter's got to crop that to fit it into a box. And of course, regardless of whether the black person is at the top or the bottom, Twitter shows the white face because it's been trained on algorithms that recognize white faces. So it shows the white face because it thinks that's the most interesting part of the algorithm, which shapes our opinion of what is important in the world. Automation is affecting everything from design. Here's PowerPoint suggesting slide layouts, to many other things. And I think we're approaching a world where, in addition to buttons like copy and paste and undo, we'll have a button called go, which is just like let the machine do stuff and then come back and clean up what it's done, whether that is sentences or design or something else. We are in an era of relentless algorithms trained on us that are now used to make us communicate. And that's a feedback loop, very similar to what we just heard, that significantly changes cognition, because now the algorithm talks back to us. That's a weird thing. So GPT-2 was created a while back. It's simply a tool that was trained on a large corpus of information. And when it first came out, you could type in some steps and run this thing yourself. I ran the adventure, and you could play a little game and you'd chat with it and talk to the game, and it would sort of make up a conversation in the model of the old Infocom sort of simple communication systems. But as I played this, even the early versions of this that weren't very good, I was still kind of worried because I got this message that said, I'd watch out if I were you, which is not something we're comfortable hearing from a computer. And GPT-2 was really very small. It was trained on 1.5 billion parameters. The Turing NLG by Microsoft, which was the biggest one until that time, was 17 billion parameters. GPT-3, I couldn't even fit it on my screen. That's 175 billion parameters. And this has some really remarkable consequences. And remember, this is us. We are GPT-3. This is the first time, as far as I can tell, as humans, that we have been able to talk to the superorganism that is us, the global collective consciousness. And I don't just mean that as a metaphor. I think we're actually creating an organism. It's a superorganism, and we're its parts. And that is kind of what I want to talk about today, because that being part of a superorganism can steal our individuality. And many of the ills that we're seeing in society today, I believe, are tied to the battle between the individual and the collective. GPT-3 is pretty amazing. Initially, you can ask it a question like, how many bonks are there in a quoit? And it'll give you an answer back. And so people dismiss this and said, that's crazy. But that's just because I didn't tell it that when there was a nonsense answer, it should respond with a nonsense answer. If I change the prompt that I give it, the italics in this word, if the question is nonsense, the AI says, yo, be real. Now it comes back with, no, be real. I know this is fake. And so it's all about the prompts you give it. And you can dismiss this and say, it's a neat parlor trick, but GPT-3 is just analyzing the statistics of language on the internet, which is true, but it still lets us do some pretty cool things. For example, here's a prompt at the top, the not bold text, questioning what this patient's conditions might be. And then the prompter types in the correct answer is, and the algorithm fills in B and explains why and says what probably is a treatment. That's remarkable. Here's another example. I actually did this a couple of days ago. This is a site called copy.ai that's based on GPT-3. I gave it the name of the brand, Data Natives, and the description of the product, the world's largest data-driven community. Oh, look, I get a ton of responses. This is an algorithm literally writing copy. Elena, you're welcome. I've written your ad copy for you. It didn't take me a long time. Here's a prompt where I ask a human I ask the algorithm to write a very complicated description. So this is a description of how to use a drinking fountain, and the AI comes back to activate the mechanized dihydrogen monoxide dispensary service station, which is ridiculous. Again, a neat parlor trick. There are lots and lots of other issues that we can do with this. You can get Isaac Newton to write you stuff about gravity. You can summarize movies with emoji surprisingly well. You can even start to design apps where you type in a description of an app and it gives you the app. The first question of this is, maybe technology is pushing us towards sameness. When we train an algorithm and we fix user interfaces and we start to collect information and we split test everything, all of our interfaces start to look surprisingly similar. That's weird. We're becoming a collective and losing our individuality. To be clear, I'm not saying that AI is super intelligent. I mean, AlphaGo is as bad at Jeopardy as Watson is at driving cars, as Tesla is at playing Go. But maybe sentience is just understanding the statistics of language. When I can talk to a wise being and get reasonable responses, when I can say, please make me a poem about Elon Musk in the style of Dr. Seuss, maybe all we're doing as humans is understanding the statistics of language. We are, after all, a collective species. We're part of what Thiel de Chaldin called a superorganism. And I think that we need to take this much more seriously than we have in the past. The objective content of thoughts, as he put it, is a collective that we are a part of. And we have to ask ourselves, do we as humans have to give up individuality in order to progress? Homo connectus is somewhere between the individual and the collective. Now, on the individual side, if you think about the political right, not right on this diagram, the individual tends to want to act alone, that tends to care about personal facts, tends to care about fairness as equity. What I get out of a system is what I put into it. If I work harder, I'm entitled to more. On the other hand, the collective says we're on the same team, we have the same objective truth, and equality is we all have the same things. By now, you should be asking yourself, will this superorganism consume our individuality? And I think this is fundamentally what's going on with Brexit, with vote denialism, with QAnon. We are all coming up with our own alternative truths because we don't want to find a new balance between the individual and the collective. But I think there's hope. Humans are the quality of a thing. If you take someone and tell them who's blind and tell them everything about the color red, they don't understand red. And then when their sight restores and they see a rose, they know the quality of redness. That's what humans are. We are the quality of a thing. NVIDIA recently introduced a very interesting compression algorithm for faces that sends a picture of a face and then just sends very small deformities to that thing over time. And it's great at encoding things, but it's terrible when you try to encode a dog walking on screen because it wasn't trained like that. What if it was trained on people who are happy in business settings and it doesn't know how to properly compress and optimize someone having a nervous breakdown, someone being sad? Humanity is what's lost in compression. We are the long tail. The short, fat tail, that's fine for algorithms, but the long tail of weirdness, that's what humans are. And I kind of have hope for that because GPT-3 is obsolete the moment it's trained. If I train it today, then tomorrow something new happens, it won't know anything about that. A single training costs $4.6 million. Now, when we learn, we tend to learn in two ways. Normative ways, which is like education and books and the standard and what's expected. And then formative ways. This is when we make mistakes and we learn new things. And I think that humans are how we update the corpus. We're training GPT-3 and our superorganism, but its brain looks backwards. Humans look forward. Our job as part of a superorganism is to update this corpus. We can't solve collective problems with individual solutions. And collective problems like climate change and social injustice and hunger are going to make us extinct. We need new ways to know what's true. We need to find a new equilibrium so we can live in harmony with this superorganism that we have become. We are part of a larger organism. We just don't want to admit it yet. And I think that admitting it and learning how to coexist with this superorganism and recognize our roles as individuals is how we outlive the dinosaurs. Thank you very much. And I look forward to answering any questions if you have them later on. I know we've got a little AMA session, but please let me know if you have questions in the chat. You can also contact me at akroll@gmail.com or at akroll. Thanks.
So much. That was a really super interesting topic. Absolutely loved it. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back here in 5 minutes to continue. And what you're going to see is an amazing circus performance from some students in Rotterdam. So enjoy that. We'll be back real soon.
Some people and they look, and they move forward. I love that. And I like to go to some other places and some people look and they move closer. I like that.
Yeah, whatever works well with our, because we have dark colors, maybe. What kind of live stream is this? Yeah, we're from Schwankau. All of a sudden we get like triple the amount. We get triple the amount of subscribers going on. Once you post it on an Instagram story, there's like 5,000 more people who signed on. What's that?
Rising and rising, the sky fills with lights, and I'm trying to forget about my questions that I've been searching really forever beyond answers. So I'm
She looked inside, the pieces fit together.
thanks to the school in Rotterdam for their amazing circus performance. We're now taking a short break. You do not want to miss what's coming next, so stick around and we'll see you in just under 15 minutes.
Ready to start this new day with a lot of exciting panels.
Hi, my name is Mari Hermans and I was one of the speakers in Data Natives. It was very cool and interesting experience to share about my experiences with my peers and colleagues, and also afterwards to have very elaborate discussions about my field.
It's great to meet people that also have the same vision when it comes to data and a lot of open source thinkers.
Oh, I love coming to Data Natives just to be part of that conversation, to be talking with people about this, to hear their ideas, hear where they're going, hear what they want to do, and to share my story a little bit as well.
About machine learning data, I'm really happy to live in this era, I say, because for me it's like realizing a dream.
Why I'm so excited to be here at Data Natives is GovTech is becoming mainstream. It was kind of like small but growing, but now I see that we're in mainstream conferences like this, which means that more businesses are seeing GovTech as an opportunity and more investors are seeing it as opportunity.
It's great to be here at Data Natives, hearing about how data is transforming AI and the rest of the world.
How is your experience at Data Native so far? What do you think of our community, of our conference?
I'm super happy to be here. It's amazing. The first thing I noticed when I came in, is that it's full of people. It's really, really, really full of data scientists.
I think it was already a very lively conference 4 years ago, but now, it's a lot bigger. It seems a lot broader and more known.
It's really fun. I highly recommend it to everyone who wants to learn more about data science. People are very chill. It's very content specific. So for the people who are in the field, people who want to learn, this is the place for them.
Here I feel the atmosphere is generally very open. Everybody's very interested to learn things, to discuss things, to exchange ideas.
Everybody that I've spoken to here has been amazing, not just the speakers but the attendees. It's been really awesome to see the community and see everyone come together. Personally, just can't wait to see what happens between now and next year. Berlin will just continue to go from strength to strength. Gentlemen, we have at Data Natives Unlimited the most incredibly special performance coming up for you. Please welcome to the stage the amazing Scott and Leela.
Thank you. She walked around searching for answers, up and down, turning faster, all around, determined for laughter, in and out, the rules would not go past her.
On the edge of colors that keep rising and rising, the sky fills with lines, and I keep trying to forget about my questions that I've been searching. Will they forever be unanswered? So I'm waiting and waiting.
She looked inside, the pieces fit together, black or white, there's more than just one chapter. She moved away from what she would not be. She grew to see 1,000 different lives to lead.
On the edge of colors that keep rising and rising, the sky fills with lines, and I keep trying to forget about my questions that I've been searching. Will they forever be unanswered? So I'm waiting and waiting. I tried to think about the colors that help me see the light in others. But when I saw that I was not the only one, I tried to stay and learn instead of run. On the edge of colors that keep rising and rising, the sky fills with lines, and I keep trying to forget about my questions that I've been searching. Will they forever be unanswered? So I'm waiting and waiting. Will they forever be unanswered? So I'm waiting and waiting. Thank you. We are Scott and Leela, and
Yeah, we're so happy to be here virtually. And that song was called Edge of Colors, and it was an original song. And up next we have Horizon Wild, and we wrote this song a few months ago. We were in we were in Sri Lanka, and we wrote this song, and it's called Horizon Wild. Horizon wild, across the wavy sea, and sunsets on fire, over a salty breeze, and it's so serene, you know we're not in a dream. Into the deep we'll go, where time will be free, and I don't want to waste my time for sorrow. I just want to be.
la beauté plein des yeux. Si jamais on pouvait s'envoler avec le vent au-dessus de la mer comme un cerf-volant. And I don't want to waste my time for sorrow. I just want to be. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, ooh. Take me away to the sea. Take me where I'm meant to be. 'Cause I don't want to waste my time for sorrow. I just want to be. Horizon wild across the wavy sea, and sunsets on fire over a salty breeze, and it's so serene, you know, and not in a dream. Into the deep we'll go, and time will be free. 'Cause I don't want to waste my time for sorrow. I just want to be. And I don't want to waste my time for sorrow. I just want to be.
Cool.
Thank you very much. That was a song called Horizon Wild, and our next song is called When I Was Young.
When Horizon Wild will be our first release, actually. So as a duo, Scott and Leela, we're going to release our first song on December 1st, and that's the song. And yeah. Up next we have When I Was Young, and this song is about doing what you want to do, no matter what stage of life you're in, and you know, if you wanted to take something up, just to go for it and do it. And yeah, and we recorded a video in Sri Lanka of us surfing to this song because we thought that the meaning is kind of similar, because the ocean and surfing teaches us so much about ourselves and overcoming barriers. So yeah, here we go. When I was young but felt so old, yeah, when I knew nothing but what I was told, and I know I was bold. When I look back, what do I see? I was searching for something, just trying to be free, and I know, and you should know too. You take a few hits, brush it off, and start somewhere new. I think of the time like a boss over me. Well, never did I take a chance to stop and see what was growing on inside. I have to think twice or leave to see some new sides. Look so shattered. Just take some time for yourself. Don't think of the reasons, yeah, why you can't do, well, all of those things that you wanted to. 'Cause you know your time moves on faster
twice or leave to see some new sides. Hit it, Leela. Oh, don't look so shattered. Just take some time for yourself. When I was young but felt so old, when I knew nothing but what I was told, and I know I was bold. You take a few hits, brush it off, and start somewhere new. Or just like before, but now you know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next song is called Told You Once.
We wrote the song while it was raining. We wrote it in an hour, but we weren't in the rain. We were in the shelter. Here it is. Told you once, I told you twice, you wouldn't listen to my advice. Don't come around knocking on my door. I needed time, as you might know, to ease my mind before I go. Right there where I started, I'm here again. It's easy to please me when you are right next to me. It's easy to please me with nothing much more to be said. To the sea, I took a trip. No one but me to get my fix. Storm clouds reaching low overhead. In my mind as well, I'll take my time and let it show. The truth is just what lies inside your head. It's easy to please me when you are right next to me. It's easy to please me with nothing much more to be said. I told you once, I told you twice, you wouldn't listen to my advice. Don't come around knocking on my door. I needed time, as you might know, to ease my mind before I go. Right there where I started, I'm here again. Right there where I started, I'm here again. Right there where I started, I'm here again. We can't hear you, but we hope that you're enjoying. And yeah.
So our next song is called How Many Miles? And yeah, it's about figuring out where we are going in life and what is our purpose and what do we want to do and what makes us happy. And yeah, so here's How Many Miles.
believe that nothing is lost. Come to me and give me your hand, so we'll build memories to remember. Where should I go? And how do I know what's the good thing and what's the bad? What's the use when all you have won't last forever? Make me believe that we all can see the truth and beauty. We sit beside like a movie in your mind. Whoa. Tell me how many days have to pass until I see what really does last, what will stay and what will leave in my heart. I'll keep forever. Where should I go? And how do I know what's the good thing and what's the bad? What's the use when all you have won't last forever? Make me believe that we all can see the truth and beauty. We sit beside like a movie in your mind. Whoa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have a song called Under Wraps. And it's a song that we recorded here in Berlin last year. You can find it on Spotify and all that stuff if you'd like. And yeah, here we go. I tried to tell you, but I don't know all the answers. Promises end up in disaster. The wrinkled pages of a journal kept me farther from you. It's time to show you I'm no master. Keys go to locks, you open faster. The dissipation of a love that was under attack from the beginning. You had your fun, 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 but now you run, run, run. All they won, won, won.
Time seems to tick a little faster. The world rushes by even after. Slow those feet and feel what's really going on. You had your fun, 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 but now you run, run, run. All they won, won, won. Your fun, 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 but now you run, run, run. All they won, won, won. Slow your feet and feel the heat of what's really going on. It's on every corner in every street and everyone's front lawn. It's under wraps. Oh, it's under wraps. It's under wraps. Oh, it's under wraps. You had your fun, 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 but now you run, run, run. All they won, won, won. Slow your feet and feel the heat of what's really going on. Oh, it's on every corner in every street and everyone's front lawn. It's under wraps. Oh, it's under wraps. It's under wraps. Oh, it's under wraps. You had your fun, 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 but now you run, run, run. All they won, won, won. Time seems to tick a little faster. The world rushes by even after.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cool. All right, thank you all so much. And thank you so much, Data Natives, for having us, virtually having us. And we hope you all are having a lovely night or day wherever you are in the world. And we're going to finish up here with our last song, and it's called Midnight Pie. And would you like to say something about it?
Sure. So the song Midnight Pie, we wrote 1 year ago for our friend that just broke up with her boyfriend, and she was really sad for a while. And but after a while, she started really enjoying herself, being happy again, and doing things for herself. And yeah, one day at midnight, she baked us an apple pie from scratch. And I don't know, it was the best apple pie you can ever imagine. And so we decided we had to write a song about that whole situation of baking an apple pie at midnight and being a happy single and enjoying yourself. So here's Midnight Pie.
And if you're at your home and in your computer room or wherever, and you feel like singing along, go for it. So the chorus is just Midnight Pie. So let's do a practice round. Ready? Let's hear you. 1, 2. Oh, the midnight pie. All right? So yeah, we're going to do it. And even if you're alone right now, just sing it as loud as you can and we can hear you. Here we go.
10 o'clock in the morning, I'm waiting for my homemade pie. Standing here in the kitchen, but he didn't even say goodbye. So I'm waiting and waiting, but he's gone, gone away. My sweet baby used to make me my favorite apple pie each day.
Well, she waited so long and decided to take out her mama's recipe book. And she said, you know what?
What?
I'm gonna make my own damn pie. And by this time, it was about midnight. You know, the stars were shining and Berlin was sleeping. And she couldn't wait until the morning. And you know, it's never too late to bake the midnight pie. Sing mit bitte.
Oh, the midnight pie. Don't know why.
Yeah, the midnight pie.
Because it's just so good. Sweet and delicious. Those apples taste better than his kisses. Warm as the oven, so is my heart. This pie for one will taste so sweet and tart. So I'm baking and creating this pie for me alone. He's just missing what I'm making. No pie for him if he comes home. Oh, the midnight pie. Oh, the midnight pie. Don't know why. Oh, the midnight pie. Because it's just so good. Oh, the midnight pie. Yeah, the midnight pie. Don't know why. Oh, the midnight pie. Because it's just so good.
So we cut the apples and we put them in a pan and we simmer them nice and low. And then we add a little honey and some cinnamon and we stir them sweet and low. And now, Leela, how do we make the crust? Because you know that homemade pie crust is just a must.
You mix the flour and the water and the butter and an egg. Don't forget the pinch of salt and it's ready for the pan. Knead that dough and let him go. Stick it in the oven and soon you'll get that a midnight pie. Oh, the midnight pie.
Sing with us, everyone.
Don't know why. Oh, the midnight pie. Because it's just so good. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. So we are Scott and Leela, and we hope you enjoyed.
Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, that was an absolute treat. Thank you so much to Scott and Leela. We have some more incredible entertainment coming up for you soon with DJ Mr. Purple. And In the meantime, we're going to take a short break before coming back for what I know will be an incredible closing keynote for the content section of Data Natives Unlimited 2020. Don't go anywhere. Be back here in 3 or 4 minutes, and we'll begin to wrap up the show. Thank you so much.
And what makes me tech is wanting to explore
communities across the globe and move further together.
Hi, I'm Elena from Data Natives, the conference for cutting and emerging technologies that gathers more than 2,000 data practitioners every November. This year, as we were thinking of the theme, we decided that why should we have a theme? We should have more of an open discussion and question. So instead, we gathered all the shakers and movers of the Berlin tech scene here to answer this question. What makes you tech?
what makes me tech.
It's the ability to redefine curiosity.
Lack of boredom.
Communicate.
The brain power of the masses.
Future technologies
of our modern times.
And what makes me tech is wanting to explore
communities across the globe and move further together.
Technology is indeed the
greatest enabler,
bringing human emotion,
techies, and dynamicity.
Unlimited opportunities.
It is exciting to be able to
change the world for better.
What makes me tech?
New innovation.
I just love tech.
There's two aspects.
Hi, I'm Elena from Data Natives, the conference for cutting and emerging technologies that gathers more than 2,000 data practitioners every November. This year, as we were thinking of the theme, we decided that why should we have a theme? We should have more of an open discussion and question. So instead, we gathered all the shakers and movers of the Berlin tech scene here to answer this question. What makes you tech?
What makes me tech?
It's the ability to
redefine curiosity.
Lack of boredom.
Communicate.
The brain power of the masses.
Future technologies
of our modern times.
And what makes me tech is wanting to explore
communities across the globe
and move further together.
Technology is indeed the
greatest enabler,
bringing human emotion,
techies, and dynamicity.
Unlimited opportunities.
It is exciting to be able to
change the world for better.
What makes me tech?
New innovation.
I just love tech.
There's two aspects to this. There's the curious part, that's me, that's just about tech. And then there's the part that is, what can we do with tech?
Technology is an opportunity to help others. Never stop dreaming. Make the world a better place.
What makes me tech? I get up in the morning and I want to learn 7 days a week. I'm curious. I want to seek plausible explanation, new knowledge.
Really amazing things happen when we bring a more diverse pool of people together to think through how to solve problems with technology.
A passion for combining the known and the unknown.
A way to make life more convenient.
Tech can help, and especially AI can help everything where you use data
to improve the customer experience.
What makes me tech? I think fascination for wheels.
To have the courage to choose purpose before comfort.
It has given me tons of opportunities to become great, successful, powerful and moderately wealthy.
Sailor Moon, girl power, but not girl power. I don't know, existential angst, difficulty expressing myself, human connection, but also human misanthropy and human disconnection. Ice cream.
Welcome back to Data Natives, and this is a real treat. I'm a huge fan, and this is our closing keynote. Please welcome to the stage, talking about data, not drama, creating a better world with quantum computing. Please welcome Worley, CEO of Strangeworks.
Thank you for having me. Hello, everybody. I want to give you a little bit of insight into what we're going to talk about today. Specifically, there is a lot of data around quantum computing that gets a lot of drama going out in this space. You know, who has quantum supremacy? Where is it really at? Is it 2 years away? Is it 3 years away? Maybe it's 100 years away. And so today what we're going to do is we're going to give you a crash course in quantum computing, give you some resources to go start using quantum computing today, and we're going to talk about how this is going to affect the entire human condition, how this is going to change the world from pharmaceuticals and drug discovery to climate change to pretty much anything you can imagine. So with that, we'll just jump right in it. I personally believe that this, quantum computing, not artificial intelligence, is a space race of our generation. Now, that's a somewhat purposely inflammable statement, but think about it this way. For us to have a true artificial intelligence, something that we have seen in the movies, that we really think about, you know, coming into the world, and we have so many questions about, we're going to need a lot more ability to do very computationally complex calculations. And for that, I personally believe that quantum computing and AI kind of go hand in hand. Can't really have all of the benefits of one without the other, going either way. So why am I into quantum computing? Why am I so excited about it? Why should you be excited about it today? Well, in 1927, there was the Fifth Solvay Conference, and Einstein and Schrodinger and everybody got together, and quantum mechanics kind of became a thing. And it took 55 years until 1982 when Feynman and Benioff came up with the concept of using the spin of a particle as a way to do calculation and to build a new type of computer. Now, it took another 18 years to get to 7 qubits, another 6 years after that to get from 7 to 12. But in 2017, when I started this journey in quantum computing, we went from 17 to 50 to 72 to 128 to 160, all in the course of 3 years. And this year, IBM announced that they have their 27 qubit machine that they had last year and their 65 this year, a new plan that will take that from 127 to 433 to 1,211 by 2023, and then a path to 1 million plus qubits. So this is accelerating very, very quickly. And I think it's really something that we need to all pay attention to. Now, many people ask me when I go around the world, especially these days virtually, talking about quantum computing, but what's the impact? Like, I'm a data scientist, I work in an enterprise, my boss is going to ask me what's the financial benefits of doing this? What's the benefits to the business? And a lot of that is undefined. We still don't have the perfect hello world type example, the perfect financial calculation or chemistry circuit that makes everything so popular that it looks like machine learning, and all of us are working in quantum computing now. But we're not very far from that. And the thing you need to realize is we're already impacting markets by billions of dollars. Now, Boston Consulting Group did a wonderful study. They said that right now we're in this NISQ area, this noisy intermediate quantum area. What I mean by that is you can add qubits pretty easily, but when you add one, the noise in the system goes so high, makes it hard to use it. So right now, even in that area, they think that that's 2 to 5 billion in estimated impact on operating income of enterprises. And that's probably in the areas of material simulations. So think about new material discoveries. Maybe it's for our path to Mars. Maybe it's for getting rid of plastics, whatever it might be. That's probably where they're thinking that's going to be. I think that's pretty reasonable. Now, there's also a broad quantum advantage, okay? That's 10 plus years out. So that means $25 to $50 billion in impact over that period. And then, of course, when we get to actual quantum computers, a fault-tolerant, a general-purpose quantum computer, now you're looking at hundreds of billions of dollars in impact. So that's where it's going from a business perspective. But what is quantum computing again? How does this work? Worthy, you started this talk and you told us about this space, but what is a quantum computer? How do I actually use one? What does it actually do? Well, basically, quantum computers take advantage of three fundamental physics. Superposition, the ability for something to be in two states at once, entanglement, and teleportation. And so for superposition, the way to think about it is to think about the way a qubit differs from an actual bit. So if I have this coin in my hand and I put it flat, if it's heads up, it's a 1. If it's tails up, it's a 0. In my hand, that coin can only be a 1 or a 0 in that two-dimensional plane. But if I take that same coin, I flip it in the air. When I'm flipping it in the air, you tell me, is it a 1 or is it a 0? What's at the apex of that? Well, the reality is that this coin is in a superposition of both 1 and 0, a probability, if you will, of it being one or the other. Now, entanglement really helps because it gives you the reflection of one particle, what Einstein called spooky action at a distance, to tell you the state of another one. And so, of course, this can be very useful in building these computers as well. And then, of course, there's teleportation, which is not only something you can use for encryption and security, and eventually a quantum internet, but it's also one of the kind of fear and uncertainties and doubts, a little bit of that drama I mentioned in the title slide. A lot of people think that as we manufacture new phones, I just recently purchased the new iPhone, it now has a 5 nanometer scale. And so let's think about that. If you get down below 5 nanometers, maybe at 4 or 3 or 2, things could get so small that you wouldn't be able to stop a signal to determine, is it a 1 or is it a 0? And it might just quantum teleport to the other side of your barrier. And that would mean computing as we know it kind of breaks down. So obviously, that's probably, again, I've put that in the fear, uncertainty, and doubt in that kind of drama category, not on actual data. But when we look at a qubit, there's a really easy way to understand it. Think of it like a sphere, like a block sphere. So straight up is 1, straight down is 0, and as we move this sphere around, we're basically looking at a 2-level quantum mechanical system that allows for that superposition we talked about, that gives us a probability of outcomes. So when we condense down a calculation, it always ends up being a 1 or a 0, but it's in that probability that these amazing calculations become inevitable. Why do we need a quantum computer? It's not going to replace classical computers. Qubits aren't going to replace bits. They're going to work hand in hand with them to do things we've simply never been able to comprehend before. There are problems in our world, environmental problems, drug discovery problems, chemistry problems, all manner of problems, where if you add a couple of variables, the evaluation time of it skyrockets. So your HPC super high performance compute facility might be able to solve the problem with today's technology, but that technology might take 2,000, 200,000, or 2 million years to figure out. So that's where quantum computers come in to be really useful. And this kind of qubit versus a bit is really important. So there's some really basic operations we can do. We can rotate it on the X, on the Y, or on the Z or the H. And this gives us these 4 numbers here you see, which are basically probability of what we're going to come up with. So why don't we talk about something practical? Everybody talks about superposition and all the things I talked about. They add to that all of the quantum supremacy versus quantum advantage, which we'll cover in a few moments. But let's dive deep into an algorithm. There's a lot of data science people here. Let's talk about why this type of computation, this move away from von Neumann architectures, is so important to everything that all of us do in our daily work. So we're going to use the classical drunk for that. So let's say we're going to a bar, we're all in Berlin tonight, and we're looking for our friend. We're all wearing digital native shirts. And so really from the back, I can't tell that that's the person I'm looking for. So what I'm going to do in the classical drunk is I'm going to take that handy coin I brought and I'm going to flip it. And when I flip it, I'm going to decide heads, I go right, tails, I go left. And what this means is that as I repeat this process, I flip the coin, tap a person on the back, it's not my friend. I flip it again, go right or left, and do it again and again and again. It means that I'm doing basically what is going to end up looking like a classical kind of bell curve search. So it's very much in the middle, it's very much constrained, okay? And so if we look at that, that means that checking after all of these steps, we basically have a standard deviation of probability density, nothing great there. And it takes us a while. The computer is looking line by line by line, or we, in flipping the coin, are looking person by person by person to find that one bit of information we're looking for. So often you can maybe compare this to finding a needle in a stack of needles, right? And so we have something that we can use to our advantage that is incredibly important, and that is quantum superposition. So we can actually create a quantum drunk. And the quantum drunk works very differently because I take that same coin, except now when I flip it, because it's a quantum coin, I have the ability of going right and left at the exact same time. So what this means is if you think about that standard deviation and what that looks like, what do you think our pattern looks like in this? And well, simply what it looks like is it looks like a vampire fang, meaning that it's more distributed on the edges and less of this bell curve, meaning that people coming in the entrance using one system and then making it to the exit, we will get a much higher set of people that make it through to the other side. We'll find our answer faster. So think about it, this search algorithm, like Grover's search algorithm. A quantum computer would only need the square root of the number of entries to get to the same answer. So again, these things are going to make cat videos faster on the internet. They're probably not going to ever make software compile faster or anything like that. But when you're doing things, teleportation using an encryption, Grover's search algorithm doing large scale search, any of these things where you have add a few variables that it takes a long time, that's where this is really, really going to come through. And again, if we look at that, that's because we're coming up with a way of not looking just in the center, looking across all of this mass set of data and using probability to get to our answer. Now that means that that doesn't always produce a correct answer from a quantum computer. So we run experiments more and more and more. We see where we end up across time. So again, using that classical random walk, us going to a bar after our, hopefully next year in-person event at Data Natives, we get that bell curve, we're likely to miss the answer we're looking for. whereas we're much likely to discover it much faster with this vampires kind of searching mostly on the sides and coming up with a standard deviation of n, okay? So we can search a much larger block of information much faster because we can explore more in the same number of steps. Back to the drunk example, we're not going flip a coin right or left. We're going flip a coin and go right and left and spreading exponentially fast throughout that. So that's kind of a high overview of that. Where's quantum computing today? One of the things that there's a lot of drama around is, should I be learning quantum computing as a data scientist now? Should I be learning it 6 months from now? What should I be doing? Well, the way I look at this is like that old Viking saying about sales, right? So pessimists think quantum computing is 20 years away. Optimists think it's 3 years away. Realists should be preparing today. So I think you should be preparing today. I think you should be learning about the physics, because much like the early days of classical computing, where you had to be an electrical engineer because you had to understand the flow of electricity between the gates, that's kind of the same thing with this. It's our first real move from von Neumann architecture. If you don't have some understanding of the physics, it will be difficult to use, or it'll be a big learning curve. But I would start learning that today. I would start looking at the different frameworks for programming. I'm going to give you several of those to take with you at the end of this talk that you can go and apply literally this afternoon. So one of the other areas of drama is, what's the quantum trajectory? We all saw Google's release about quantum supremacy. I thought it's a wonderful achievement. A lot of their competition were very critical of this. Quantum supremacy was a term coined to say, when we have a quantum computer that can do something faster than a classical computer, like one specific example. Quantum advantage is where we want to be, which is where we have a general purpose quantum computer that is faster at many, many things than classical infrastructure and that interoperates with that infrastructure. And so we have some advantage in our computation based on the physics we're applying to these machines. I would ignore these terms as a data scientist. I would ignore these terms as a developer. At the end of the day, these computers will change our world more in the next 10 years than computing has changed our world in the last 100. And I would focus on the science of the physics, the science of the math, of the programming, and actually applying it to real world problems I had, but I would leave room to imagine all of the problems we can't even think of or comprehend that are going to come about. So think about it like this. It's 1958. Grace Hopper has just invented what's going to become known as COBOL. Fast forward a few years, 63 or so, this guy Jack has a thing called a microprocessor. No one saw the internet. No one saw the iPhone. No one saw self-driving cars or anything that little device created. So what will come from quantum computing and this entire new class of computational abilities? And that just fascinates me. So it's easy to work with this when you're looking at how these run. Usually you have some big data problem, you're going to create a model, and you're going to compute that model on HPC, right? When you look at adding the quantum to it, what we want to do is find the computational complexity, pull it out, send that classical process to a quantum machine, do that processing, that very special work, and then send it back into our classical infrastructure. So we can see if we want to have a quantum computer help or not. And this is a nice little diagram we did to say, hey, can quantum computing help? Yes or no, right? Why does it matter to you? As somebody listening to this presentation, you know, maybe you're finding it fascinating, maybe quantum computing is interesting, but where does the rubber meet the road? Why should you leave this presentation and go immediately start exploring quantum computing? And I'll tell you, because while it may be physics today, while it may be a few small use cases that are being explored in material science and chemistry, this will be a complete computing paradigm shift. And it will affect everything in big data and machine learning and applied math and engineering and everything in chemistry and materials and even everything in physics and what we discover about the physics and the quantum mechanical world we live in. And that means software developers, data scientists will make up the most of the quantum users, and they will use it for all of these things you see on the right-hand side of that slide: search, privacy, security, new quantum internets, new ways of data compressions and optimizations of paths, exploration of energy, everything you can imagine. So this is incredibly important to me that I get as many of you involved with quantum computing as possible. So tons of companies are doing it. Maybe you're thinking, okay, where can I go and see example work? All of the companies on these slides have been interacting in quantum computing, have published white papers, have put out data on energy exploration or self-driving cars or search algorithms or drones or finance, anything you can imagine. And it doesn't take but a quick Google search to find many, many other examples. So before we get into how you can use it, before we get into how we can change the world with that, I want to give you an analogy that I think will really bring quantum computing home for you. Think of it like this. I'm talking to you from Austin, Texas, right in the middle of the United States between the East Coast and the West Coast. But let's go back a few hundred years and say I was traveling from New York to San Francisco. I was doing that by wagon, and that trip takes like 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Maybe somebody in our party dies along the way. Maybe we get attacked. It was a very tough journey. Well, then the train came along. And all of a sudden, that same trip takes about a week. It's pretty safe, pretty comfortable. That's classical computers. They are trains to what we did before, which was stone tablets, which was our wagon. So it works great. Trains, we have a rail system all over the nation. We have rail systems all over the world. But no matter how far we go, no matter where we're at, eventually we'll reach an ocean, which is a completely different type of challenge. And for oceans, what do we have? Air travel. And so as trains are to classical computers, quantum computers, classical computers are to quantum computers, meaning that they're not going to replace classical computers. They're going to augment greatly our computational complexity that we can execute. So this is super, super important. It's something that I hope every one of you takes to heart. This isn't going to change things like that, but it is going to change things around the world in ways we can't even imagine. But that's probably a good segue to starting to try to imagine some of those. So when I started this journey, I had a vision. I had a vision of quantum computing making the world a better place for my children. I had a vision of this technology unlocking secrets of the universe that would make the entire world, from space exploration to energy that we use, to the environment, to the drugs that we take, all work better for everybody. And so when I think of how to make the world better, I think the number one thing we can do in quantum computing is build community around quantum computing. And I'm going to invite you in a few minutes to join a community that is free, that is actually a few of them. There will be resources where you can go and start working with quantum computing today. And so when I think of creating a better world, look, drug discovery, super important, right? Curing diseases, super important. Finding new energy sources, making batteries more efficient, making them better as a recyclable item, not a lithium-ion battery we just dump at the ground. All of these are the things that will require computational complexity. And then there's other things in finance, doing better trades, better financial interactions between countries. There's things like the quantum internet, right? A completely secure, couldn't spy on it, internet infrastructure for all of you to do whatever you want on. So there's so many ways that quantum computing and quantum in general are going to make the world a better place. But we need all of you participating to do that. I want to see quantum computing be evenly distributed. I want to see quantum computing be easily accessible. And most importantly, I want to see quantum computing be available to each and every one of you. So what do I personally think is the thing quantum computing will help with the most? The environment. I do believe in climate change. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But maybe quantum computing is a way to take things that we look at over 20, 30 years and look at them much more real time. To maybe look at that data in a different way, to where we start being able to take away some of those arguments of obvious effects that we're having on the planet. I personally believe that that is where quantum computing will make the biggest difference in all of our lives. Sure, Google will have them for search and you'll find what you're looking for faster. Yes, your financial transaction might be secured with some post-quantum algorithm and be more secure, but where I think it really affects every single one of us will be in the environment. And so with that, let's go towards the end of the talk. Let's talk about where we can actually put you using quantum computing today. How can you interact with it? So first of all, let me start by saying you do not need to be a physicist. We are starting to build hundreds of tools and abstraction layers across the globe. There's maybe 200 startups now working in quantum computing. So there's plenty of ways for you to find the right tool, the right thing that you can use, that you can interact with. And so what I'd like to do is first draw your attention to quantumcomputing.stackexchange.com. This is a free website. Over 10,600 people are on it every month. Every day, there are 1,000 to 1,500 people using it. You can ask any question you want. How do I use quantum computing? How do I do teleportation? Maybe do you want to know about a quantum circuit or a specific gate? It does not matter how new the question is, how technical the question is, how physics related it is, how software development related it is. Your question will get answered. And so far, this community answers over 85% of every question asked, with over 4,000 questions asked just in the last 24 months. It is an amazing resource. It is free. They don't charge for it. We don't get paid for it. It's a great thing you could check out today. I think would be very useful. The other thing is, we looked at all of the problems in quantum computing and we said, the biggest problems is there's not enough developers involved. There's not enough data scientists involved. There's not enough just quantum enthusiasts, people who are curious, being involved. And it's so confusing. Look at the left-hand side of that screen. Do you use Microsoft Q# or Python? Are you programming in IBM's Qiskit or Google Circ, or maybe Blue Cat from Japan? Or maybe it's D-Wave's Ocean or Leap, which are completely different types of technologies. You start going through this, it can be very hard and daunting to come into quantum computing. And then you may wonder, do I need a quantum computer for this to be useful? And the answer is no. You can do an amazing amount of work to teach yourself quantum computing, learn algorithms, and build algorithms your own just with simulation. And obviously, there's tons of ways to get out to quantum computers as well. So we built a platform that is free. This is not a product. This is a community effort for every one of you out there. It ties in all the Stack Overflow community as well as several other resources. It allows you to use every single simulator that's out there, from Circ to Leap to Ocean to Qiskit to Penny Lane to Blue Wave. It doesn't matter. It is 100% free in an effort to just try to get more people philanthropically involved in quantum computing, to get more people to experiment with this. And for everybody at Data Natives, we put a link to it today on the front page of our website. So if you go to strangeworks.com and you click Get Started, no beta hold up, no nothing, you can go directly into a set of tools and a community where you can learn. And again, this is an effort we are doing for free to just help get more people access to quantum computing. It will never be charged. There is never a plan for that. It is a resource for you to use, for you to criticize, for you to give us feedback on, for you to work with other people in the community, and there will soon be an SDK and an API for you to make changes to the tools directly as well. So I think that will be a super good resource for you. Again, it's just strangeworks.com. Click on Get Started. Right on that top fold, you will instantly be asked only a couple questions and have instant access to tons of simulators, 13 plus library examples of quantum code. You can literally just go in and clone and steal and make your own, and a whole wonderful world of people that I think are ready to welcome you, and hopefully you're ready to be welcomed into this new, incredibly amazing community. So with that, I will thank you for your time, and I will close by saying, please, if you do nothing else out of this presentation, please go today to any resource, to any audiobook, to any book on Amazon, to anything that you can find, and start learning quantum computing. And if you think it's too hard when you look at those websites, when you look at those tools, and you just still want to get into it, I happen to write a book called Quantum Computing for Babies. And I guarantee this is not above your level. It literally starts with, this is a ball. It can be red or blue. So we have a starting point for literally anybody in the world to grasp the concepts of quantum computing. There are hundreds of open source projects, and there are tons of ways for you to get involved with this today. So thank you for your time, and please go embrace our quantum computing future.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely amazing, incredibly eye-opening, and the perfect footnote to the content section of Data Natives Unlimited. I would just personally like to thank the Data Natives team for allowing me to host the main stage this year. It's been incredible. We are taking a short break. Next up, Elena Pugia will give you the closing remarks, and that will be followed by the incredible DJ Mr. Purple. Stick around, it ain't over yet.
It's my first time here in Data Natives, and I'm really excited to be part of this journey. I could see the public, private, startups, entrepreneurships, all the ecosystems together.
There's a real focus for professionalism on what needs to be professional without wasting time on the things that don't matter, which lets the attendees get to the heart of their discussions in an environment that's kind of scrappy and put together in a very organic way.
AI is important for our sustainability economically because we need the productivity that it brings to pay for our aging population.
I mean, I'm inspired to see so many people trying to solve the challenges of our world using data.
I think technology will open dimensions that we can't even fathom today. But to the end, that people will be able to unleash their absolute best work.
We are on a mission to make data science accessible, open, transparent, and inclusive. And I'm really, really happy to see that happening here.
Hello. Hello, Data Natives. This is the last session before we go to Mr. Purple, a DJ who's currently is going to be streaming directly from the UK, and we're really thankful too. We're going to have a little party here already with our JTs. Socially distancing party, of course, not more than 5 people. Yeah, we're here at the studio and we're wrapping things up. It's very different, the feeling than it used to be. Of course, it's not the same being in the same room with 2,500 people when you are in a room with, as it is now, as many as you can be. But still the feeling remains, and it's still another Data Natives that is a wrap. And I'd like to do my closing remarks to thank everybody, and as a recap of what we've seen so far. So as mentioned yesterday, this has been the year that we lived online. This has been the year where we've all been connected through our digital interfaces and got the chance to meet other people from around the world, and managed to create bonds digitally remote, and creating a remote intimacy bonds. But still, it was nice, even if it was that way. And the question that we were trying to answer at the beginning of this conference was, what's going to happen tomorrow? How will tomorrow look like? How will it look for us, for different people that have been really affected, like artists or event planners or people who are in the service industry, or that's for the people that they are directly affected to the people that they are indirectly affected. But to be fair, we're all really affected. And 2020 is still yet to finish, and I'm wondering how 2021 would be. Again, no hugging this year. Everything socially distanced. Everybody connecting online. Taking the technology as a topic, as a concept, but actually literally as a form, as a method. No hugging, and really discussing how we can be better equipped as citizens, as data scientists, as technologists, to fight and to also create the post-pandemic world. So, but I don't know if we've managed to do something like this, if we've managed to get to the point, to get to the bottom of things. At least we started a conversation. And for sure, what I would like to do, no matter where we are and how much this conference might have impacted on you, helped you meet other people that would get you further to where you are, progress on some ideas, I'd really like to thank you. Thank you to all the participants. Everybody that was part of this conference, everybody that has been part of this journey, this few days here at the conference, but also before when we started the Data Natives Unlimited from September onwards, with the hackathons and the open forums. I'd like to thank the speakers. I'm doing a bit of dance. You can see some of them here, some of them in this picture coming together. There's plenty of them, and they really helped with their content, their ideas, bringing things forward and helping us advance in some fields, giving us fruitful content to continue on our journey. So really, thank you to all of you. I believe there were 120 speakers that we had in our 4 stages, 150 speakers in our 5 stages, including Future Society, including Data Science stage, Data Economy stage, the live stream, the main stage, and IBM. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd also like, of course, to thank our main partner, IBM. I feel like the weather person again. So IBM, thank you so much for really helping us putting this together. Without you, we wouldn't be able to make it through. You helped us to put this content together. You brought us also amazing content. You curated a great stage. And of course, what you're doing, advancing society and technology, is really, really important. And on that, it's important to say the highlights where IBM was present, with a keynote by Annelies de Pelpac, who is the head of data science elite team for IBM, who gave a keynote yesterday. She was part of the panel on AI ethics, and of course the conversation between Bende from Hero Loop, the winner of the Call for Code, together with the developer marketing person. You both together as women in tech discussed how we can use technology for society and the better. So thank you for the content, thank you for the support, and thank you for being here. And all the other partners, like Bayer, You've seen some of their inspiring talks today, the keynote discussion between David Raoult and Ali Noizet on digital transformation and how actually data science can help pharma. There's also Argus Data Insights, who gave a talk today. The CIO of Data Insights gave a talk today about data analytics. We had Snowplow. We had IE University. Jose, he's the director of the MBA, the Tech MBA. He was hosting the panel on Truth About AI. Mentor Talent, T-Labs, they contributed in a panel yesterday about cybersecurity, and many others. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for being here, and thank you very much for the content. So day one, the recap. Well, as I mentioned already, we've had 5 stages, a lot of content. This year especially, when we're not all together and we're not hugging each other and meeting with each other in the VIP lounge areas or in the cafeterias, but we're actually connecting online. What really makes us connect even more is the content and the ideas that we can share. So as I already mentioned some highlights, yesterday we had a lot of interesting panel discussions. We had a discussion about deepfakes, a technical panel discussion around deepfakes, and a not that technical, more from a sociological point of view, around the fake news and deepfakes and how actually technology could potentially promote more misinformation. We also had 2 keynotes yesterday. One of them, as I already mentioned, from Annelise, and another one from Cory Doctorow, who came as a force to discuss about monopolies and how we should stop monopolies. What else? I'm thinking. It was a really crazy day with a lot of interesting ideas. If you want to rewatch day 1, actually, you, with premium ticket holders and VIP ticket holders, you can go back and see all the highlights from day 1. And day 2, what did we do today? Today, I would like to highlight a talk by in the morning by Mia Shand, who talked about diversity in AI and ethics. And she really made a very good point about how much lack of diversity there is, because the data that we input is the data that we promote, and that's why there's a lot of unconscious bias among everybody. Unconscious bias that we should, especially in a day like this, on the day of the Women's Entrepreneurship Day, stop and avoid. We had also a talk by Lauren Klein on data feminism, bringing again insightful data around this topic. We had some talks around race and how we can avoid it, racism and how we can avoid it, how actually we can look at the data, geolocation data, and understand where the bias is. And of course, we finished today. We also had a very interesting panel on the superstate. We are here in Europe, and one thing that we're supporting when it comes to technology is creating a safe space for regulation, a safe space for citizens to be able to share their data, to have open access to data, but at the same time to maintain their privacy. And last but not least, what you just see by Worley, a very optimistic future, painted future, around the quantum computing and how quantum computing can help advance society. So, last but not least, this slide is really not very well, very well positioned. Last but not least, I want to thank the team behind this. I really want to thank the team. And I'm going to do my best to thank each one of you. Hopefully I won't forget anyone, because we are at the Oscars and I do have a list, but you know, I'm only human as well. So I'd really like to thank, I'll start from the end. I'd really like to thank the volunteers. We were really ecstatic because we got more than 100 volunteers, no, more than 250 volunteers who wanted to help us out. And in the end, we were helped by 100 volunteers, which is really nice to feel that there's so many people around the world who really want to help. So thank you so much, everybody. I would like to thank the volunteer manager, Morvi, who has done a brilliant job to bring them together and to guide them as much as he could from afar. I'd like to thank the people behind the scenes who are the backbone of this infrastructure when it comes to streaming, when it comes to the website, when it comes to our own SEO, when it comes to marketing. And that's, of course, is no one else but James and Leah D. So thank you very much, both of you. You've done a brilliant job. There's also the website developers and people who are doing growth marketing, like Matteo and Gregor. Thank you so much for being here for the second year with us in this journey. I'd like to thank Victoria, who took care of our partners and VIPs. So thank you so much, Victoria. You are in Lisbon right now, and I hope you're watching. There's someone else in Moscow who I hope she's also watching, and she's responsible for the beautiful design. She does amazing graphic work, and thank you so much, Daria, for doing it on weekends at 4 a.m. Hong Kong time to actually manage to get us through. Thank you. I'd like to thank two of our interns who have been amazing help, and they are currently studying event management in Holland. Renata and Leah Pe, without you, we wouldn't have made it in so many ways. You've been managing the Slack. You've been stepping in whenever it's possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're doing fantastic work. I'd like to thank all the stage managers that have supported us, and I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. Martin, Greg, Julia, Jeremy, just to name a few. You're doing great. Leah P as well. I'd like to thank all the moderators of the different stages. So Ari, Steve, Nicholas, Caroline, and Idil, thank you so much. You've done a fantastic job moderating all of the stages, and of course, the best of them all, the one who took single-handedly the main stage together with Maria, is Stuart Rogers. Stuart, thank you so much. Come on, guys, you can applaud. Thank you. Thank you. And of course, thank you to Fiona and Ollie, the team here who are actually right now monitoring and telling me where to look, and I definitely don't look at the right way, but they're telling me where to look, and they are monitoring the videos and the sound. So thank you so much, both of you. Hope I'm not forgetting anyone. Because I'm gonna reach the end. And of course, I want to thank Christina. Your job was very hard. You're the speaker manager. You had a lot of things to do. Thank you so much. I want to thank Evgenia, because she's amazing. She's doing social media, head of content, editorial, everything. And she doesn't say a word, never complains, and always does it. Thank you so much. And also a good friend. I'd like to thank, of course, the production manager, who didn't say no to any of my crazy ideas and made them happen. Helen, thank you so much. Come on, guys, we need. Thank you. And all the performance. I think Scott is still here. Thank you very much for your lovely performance before, and for being here and for giving us some of your energy. So, guys, I hope that's a wrap. And thank you to the studio. We have a really nice studio. It's a co-working space in Neukölln for whoever lives in Berlin and they're creative. You should come and check it out. It's a studio / co-working space for artistic people. So there's a cinematographer here, a photographer, an artist, and some really interesting art books you might find as well. So thank you so much for the studio. All right, so I think that's a wrap now. Thank you all very much. And of course, there's an end. I will see you, everybody, all of you 5,000 people who registered and you wanted to be part of this crazy journey, offline soon. I promise. And we're gonna have another Data Natives. So stay tuned, because in 2021, hopefully, we will be able to meet in person again and hug each other and really feel connected in the real space together. So, thank you very much, everybody. And with me, if you want, stay in touch. Oh, I'm always getting confused. There you go. This is my information. Reach out and stay connected. And yeah, have a nice evening, guys, and really enjoy Mr. Purple. Thank you to Mr. Purple for for being our DJ, our closing DJ. We're ready to continue with Gin and Tonic and to celebrate the end of the conference and to see some of you tomorrow at the job fair from 12 to 6. Anyone who's looking for a job at this time, data scientists are on demand. Be at the job fair. So, with that, thank you, and that's a wrap. Mwah.
Wanting you is my biggest pain. Love will never love me the same again. As the first rays of light touch the earth, I roll around and sigh. 'Cause it's been a while since the night that we've met eyes. Oh, so far for so long and so many sweet goodbyes. Sunrise wakes me up the glowing pink and orange sky. As the first rays of light touch the earth, I roll around and sigh. 'Cause it's been a while since the night that we've met eyes. Oh, so far for so long and so many sweet goodbyes.
much of what I know. And if I go back, could it ever be the same? Oh, the wind, it blows. Could you take me to the coast and put me on a ship? I would just sail away. Moving on. New morning.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible set. Thank you so much, Mr. Purple. We absolutely are honored to have you here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a wrap for the content section of Data Natives Unlimited. Come back tomorrow for incredible networking. VIPs, you've got a whole load of extras tomorrow. You've got the job fair for everybody. It's going to be incredible. But for now, we wish you all an incredible and very good night or day or evening or morning, depending on where you are in the world. Take care, everyone. We'll see you on day 3.